Story 1 of the Furthest Reaches of Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Wanderlust by Alan E. Nourse. Somehow George Barlow had sensed that something was wrong the moment his son drove into the barnyard that evening. He'd been waiting impatiently for Tad's return all afternoon. The men needed those tractor bolts before they could do the mowing. But George had felt the uneasiness, quite suddenly, deep in his chest, when he heard the boy's three-wheeler chugging up the rutted country road from town. He sat quietly, waiting, stroking old Snuffy behind the ears. He heard the little motorcar pop into silence as Tad drove it into the garage. Then there was a long silence. George waited several minutes before running a hand through his tawny hair. "What's that boy doing out there anyway?" he growled. Florence Barlow glanced up through the kitchen window. "He's gone up on the ridge," she said. "He's just standing up there, looking down the valley." She turned back to the stove, pushing back an unruly wisp of graying hair. George sat back in his chair, puffing his pipe, the uneasiness growing. Tad was usually back from town hours earlier. The oats had to be cut this week. The shipment of Venusian taro was due from the next rocket, and they had to have a field free for it. But still he knew it was more than the tractor bolts that bothered him. Then suddenly the door burst open, and Tad was there, filling the room with his broad shoulders, whistling tunelessly to himself. A cool east breeze followed him in the door, and with it an aura of excitement. Tad's sun-baked hair was wild from the ride through the wind, his sharp eyes sparkling. "Dad, the rocket landed this afternoon, out at Dillon's Landing. It's 3 weeks early this time." A chill swept up George's spine, tingling his scalp. "Then we should get the taro in a couple of days," he said smoothly. "We should." Tad's eyes were bright as he patted the dog's head. His whole body seemed alive with excitement. "I walked up on the ridge to get a look at it, Dad. It's a beauty, tall and slim. You should see it down there. It catches the sunset like you never saw before." He was still talking as he walked out to the kitchen, stooping to kiss his mother on the forehead. "You ought to go up and take a look at it, Mum, before the sun's gone." "I've got plenty to do without going to gawk at a rocket ship." His mother's voice was sharp. "You have too, for that matter. Did you get the tractor bolts for your father?" The boy frowned suddenly and snapped his fingers. "Plumb forgot them. The ship was landing just as I got into town, so I went over to watch it." He took his place opposite his father at the table, his face brightening again. He didn't see the cloud on his father's face. "And they let us go inside it to look around, Dad. I never saw anything like it. You wouldn't believe that they could get such a ship off the ground. Why, even I can remember when it was all they could do to blast off with a little tin-man ship. And now, why, this one is like a yacht. It's the Star King, the newest one in Dillon's fleet." George Barlow scowled, the tightness in the pit of his stomach suddenly making his food tasteless. "That's lovely," he said sourly. "They can build them a mile long for all I care. They still aren't fit for rats. At least here you can wash your face if you want to." He turned back to his plate, hoping the discussion was over. Hoping. "But this one had complete showers, soft bunks, everything. Hydroponic tanks that make the experimental station look like pikers." "Eat," said George. Tad lapsed into silence, the hearty silence of a hungry 19-year-old before a full dinner plate. His father took another mouthful and put down his fork, his appetite gone. He could feel the tension growing, the tightness of his breathing. He sensed his wife's apprehension as she too slowed and stopped eating, as if she too were waiting. "Saw Len Cooper when he came off the ship too, Dad. Do you remember Len? This was his first cruise." Tad's eyes sparkled. "He says there's nothing like it, that rocket life. They stopped on Venus, you know, and then did a reconnaissance in toward the Mercury orbit before they came back, almost 5 years away from Earth. They got a stack of reports as big as an almanac for printing, and Len, you know how scrawny he was. He's putting muscle now, looks great." Tad put down his fork, a subtle change in his voice, his hand trembling. "We had a long talk, Dad. Len says—" "Len Cooper's a fool." George Barlow's voice snapped irritably. "He hasn't got all his marbles. A kid like that, all the potential in the world, brains, opportunity, and what does he do with it? Shoots it into rockets. First cruise, huh? It isn't his last by a long shot. Those rocket boys aren't stupid. They know it takes a good cruise to teach a youngster his way around out there. He can't begin to work for his wages until the second cruise or the third, and then it's too late to come back. Tad fiddled with his fork, his eyes down. The room was silent. Even Florence sat tense, startled by the outburst. George sat glumly. That was stupid, he thought, inexcusably stupid. He'll have to face it someday, you know that. Now? Maybe. Oh, Lord, not now. Maybe tomorrow. But what could you say? What if it is now? His hand trembled as he fumbled awkwardly for his pipe. Where were the words, phrases, the arguments, so long rehearsed, so sensible, so fatherly? Dad! His fingers were like ice on the pipe bowl. Not tomorrow, then. Now. Dad? Yes, Tad. The boy looked straight at his father, his voice very low. I'm going, Dad, he said. I'm going with it. The chill widened in George Barlow's stomach, spreading into his legs and chest. He heard his wife's startled gasp, and the chill deepened. He searched for words, and no words came. How long now had he prepared, rehearsed, and now nothing. He just sat there in the dead-still room. When I never heard anything more ridiculous in all my life, Florence burst out finally. You're crazy, Tad. Plumb crazy. Do you mean to sit there and say that you're going to give up college, throw away this farm? She set the cream pitcher down with a thump. It's out of the question. You just can't mean it. Tad wriggled uneasily. I do mean it, Mum. The Star King is sending up crew tomorrow. They have places for 4 novices this time. They'll take me. I know they will. I asked this afternoon. I want to go. George Barlow gripped the edge of the table, fighting for control. Don't be silly, boy, he said finally, his voice tight. You're no rocket man. You don't know what you're saying. His hands trembled. Space is no place for a fellow like you. You belong here, studying, working, not hopping around space like a common tramp. He tamped tobacco into his pipe bowl with an air of finality. Every boy nowadays thinks about going to space, I know. The fleets are growing larger, taking more and more boys, but the smart ones stay home. Tad's voice was low and quiet, more deadly firm than George had ever heard it. You don't understand, Dad. I know you don't like it. I know you think it's foolish not to finish college. You hate to see me leave home. But you don't understand. He looked up, his boyish face pale and a deep summer tan. I can't explain it, Dad. Ever since I was little, since I saw my first rocket shooting up into the sky toward the stars, I knew I had to go sometime. He shook his head hopelessly. It's what I wanted all my life, Dad. I've got to go. But the farm, son, Florence was almost in tears. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Your family's been here for 100 years, Tad. It's yours as soon as you're ready to farm it. Don't you care about it after all these years? You know I care, Mum. The boy avoided her tearful eyes, ran a hand through his hair. You know I like the place, and I feel awful running out after all the work you and Dad and the men have put in building it up, but I couldn't make a go of it. I don't want to be earthbound, tied down to a piece of land all my life. His mother's face was suddenly very, very tired. Oh, you fool, she said, her voice bitter. You don't know how you'll long for green grass again. Her face flared red in anger. You barely started to shave and you want to go to space. Well, it's nonsense. You can't do that. It's fine. Oh, tell him, George. Tell him why he can't go. Tell him why. Florence! She stopped short, eyes wide. George, I'm sorry. His voice was sharp, urgent. I think maybe Tad and I ought to talk this out ourselves. I'm sorry, George. Florence Barlow rose silently. She began clearing the table, her eyes brimming. Tad's face was troubled. I wish you wouldn't make a fuss, Dad. I suppose it's a surprise to you both. George smiled sourly. Hardly. We've been around a while, Tad. We saw Len Cooper go and a half-dozen like him. We knew you'd get the bug sooner or later, but you've got to understand why we can't allow it. The room was silent, except for the faint rustling of the breeze through the curtains. You don't know what you're walking into, Tad. None of you boys really know. You only see one side of the picture, the excitement and adventure. You don't know what you're walking into, Tad. None of you boys really know. You only see one side of the picture, the excitement and adventure. I know it's a thrilling picture, but the thrill wears off, and then you have the long, dull days of waiting, sitting, always waiting, with nothing to see but the bulkhead and a dozen men cramped into impossible tight quarters without any room to move around. You don't know how you get to hate those men, how you'd wish you could be alone for just a little while, how you'd long for privacy, and you don't realize the danger. Not the exciting bravado kind of danger that you read about, but the live, horrible danger of depending for your life on a little sliver of metal. So many things can go wrong, and any one of them means you're through. Not a brave death, son, nor a heroic death, just a very lonely death, where you freeze and starve and feel the life choke out of you. There are so many ways to die in space, such horrible ways, so easily, and there isn't any reward worth the risk. It's all risk, and you've nothing for it. A few days of glory when you're back home, and then you're off again. Once you go, you're gone. You'll never come back. Only the lucky ones come back. You'll be in space till it kills you. But the colonies, Dad, Mars Mountain, Players Folly, Ironstone, they're all going concerns. They need men, lots of men with ideas, men who aren't afraid of work. The colonies, George Barlow's voice rose angrily, his control wearing thin. Why, the colonies? What glory can you see in working a lifetime to squeeze a living out of Mars rock, scraping and fighting, squeezing every last drop of water, every possible inch of topsoil to dig up enough to keep barely alive, and then dying 30 years before your time? What can you see in that? Oh, Venus, where you sweat and waste away until the fungus gets into your lungs and blood, and then you finally just go to sleep forever. You're crazy, Tad. You can't do it. Tad shuffled his feet, his eyes downcast. I know you wouldn't understand. I can't explain it, Dad. I don't know the words, but I've got to go, even if you don't. George's face flushed in exasperation. Now look, just listen a minute. I understand perfectly. You don't understand. The boy's eyes blazed in sudden anger. His voice was bitter. How could you understand? You've been nothing but a slogging dirt farmer all your life. How could you understand why I want to go to the stars? What do you know about Mars or Venus? You've never been there. George Barlow sat stiff as though he had been struck. The room was tense, and he heard the boy breathing across the room. Then you give me no choice, he said finally, his voice suddenly tired and barely audible. I'm your father. I forbid you to go. There was a long, silent moment. Then, I'm sorry, Dad, I'm going anyway. George Barlow lay in bed, breathing quietly. The room was close, the air stuffy and humid. He heard his wife's steady breathing, peaceful now, after sobbing herself to sleep. And somehow, deep within him, he seemed to hear the steady pom-pom-pom of spaceship engines, deep, throaty, thrilling, throbbing, vibrating, calling. He rose quietly and walked to the window. He heard Snuffy stir herself, heard her claws scrabbling on the bare farmhouse floor, and felt her warm muzzle firm and comforting in his hand. Then he heard nothing but the buzzing of cicadas, the quiet night sounds of the farm, smelled the cool, hearty odor of hay and clover, heard the occasional uneasy stomping of cattle in the barn. And still deep in his mind, he heard older sounds, more familiar sounds, sounds tinged with fear, horror, hate, desperation. He shook his head, trying to forget, but there was excitement there, too, that intangible, overpowering thrill of the Wanderlust. Memories flooded back into his mind, memories he had thought long ago blotted out and forgotten. The rich thrill of excitement as the last seconds crowded in close, with the strap cutting a deep welt across his chest, the muffled roar, the powerful sledgehammer blow, driving his stomach and legs down like lead, then easing gently into no pressure, then less than no pressure. The exhilarating, wonder-filled vision of the earth rushing away, dwindling into a mottled patchwork, still dwindling. Oh, he understood all right. He knew what tugged at his son's heels. He knew the consuming thrill, the insatiable hunger to reach higher and higher, to seek out unknown places. He knew the wonder of stepping on another land, an alien land, the thrill of watching two moons creep softly over a reddish horizon. He knew the deep, rich thrill of pushing the frontier outward until the sun winked coldly like another star, Memories flooded his mind, and he remembered too well the insistent tug of the Wanderlust at his heels, the call of the open road, the call of space, and he knew that, try as he would, no earthbound answer would ever drive it away. Yes, he understood, but deep in his heart he felt the coldness, the pain and agony, the sense of bitter loss. He was one of the lucky. He had come back. Tad would never come back. The odds were too great. There were too few of the lucky, and it was better not to be one of the lucky, better to die out there, forgotten, unmourned. Maybe he should have told the boy while he was young, tried to teach him, to make him understand. Perhaps he'd been wrong to conceal it all these years, to lie to Tad, to make Florence conceal too. Perhaps Tad should have been told. But even knowing that someday the Wanderlust would come, he knew he couldn't have told him. Better to conceal, to wait for the contempt, wait to hear the words, short, bitter words. How could you ever understand? You've never been there. George felt the perspiration trickle down his neck. How could he explain the things he hardly dared think about himself? The fear, the bitterness, the horror. Tad would be sleeping now, peacefully, in his room, his bag half packed on the dresser, dreaming dreams of wonder in his sleep, and never dreaming for an instant of the terror, the pain, never knowing how hard a taskmaster the Wanderlust could be, what terrible fees it could exact. He knew he couldn't fight it. He had known since Tad was born that it would be useless, for the young saw only what they wanted to see. And suddenly George was fumbling in his dresser drawer, frantically searching for the small oblong box, rushing before he changed his mind. His hands closed on the small container, and its contents were cold between his fingers. And then he was in Tad's room, quietly seeking the bag, half packed, a few meager clothes, a few meager memories to go away with a hopeful heart. He fumbled in the bag, and suddenly the memories closed in on George Barlow, and he was living again the horrible moments, the rumbling, jolting thunder in the bowels of the ship, the frantic scrambling down the dark passageways, the men, fear-crazed and tumbling over each other in free-fall, the gleaming white hot of the atomic fires gone wild, the screams of agony, the crashing, fiery groping through oven-like chambers, the twisting, wrenching of controls, fighting to stay alive, fighting in blazing agony, fire burning in the bottom of his soul. The little metal disc slipped into the boy's bag, down between a pair of pants and a book. A thin metal disc of pure gold, a simple symbol with simple words. To George L. Barlow, for heroism in space. He dropped the disc into the boy's bag and stumbled back to his room. He sat in the silence, stroking old Snuffy's soft muzzle, sat in darkness, eternal since that hour of terror, as tears streamed down scarred cheeks from his sightless eyes.
End of story 1.
Story 2 of The Furthest Reaches. Of Space! Ed Reed, Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Sense of Wonder, by Milton Lesser. Every day for a week now, Rickard had come to the viewport to watch the great changeless sweep of space. He could not quite explain the feelings within him. They were so alien, so unnatural. But ever since the engines somewhere in the rear of the world had changed their tone, from the steady whining Rickard had heard all 25 years of his life to the sullen roar that came to his ears now, the feelings had grown. If anyone else had noticed the change, he failed to mention it. This disturbed Rickard, although he could not tell why. And because he had realized this odd difference in himself, he kept it locked up inside him. Today, space looked somehow different. The stars. It was a meaningless concept to Rickard, but that was what everyone called the bright pinpoints of light on the black backdrop in the viewport, were not apparent in the speckled profusion Rickard had always known. Instead, there was more of the blackness, and one very bright star set apart by itself in the middle of the viewport. If he had understood the term, Rickard would have told himself this was odd. His head ached with the half-born thought. It was... What was it? Someone was clumping up the companionway behind Rickard. He turned and greeted grey-haired old Charles. 5 more years, the older man chided. They'll be ready to sire children, and all you can do in the meantime is gaze out at the stars. Rickard knew he should be exercising now, or bathing in the rays of the health lamps. It had never occurred to him that he didn't feel like it. He just didn't, without comprehending. Charles' reminder fostered uneasiness. Often Rickard had dreamed of the time he would be 30 and a father. Whom would the calculator select as his mate? The first time this idea had occurred to him, Rickard ignored it. But it came again, and each time it left him with a feeling he could not explain. Why should he think thoughts that no other man had? Why should he think he was thinking such thoughts, when it always embroiled him in a hopeless, infinite confusions that left him with a headache? Charles said, "It is time for my bath in the healthways. I saw you here and knew it was your time, too." His voice trailed off. Rickard knew that something which he could not explain had entered the elder man's head for a moment, but it had departed almost before Charles knew of its existence. "I'll go with you," Rickard told him. A hardly perceptible purple glow pervaded the air in the room of the healthways. Perhaps 20 men lay about, naked, under the ray tubes. Charles stripped it himself and selected the space under a vacant tube. Rickard, for his part, wanted to get back to the viewport and watch the one new bright star. He had the distinct notion it was growing larger every moment. He turned to go, but the door clicked shut, and a metallic voice said, 15 minutes under the tubes, please." Rickard muttered to himself and undressed. The world had begun to annoy him. Now why shouldn't a man be permitted to do what he wanted, when he wanted to do it? There was a strange thought, and Rickard's brain whirled once more down the tortuous course of half-formed questions and unsatisfactory answers. He had even wondered what it was like to get hurt. No one ever got hurt. Once, here in this same ray room, he had had the impulse to hurl himself head first against the wall, just to see what would happen. But something soft had cushioned the impact. Something which had come to being just for the moment, and then abruptly passed into non-being again. Something which was as impalpable as air. Rickard had been stopped in this action, although there was no real authority to stop him. This puzzled him, because somehow he felt that there should have been authority. A long time ago, the reading machine in the library had told him of the elders, a meaningless term, who had governed the world. They told you to do something, and you did it. But that was silly, because no one told you to do anything. You only listened to the buzzer. And Rickard could remember the rest of what the reading machine had said. There had been a revolt, again a term without any real meaning, a term that could have no reality outside of the reading machine, and the elders were overthrown. Here Rickard had been lost utterly. The people had decided that they did not know where they were going, or why, and that it was unfair that the elders alone had this authority. They were born, and they lived, and they died as the elders directed, like little cogs in a great machine. Much of this Rickard could not understand, but he knew enough to realize that the reading machine had sided with the people against the elders, and it said the people had won. Now in the health room, Rickard felt a warmth in the rays. Grudgingly, he had to admit to himself that it was not unpleasant. He could see the look of easy contentment in Charles' face as the rays fanned down upon him, bathing his old body in a forgotten magic which, many generations before Rickard's time, had negated the necessity for a knowledge of medicine. But when in another 10 years Charles would perish of old age, the rays would no longer suffice. Nothing would, for Charles. Rickard often thought of his own death, still 75 years in the future, not without a sense of alarm. Yet old Charles seemed heedless, with only a decade to go. Under the tube at Rickard's left lay Quifer. The man was short and heavy through the shoulders and chest, and he had a lame foot. Every time Rickard looked at that foot, it was with a sense of satisfaction. True, this was the only case of its kind, the exception to the rule, but it proved the world was not perfect. Rickard was guiltily glad when he saw Quifer limp. But if anyone else saw it, he never said a word, not even Quifer. Now Quifer said, "I've been reading again, Rickard." "Yes?" Almost no one read any more, and the library was heavy with the smell of dust. Reading represented initiative on the part of Quifer. It meant that in the 2 unoccupied hours before sleep, he went to the library and listened to the reading machine. Everyone else simply sat about and talked, That was the custom. Everyone did it. But if he wasn't reading himself, Rickard usually went to sleep. All the people ever talked about was what they had done during the day, and it was always the same.
"Yes," said Cryfer. "I found a book about the stars. They are also called astronomy, I think."
This was a new thought to Rickard, and he propped his head up on one elbow. "What did you find out?"
"That's about all. They're just called astronomy, I think."
"Well, where's the book? Rickard would read it tomorrow."
"I left it in the library. You can find several of them under astronomy with a cross-reference under stars. They're synonymous terms."
"You know," Rickard said, sitting up now, "the stars in the viewport are changing."
"Changing?"
Cryfer questioned the fuzzy concept as much as he questioned what it might mean in this particular case. "Yes, there are less of them, and one is bigger and brighter than the others."
"Astronomy says some stars are variable,"
Cryfer offered, but Rickard knew his lame-footed companion understood the word no better than he did. Over on Rickard's right, Charles began to dress. "Variability," he told them, "is a contradictory term. Nothing is variable. It can't be."
"I'm only saying what I read in the book,"
Cryfer protested mildly. "Well, it's wrong. Variability and change are two words without meaning."
"People grow old,"
Rickard suggested. A buzzer signified that his 15 minutes under the rays were up, and Charles said, "It's almost time for me to eat." Rickard frowned. Charles hadn't even seen a connection between the two concepts, yet it was so clear. Nor was it. He had had it a moment ago, but now it faded, and change and old were just two words. His own buzzer sounded a moment later, and it was with a strange feeling of elation that he dressed and made his way back to the viewport. When he passed the door which led to the women's half of the world, however, he paused. He wanted to open that door and see a woman. He had been told about them, and he had seen pictures, and he dimly remembered his childhood among women. But his feelings had changed. This was different. Again, there were inexplicable feelings, strange channelings of Rickard's energy in new and confusing directions. He shrugged and reserved the thought for later. He wanted to see the stars again. The view had changed, and the strangeness of it made Rickard's pulses leap with excitement. All the stars were paler now than before, and where Rickard had seen the one bright central star, he now saw a globe of light, white with a tinge of blue in it, and so bright that it hurt his eyes to look. Yes, hurt. Rickard looked and looked, until his eyes teared, and he had to turn away. Here was an unknown factor which the perfect world failed to control. But how could a star change into a blinking blue-white globe, if indeed that was the star Rickard had seen earlier? There was that word change again. Didn't it have something to do with age? Rickard couldn't remember, and he suddenly wished he could read Cryfer's book on astronomy, which meant the same as stars, except that it was variable, which was like change being tied up somehow with age. Presently, Rickard became aware that his eyes were not tearing any longer, and he turned to look at the viewport. What he saw now was so new they couldn't at first accept it. Instead, he blinked and rubbed his eyes, sure that the ball of blue-white fire somehow had damaged them, but the new view persisted. Of stars there were few, and of the blackness almost nothing. Gone, too, was the burning globe. Something loomed there in the port, so huge that it spread out over almost the entire surface. Something big and round, all greys and greens and browns, and something for which Rickard had no name. A few moments more, and Rickard no longer could see the sphere. A section of it had expanded outward, and assumed the rectangular shape of the viewport, and its size as well. It seemed neatly sheared down the middle, so that on one side Rickard saw an expanse of brown and green, and on the other, blue. Startled, Rickard leaped back. The sullen roar in the rear of the world had ceased abruptly. Instead, an ominous silence, broken at regular intervals by sharp booming. Change. "Won't you eat, Rickard?" Charles called from somewhere down below. "Damn the man," Rickard thought, then aloud, "Yes, I'll eat. Later." "It's time." Charles' voice trailed off again, impotently. But Rickard forgot the old man completely. A new idea occurred to him, and for a while he struggled with it. What he saw, what he had always seen, except that now there was the added factor of change, perhaps did not exist in the viewport. Maybe it existed through the viewport. It was maddening. Rickard turned again to the port, where he could see nothing but an obscuring cloud of white vapor, murky, swirling, more confusing than ever. "Charles," he called, remembering. "Come here." "I am here," said a voice at his elbow. Rickard whirled on the little figure and pointed to the swirling cloud of vapor. "What do you see?" Charles looked. "The viewport, of course." "What else?" "Else? Nothing." Anger welled up inside Rickard. "All right," he said. "Listen. What do you hear?" "Broom, broom, broom." Charles imitated the intermittent blasting of the engines. "I'm hungry, Rickard." The old man turned and strode off down the corridor toward the dining room, and Rickard was glad to be alone once more. Now the vapor had departed, except for a few tenuous wisps. For a moment Rickard thought he could see the gardens rearward in the world. But that was silly. What were the gardens doing in the viewport? Besides, Rickard had the distinct feeling that here was something far vaster than the gardens, although all of it existed in the viewport, which was no wider than the length of his body. The gardens, moreover, did not jump and dance before his eyes the way the viewport gardens did. Nor did they spin. Nor did the trees grow larger with every jolt. Rickard sat down hard. He blinked. The world had come to rest on the garden of the viewport. For a whole week that view did not change, and Rickard had come to accept it as fact. There, through the viewport and in it, was a garden larger than the entire world, a garden of plants which Rickard had never seen before, although he had always liked to stroll through the world's garden, and he had come to know every plant well. Nevertheless, it was a garden. He told Charles, but Charles had responded, "It is the viewport." Cryfer, on the other hand, wasn't so sure. "It looks like the garden," he admitted to Rickard, "but why should the garden be in the viewport?" Somehow Rickard knew the question for a healthy sign, but he could not tell them of his most amazing thought of all. The change in the viewport could mean only one thing. The world had been walking. The word seemed all wrong to Rickard, but he could think of no other unless it were running. The world had been walking somewhere. That somewhere was the garden, and the world had arrived. "It is an old picture of the garden," Charles suggested, "and the plants are different." "And they've changed?" "No, merely different." "Well, what about the viewport? It's changed. Where are the stars? Where are they, Charles, if it did not change?" "The stars come out at night." "So there is a change from day to night?" "I didn't say that. The stars simply shine at night. Why should they shine during the day when the world wants them to shine only at night?" "Once they shine all the time." "Naturally," said Cryfer, becoming interested. "They are variable." Rickard regretted that he never had had the chance to read that book on astronomy. He hadn't been reading too much lately. The voice of the reading machine had begun to bore him. He said, "Well, variable or not, our whole perspective has changed." And when Charles looked away in disinterest, Rickard became angry. If only the man would realize, if only anyone would realize. It all seemed so obvious. If he, Rickard, walked from one part of the world to another, it was with a purpose. To eat, or to sleep, or perhaps to bathe in the healthways. Now, if the world had walked from somewhere, through the vast star-speckled darkness, and to the great garden outside, this also was purposeful. The world had arrived at the garden for a reason. But if everyone lived as if the world still stood in blackness, how could they find the nature of that purpose? "I will eat," Charles said, breaking Rickard's reverie. Damn the man, all he did was eat. Yet he did have initiative after a sort. He knew when to eat, because he was hungry. And Rickard, too, was hungry. Differently. He had long wondered about the door in the back of the library, and now, as Cryfer sat cross-legged on one of the dusty tables, reading machine and book on astronomy or stars in his lap, Rickard approached the door. "What's in here?" he demanded. "It's a door, I think," said Cryfer. "I know, but what's beyond it?" "Beyond it? Oh, you mean through the door?" "Yes." "Well," Cryfer scratched his head, "I don't think anyone ever opened it. It's only a door." "I will," said Rickard. "You will what?" "Open it. Open the door and look inside." A long pause, then, "Can you do it?" "I think so." "You can't, probably. How can anyone go where no one has been before? There's nothing. It just isn't. It's only a door, Rickard." "No," Rickard began. But the words faded off into a sharp intake of breath. Rickard had turned to the knob and pushed. The door opened silently, and Cryfer said, "Doors are variable, too, I think." Rickard saw a small room, perhaps half a dozen paces across, at the other end of which was another door, just like the first. Halfway across, Rickard heard a voice not unlike that of the reading machine. He missed the beginning, but then, "Therefore, permit no unauthorized persons to go through this door. The machinery in the next room is your protection against the rigors of space. 1,000 years from now, journey's end. You may have discarded it for something better, who knows, but if you have not, then here is your protection, as nearly as possible. This ship is a perfect, self-sustaining world. It is more than that. It is human-sustaining as well. Try to hurt yourself, and the ship will not permit it, within limits, of course. But you can damage the ship, and to avoid any possibility of that, no unauthorized persons are to be permitted through this door." Rickard gave the voice up as hopeless. There were too many confusing words. What in the world was an unauthorized person? More interesting than that, however, was the second door. Would it lead to another voice? Rickard hoped that it wouldn't. When he opened the door, a strange new noise filled his ears, a gentle humming punctuated by a throb, 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 which sounded not unlike the booming of the engines last week, except that this new sound didn't blast nearly so loudly against his eardrums. And what met Rickard's eyes? He blinked and looked again, but it was still there. Cogs and gears and wheels and nameless things, all strange and beautiful, because they shone with a luster unfamiliar to him. "Odd," Rickard said aloud. Then he thought, "Now there's a good word, but no one seems to know its meaning." Odder still was the third door. Rickard suddenly thought there might exist an endless succession of them, especially when the third one opened on a bare tunnel, which led to yet another door. Only this one was different. In it, Rickard saw the viewport. But how? The viewport stood on the other end of the world. It did seem smaller, and although it looked out on the garden, Rickard sensed that the topography was different. Then the garden extended even farther than he had thought. It was endless, extending all the way to a ridge of mounds way off in the distance. And this door one could walk through into the garden. Rickard put his hand on the door, all the while watching the garden through the new viewport. He began to turn the handle. Then he trembled. What would you do out in the garden? He couldn't go alone. He'd die of the strangeness. It was a silly thought. No one ever died of anything until he was 100. Rickard couldn't fathom the rapid thumping of his heart, and Rickard's mouth felt dry. He wanted to swallow, but couldn't. Slowly he took his hand off the door lever. He made his way back through the tunnel, and then through the room of machinery, and finally through the little room with the confusing voice to Clifford. By the time he reached the lame-footed man, Rickard was running. He did not dare once to look back. He stood shaking at Clifford's side, and sweat covered him in a clammy film. He never wanted to look at the garden again, but when he knew there was a door through which he could walk and then might find himself in the garden. 3 or 4 days passed before Rickard calmed himself enough to talk about his experience. When he did, only Clifford seemed at all interested. Yet the lame-footed man's mind was inadequate to cope with the situation. He suggested that the viewport might also be variable, and Rickard found himself wishing that his friend had never read that book on astronomy. Charles did not believe Rickard at all. "There are not that many doors in the world," he said. "The library has a door, and there's a door to the women's quarters. In 5 years a calculator will send you through that, but there are no others." Charles smiled an indulgent smile, and Rickard came nearer to him. "Now, by the world, there are 2 other doors," Rickard began to shout, and everyone looked at him queerly. "What are you doing that for?" demanded Wilm, who was shorter even than Clifford, but had no lame foot. "Doing what?" "Speaking so loudly of Charles, who is close, obviously has no trouble hearing you." "Maybe yelling will make him understand." Clifford hobbled about on his good foot, doing a meaningless little jig. "Why don't we go see?" he suggested. Then, confused, he frowned. "Well, I won't go," Charles replied. "There's no reason to go. If Rickard had been imagining things, why should I? I imagine nothing. I'll show you. You'll show me nothing, 'cause I won't go." Rickard grabbed Charles' blouse with his big fist. Then, startled by what he did, his hands began to tremble. But he held on. He tugged at the blouse. "Stop that," said the older man mildly. Clifford hopped up and down. "Look what Rickard's doing! I don't know what he's doing, but look! He's holding Charles's blouse!" "Stop that," repeated Charles, his face reddening. "Only if you'll go with me," Rickard was panting. Charles tugged at his wrist. By this time a crowd had gathered. Some of them watched Clifford jump up and down, but most of them watched Rickard holding Charles's blouse. "I think I can do that," declared Wilm, clutching a fistful of Clifford's shirt. Presently the members of the crowd had pretty well paired off, each partner grabbing for his companion's blouse. They giggled and laughed, and some began to hop up and down, as Cryfer had done. A buzzer sounded, and automatically Rickard found himself releasing Charles. Charles said, forgetting the incident completely, "Time to retire." In a moment the room was cleared. Rickard stood alone. He cleared his throat and listened to the sound, all by itself in the stillness. What would have happened if they hadn't retired? But they always did things punctually like that. Whenever the buzzer sounded, they ate with the buzzer, bathed in the health rays with it, slept with it. What would they do if the buzzer stopped buzzing? This frightened Rickard, although he didn't know why. He'd like it, though. Maybe then he could take them outside with him to the big garden of the two viewports, and then he wouldn't be afraid because he could huddle close to them and he wouldn't be alone. Rickard heard the throbbing again as he stood in the room of the machinery. For a long time he watched the wheels and cogs and gears spinning and humming. He watched for he knew not how long, and then he began to wonder. If he destroyed the wheels and the cogs and the gears, would the buzzer stop? It probably would, because as Rickard saw it, he was clearly an unauthorized person. He had heard the voice again upon entering the room. He found a metal rod, bright and shiny, 3 foot long and half as wide as his arm. He tugged at it, and it came loose from the wires that held it in place. He hefted it carefully for a moment, and then he swung the bar into the mass of metal. Each time he heard a grinding, crashing sound. He looked as the gears and cogs and wheels crumbled under his blows, shattered by the strength of his arm. Almost casually he strode about the room, but his blows were not casual. Soon his easy strides had given way to frenzied running. Rickard smashed everything in sight. When the lights winked out, he stopped. Anyway, by that time the room was a shambles of twisted, broken metal. He laughed, softly at first, but presently he was roaring, and the sound doubled and redoubled in his ears, because now the throbbing had stopped. He opened the door and ran through the little corridor to the smaller viewport. Outside he could see the stars, and dimly the terrain beneath him, but everything was so dark that only the stars shone clearly. All else was bathed in a shadow of unreality. Rickard never wanted to do anything more than he wanted to open that door, but his hands trembled too much when he touched it, and once when he pressed his face close against the viewport there in the darkness, something bright flashed briefly through the sky and was gone. Whimpering, he fled. All around Rickard were darkness and hunger and thirst. The buzzer did not sound because Rickard had silenced it forever, and no one went to eat or drink. Rickard himself had fumbled through the blackness and the whimpering to the dining room, his tongue dry and swollen, but the smooth belt that flowed with water and with savory dishes did not run any more. The machinery, Rickard realized, also was responsible for food. Charles said over and over, "I'm hungry." "We will eat and we will drink when the buzzer tells us," Willem replied confidently. "It won't any more," Rickard said. "What won't?" "The buzzer will not sound again. I broke it." Tryfer growled. "I know. You shouldn't have done it. That was a bad thing you did, Rickard." "It was not bad. The world has moved through the blackness and the stars, and now we should go outside to live in the big garden there beyond the viewport." "That's ridiculous," Charles said. Even Cryfer now was angry at Rickard. "You broke the buzzer and no one can eat. I hate Rickard, I think." There was a lot of noise in the darkness, and someone else said, "I hate Rickard." Then everyone was saying it. Rickard was sad. Soon he would die, because no one would go outside with him. He could not go outside alone. In 5 more years he would have had a woman, too. He wondered if it was dark and hungry in the women's quarters. Did women eat? Perhaps they ate plants. Once in the garden Rickard had broken off a frond and tasted it. It had been bitter, but not unpleasant. Maybe the plants in the viewport would even be better. "We will not be hungry if we go outside," he said. "We can eat there." "We can eat if the buzzer sounds, but it is broken," Charles said dully. Cryfer shrilled. "Maybe it's only variable and will buzz again." "No," Rickard assured him. "It won't." "Then you broke it and I hate you," said Cryfer. "We should break you too to show you how it is to be broken." "We must go outside through the viewport." Rickard listened to the odd gurgling sound his stomach made. A hand reached out in the darkness and grabbed at his head. He heard Cryfer's voice. "I have Rickard's head." The voice was nasty, hostile. Cryfer more than anyone had been his friend, but now that he had broken the machinery, Cryfer was his enemy, because Cryfer came nearer to understanding the situation than anyone, except Rickard. The hand reached out again, and it struck Rickard hard across the face. "I hit him! I hit him!" Other hands reached out, and Rickard stumbled. He fell, and then someone was on top of him, and he struggled. He rolled and was up again, and he did not like the sound of the angry voices. Someone said, "Let's do to Rickard what he did to the machinery." Rickard ran. In the darkness his feet prodded many bodies. There were those who were too weak to rise. Rickard, too, felt a strange lightheadedness and a gnawing hurt in his stomach. But it didn't matter. He heard the angry voices and the feet pounding behind him, and he wanted only to get away. It was dark and he was hungry, and everyone who was strong enough to run was chasing him. But every time he thought of the garden outside and how big it was, the darkness and the hunger and the people chasing him were unimportant. It was so big that it would swallow him up completely and positively. He became sickly giddy thinking about it. But if he didn't open the door and go into the garden outside, he would die, because he had no food, no water, and his stomach gurgled and grumbled and hurt, and everyone was chasing him. He stumbled through the darkness and felt his way back to the library, through the inner door and into the room with the voice, but the voice didn't speak this time, through its door and into the place of machinery. Behind him he could hear the voices at the first door, and he thought for a moment that no one would come after him, but he heard Clifford yell something, and then feet pounding in the passage. Rickard tripped over something and sprawled awkwardly across the floor. He felt a sharp hurt in his head, and when he reached up to touch it with his hands there in the darkness, his fingers came away wet. He got up slowly and opened the next door. The voices behind him were closer now. Light streamed in through the viewport. After the darkness had frightened Rickard and made his eyes smart, and he could hear those behind him retreating to a safe distance. But their voices were not far away, and he knew they would come after him because they wanted to break him. Rickard looked out upon the garden, and he trembled. Out there was life. The garden stretched off in unthinkable immensity to the cluster of low mounds against the bright blue which roofed the many plants. If plants could live out there as they did within the world, then so could people. Rickard and his people should. This was why the world had moved across the darkness and the stars for all Rickard's lifetime and more. But he was afraid. He reached up and grasped the handle of the door, and he saw that his fingers were red with the wetness which had come from his hurt head. Slowly he slipped to the cool floor. How his head was burning, and for a long time he lay there, thinking he would never rise again. Inside he heard the voices again, and soon a foot and then another pounded on the metal of the passage. He heard Clifford's voice louder than the rest. "There was Rickard on the floor!" Tugging at the handle of the door, Rickard pulled himself upright. Something small and brown scurried across the other side of the viewport, and Rickard imagined it turned to look at him with two hideous red eyes. Rickard screamed and hurtled back through the corridor, and his face was so terrible in the light streaming in through the viewport that everyone fled before him. He stumbled again in the place of the machinery, and down on his hands and knees he fondled the bits of metal which he could see in the dim light through the open door. "Where's the buzzer?" he sobbed. "I must find the buzzer." Clifford's voice from the darkness inside said, "You broke it! You broke it! And now we will break you!" Rickard got up and ran. He reached the door again, and then he slipped down against it, exhausted. Behind him the voices and the footsteps came, and soon he saw Clifford's head peer in through the passageway. Then there were others, and then they were walking toward him. His head whirled, and the viewport seemed to swim in a haze. Could it be variable, as Clifford had suggested? He wondered if the scurrying brown thing waited somewhere, and nausea struck at the pit of his stomach. But if the plants could live out there, and the scurrying thing could live, and that was why the world had moved through the blackness, and so could he live out there, and Clifford and all the others. So tightly did he grip the handle that his fingers began to hurt, and his heart pounded hard, and he felt the pulses leaping on either side of his neck. He stared out into the garden and off into the distance where the blue-white globe, which might have been a star, stood just above the row of mounds. Clifford was tugging at him, trying to pull him away from the door, and someone was grabbing at his legs, trying to make him fall. He kicked out and the hands let go, and then he turned the handle and shoved the weight of his body with all his strength against the door. It opened, and he stepped outside into the warmth. The air was fresh, fresher than any air Rickard had ever breathed. He walked around aimlessly, touching the plants and bending down to feel the floor, and sometimes he looked at the blue-white globe and horizon. It was all very beautiful. Near the ship, water that did not come from a machine gurgled across the land, and Rickard lay down and drank. It was cool and good, and when he got up, Clifford and Wilm were outside the world, and some of the others followed. They stood around for a long time before going to the water to drink. Rickard sat down and tore off a piece of a plant, munching on it. It was good. Clifford picked his head up from the water, his chin wet. "Even feelings are variable. I don't hate you now, Rickard." Rickard smiled, staring at the ship. "People are variable too, Clifford. That is, if those creatures coming from the ship are people." "They're women," said Clifford. They were strangely shaped in some ways, and yet in others completely human, and their voices were high, like singing. Rickard found them oddly exciting. He liked them. He liked the garden for all its hugeness. With so many people, and especially now with women, he was not afraid. It was much better than the small world of machinery, buzzer, frightening doors, and women by appointment only. Rickard felt at home.
End of story 2. Story 3 of The Furthest Reaches. Of Space! Ed Reed Short Sci-fi, Volume 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Meek, Musketeer, by Clifford D. Simak. Now that he'd done it, Oliver Meek found the thing he'd done hard to explain. Under the calm, inquiring eyes of Mr. Richard Belmont, president of Lunar Exports, Inc., he stammered a little before he could get started. "For years," he finally said, "I've been planning a trip." "But, Oliver," said Belmont, "we would give you a leave of absence. You'll be back. There's no reason to resign." Oliver Meek shuffled his feet and looked uncomfortable, a little guilty. "Maybe I won't be back," he declared. "You see, it isn't just an ordinary trip. It may take a long, long time. Something might happen. I'm going out to see the solar system." Belmont laughed lightly, reared back in his chair, matching fingertips. "Oh, yes, one of the tours. Nothing dangerous about them, nothing at all. You needn't worry about that. I went on one a couple of years ago. Mighty interesting." "Not one of the tours," interrupted Meek. "Not for me. I have a ship of my own." Belmont thumped forward in his chair, looking almost startled. "A ship of your own?" "Yes, sir," Oliver admitted, squirming uncomfortably. "Over 30 years I've saved for it. For it and the other things I'll need. It sort of got to be, well, an obsession, you might say." "I see," said Belmont. "You planned it?" "Yes, sir. I planned it." Which was a masterpiece of understatement. For Belmont could not know, and Oliver Meek, stoop-shouldered, white-haired bookkeeper, could not tell of those 30 years of thrift and dreams. 30 years of watching ships of the void taking off from the spaceport, just outside the window where he sat hunched over ledgers and calculators. 30 years of catching scraps of talk from the men who ran those ships. Men and ships with the alien dust of far-off planets still clinging to their skins. Ships with strange marks and scars upon them, and men with strange words upon their tongues. 30 years of reducing high adventure to cold figures. 30 years of recording strange cargoes and stranger tales into account. 30 years of watching through a window while rockets outbound dug molten pits into the field. 30 years of being on the edge, the very fringe of life, but never in it. Nor could Belmont have guessed or Meek formed in words the romanticism that glowed within the middle-aged bookkeeper's heart. A thing that sometimes hurt, something earthbound that forever cried for space. For the night classes Oliver Meek had attended to learn the theory of space navigation, and after that more classes to gain an understanding of the motors and controls that drove the ships between the planets. Nor how he had stood before the mirror in his room, hour after hour, practicing, perfecting the art of pistol handling, nor of the afternoons he had spent at the shooting gallery, nor of the nights he had read avidly, soaking up the lore and information and colour of those other worlds that seemed to beckon him. "How old are you, Oliver?" asked Belmont. 50 next month, sir," Meek answered. "I wish you were taking one of the passenger ships," said Belmont. "Now, one of those tours aren't so bad. They're comfortable, and—" Meek shook his head, and there was a stubborn glint in the weak blue eyes behind the thick-lensed glasses. "No tour for me, sir. I'm going to some of those places the tours never take you. I've missed a lot in these 30 years. I waited a long time, and now I'm going out and see the things I've dreamed about." Oliver Meek pushed open the swing doors of the Silver Moon and stepped timidly inside. Just through the door he stopped and stared, for the place hit him squarely in the face. The acrid smoke of Venusian leaf, the high-pitched laughter of the Martian dancing girls, the soft whir of wheels, the click of balls as they bounced around the spinning wheels, the clatter of poker chips, the odor of strange liquors, the chirping and growling of a dozen tongues, the strange exotic music of Ganymede. Meek blinked through his heavy lenses, moved forward cautiously. In the far corner of the place stood a table occupied by one man, an old grizzled veteran of the asteroids with his muzzle in a flagon of cheap beer. Meek sidled toward the table, drew out a chair. "Do you mind if I sit here?" he asked, and old Stiffy Grant choked on a mouthful of beer in his amazement. "Go ahead, stranger," he finally croaked. "I don't give a dang. I don't own the joint." Meek sat down on the edge of the chair. His eyes swept the room. He smelled the smoke, the raw liquor, the sweat-stained clothing of the men, the cheap perfumery of the dancing girls. He shifted his gun belt so the two energy pistols hung more easily and cautiously slid further back upon the chair. So this was Asteroid City on Juno, the place he'd read about, the place the pulp paper writers used as background for their more lurid tales. This was the place where guns flamed and men were found dead in the streets, and a girl or a game of chance or just one spoken word could start a fight. The tours didn't include places such as this. They took one to the nice, civilized places, towns like Gustapan on Mars, and Radium City on Venus, and out to Satellite City on Ganymede. Civilized, polished places, places hardly different than New York or Chicago or Denver back home. But this was different. Here one could sense something that made the blood run faster, made a thrill scamper up one's spine. "You're new here, ain't you?" asked Stiffy. Meek jumped, then recovered his composure. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I am. I always wanted to see this place. I read about it." "Ever read about an asteroid prowler?" asked Stiffy. "I believe I have somewhere in the magazine section. A crazy story." "It ain't crazy," protested Stiffy. "I saw one of 'em this afternoon right here on Juno. None of these dad-blamed fools will believe me." Furtively, Meek studied the man opposite him. He didn't seem to be such a bad fellow, almost like any other human being. A little rough, maybe, but a good fellow just the same. "Say," he suggested impulsively, "maybe you'd have a drink with me." "You're Dan tootin'," agreed Stiffy. "I never turn down no drinks." "You order it," said Meek. Stiffy bawled across the room. "Hey, Joe, bring us a couple snorts." "What kind of animal was this you were speaking of?" asked Meek. "Asteroid prowler," said Stiffy. "Most of these hoodlums don't think there is one, but I know different. I saw him this afternoon, and he was the dad-blamest thing I ever laid my hands on. He boiled right out from behind a rock and started coming after me. I let him have one in the face, but didn't even nick him. Full power, too. When that happened, I didn't waste no more time. I took it on the lam, got to my ship, and got out of there." "What did he look like?" Stiffy leaned across the table and wagged a forefinger solemnly. "Mister, you won't believe me when I tell you, but it's the truth, so help me. He had a beak and eyes. Danged if them eyes weren't something. They were reaching out and trying to grab you. Not really reaching you, you know, but there was something in them that tried to talk to you. Big as plates, and they shimmered like there was fire inside of them. Those dod-watted rock blasters have laughed at me when I told them about it. Insinuated I held the truth lightly, they did. Laughed their fool heads off. It's pretty near as big as an house, that animal, and it's got a body like a barrel. It's got a long neck and a little head with big teeth. It's got a tail, too, and it's kind of set close to the ground. You see, I was out looking for the lost mine." "Lost mine? Sure ain't you ever heard of the lost mine?" Stiffy blew beer in amazement. Oliver Meek shook his head, feeling that probably he was the victim of tales reserved for the greenest of the tender fruit, not knowing what he could do about it if he were. Stiffy settled more solidly in his chair. "The lost mine story," he declared, "has been going around for years. Seems a couple of fellas found it a few years after the first dome was built. They came in and told about it, stocked up with grub and went out. They never did come back." He leaned across the table. "You know what I think?" he demanded gustily. "No," said Meek. "What do you think?" "The prowler got 'em," Stiffy said triumphantly. "How could there be a lost mine?" asked Meek. "Asteroid City is one of the first mining domes built out here. There was no prospecting done until about that time." Stiffy shook his head, waggling his beard. "How should I know?" he defended himself. "Maybe some early space traveller set down here, dug a mine, never got back to Earth to tell about it." "But Juno is only 118 miles in diameter," Meek argued. "If there'd been a mine, someone would have found it." Stiffy snorted. "That's all you know about it, stranger. Only 118 miles, sure. but 118 miles the worst damned country man ever set a boot on, mostly up and down. The drinks came, the bartender slapping them down on the table before them. Meek gasped first at their price, then choked on the drink itself. But he smothered the choke manfully and asked, "What kind of stuff is this?" "Bocker," replied Stiffy. "Good old Martian bocker. Puts air on your chest." He gulped his drink with gusto, blew noisily through his whiskers, eyed Meek disapprovingly. "Don't you like it?" he demanded. "Sure," lied Meek. "Sure I like it." He shut his eyes and poured the liquor into his mouth, gulped fiercely, desperately, almost strangling. Said Stiffy, "Tell you what let's do. Let's get into a game." Meek opened his mouth to accept the invitation, then closed it, caution stealing over him. After all, he didn't know much about this place. Maybe he'd better go a little easy, at least at first. He shook his head. "No, I'm not very good at cards. Just a few games of penny ante now and then." Stiffy looked his disbelief. "Penny ante?" he said, then guffawed as if he sensed humour in what Meek had said. "Say you're good," he roared. "Don't suppose you can use them lightning throws of yours either." "Some," admitted Meek. "Practised in front of a looking-glass a little." He wondered why Stiffy rolled in his chair with mirth until tears ran down into his whiskers. Stiffy held a full house, aces with kings, and his eyes had the look of a cat stalking a saucerful of cream. There were only two in the game, Stiffy and an oily gentleman called Luke. As the stakes mounted and the game grew hotter, the others at the table dropped out. Standing behind Stiffy, Oliver Meek watched in awe, scarcely breathing. Here was life, the kind of life one would never have dreamed of back in the little cubbyhole, with its calculators and dusty books at Lunar Exports, Inc. In the space of an hour he had seen more money pass across the table than he had ever owned in all his life. Pots that climbed and pyramided. Fortunes gambled on the flip of a single card. But there was something else, too, something wrong about the dealing. He couldn't figure quite what it was, but he had read an article about how gamblers dealt the cards when they didn't aim to give the other fellow quite an even break. And there had been something about Luke stealing, something that he had read about in that article. Across the table, Luke grimaced. "I'll have to call you," he announced. "I'm afraid you're too strong for me." Stiffy slapped down his hand triumphantly. "That's that, dang you," he exulted. "That kind of cards I've been waiting for all night." He reached out a gnarled hand to rake in the coins, but Luke stopped him with a gesture. "Sorry," he said. He flipped the cards down slowly, one at a time. First a tray, then a 4, and then 3 more 4s. Stiffy gulped, reached for the bottle. But even as he did, Oliver Meek reached out and placed his hand upon the money on the table, fingers wide spread. He'd remembered what he had read in that article. "Just a minute, gentlemen," he said. "I've remembered something." Silence thudded in the room. Meek looked across the table straight into the eyes of Luke. Luke said, "You better explain yourself, mister." Meek suddenly was flustered. "Well, maybe I acted too hastily. It really was nothing. I just noticed something about the deal." Luke jerked erect, kicking his chair away with a single motion of rising. The crowd suddenly surged away out of the line of fire. The bartender ducked behind the bar. Stiffy flung himself with a howl out of his chair, skidded along the floor. Meek, suddenly straightening from the table, saw Luke's hand streaking for the gun at his belt, and in a split second he realized that here he faced a situation that demanded action. He didn't think about those days of practice in front of the mirror. He didn't call upon a single iota of the gun law he had read in hundreds of books. His mind, for a bare instant, was almost a blank, but he acted as if by instinct. His hands moved like driving pistons, snapped the twin guns from their holsters, heaved them clear of leather, grabbed them in mid-air. He saw Luke's gun muzzle swinging up, tilted down the muzzle of his own left gun, pressed the activator. There was a screeching hiss, a streak of blue that crackled in the air, and the gun that Luke held in his hand was suddenly red-hot. But Meek wasn't watching Luke. His eyes were for the crowd, and even as he pressed the firing button, he saw a hand pick a bottle off the bar, lift it to throw. The gun in his right hand shrieked, and the bottle smashed into a million pieces. The liquor turned to steam. Slowly Meek backed away, his tread almost cat-like, his weak blue eyes like cold ice behind the thick-lensed spectacles, his hunched shoulders still hunched, his lean jaw like a steel trap. He felt the wall at his back and stopped. Out in the room before him no one stirred. Luke stood like a statue, gripping his right hand, badly burned by the smoking gun that lay at his feet. Luke's face was a mask of hatred. The rest of them simply stared at this outlander. A man who wore clothing such as the asteroid belt had never seen before. A man who looked as if he might be a clerk or even a retired farmer out on a holiday. A man with glasses and hunched shoulders and a skin that had never known the touch of sun in space. And yet a man who had given Luke Blaine a head start for his gun, had beaten him to the draw, had burned the gun out of his hand. Oliver Meek heard himself speaking, but he couldn't believe it was himself. It was as if some other person had taken command of his tongue, was forcing it to speak. He hardly recognized his voice, for it was hard and brittle and sounded far away. It was saying, "Does anyone else want to argue with me?" It was immediately apparent no one did. Chapter 2. Oliver Meek tried to explain it carefully, but it was hard when people are so insistent. Hard, too, to collect his thoughts so early in the day. He sat on the edge of the bed, white hair tousled, his nightshirt wrinkled, his bony legs sticking out beneath it. "But I'm not a gunfighter," he declared. "I'm just on a holiday. I never shot a man before in all my life. I can't imagine what came over me." The Reverend Harold Brown brushed his argument aside. "Don't you see, sir," he insisted, "what you can do for us? These hoodlums will respect you. You can clean up the town for us. Blackie Hoffman and his mob run the place. They make decent government and decent living impossible. They levy protection tribute on every businessman. They rob and cheat the miners and prospectors who come here. They maintain vice conditions." "All you have to do," said Andrew Smith brightly, "is run Blackie and his gang out of town." "But," protested Meek, "you don't understand. 5 years ago," Reverend Brown went on, disregarding him, "I would have hesitated to pit force against force. It is not my way nor the way of the church. But for 5 years I've tried to bring the gospel to this place. I've worked for better conditions, and each year I see them steadily getting worse." "This could be a swell place," enthused Smith, "if we could get rid of the undesirables. Fine opportunities, capital will come in, decent people could settle. We could have some civic improvements, maybe a Rotary Club." Meek wiggled his toes despairingly. "You would earn the eternal gratitude of Asteroid City," urged the Reverend Brown. "We've tried it before, but it never worked." "You always killed a man," Smith explained, "or he got scared, or they bought him off." "We never had a man like you before," the Reverend Brown declared. "Luke Blaine is a notorious gunman. No one ever before has been able to beat him to—" "There must be some mistake," insisted Meek. "I'm just a bookkeeper. I don't know a thing." "We'd swear you in as marshal," said Smith. "The office is vacant now. Has been for 3 months or more. We can't find anyone to take it." "And I'm not staying long," protested Meek. "I'm leaving pretty soon. I just want to try to get a look at the asteroid prowler and scout around to see if I can't find some old rocks I read about once." The two visitors stared open-mouthed at him. Meek brightened. "You've heard about those old rocks, maybe? Some funny inscriptions on them. Fellow who found them thought they hadn't been made recently, probably just before Earthmen first came here. But no one can read them. Maybe some other race from somewhere far away." "But it won't take you long," pleaded Smith. "We've got warrants for all of them. All you've got to do is serve them." "Look," said Meek in desperation, "you've got me wrong. It must have been an accident shooting that gun out of Mr. Blaine's hand." Meek felt dull anger stirring within him. What right did these people have of insisting that he help them with their troubles? What did they think he was, a desperado, a space runner, another gangster, just because he'd been lucky at the Silver Moon? "By gosh," he declared flatly, "I just won't do it." They looked pained, rose reluctantly. "I suppose you shouldn't have expected that you would," said the Reverend Brown bitingly. The Silver Moon was quiet. The bartender was languidly wiping the top of the bar. A Venusian boy was as languidly sweeping out. The dancing girls were gone. The music was silent. Stiffy and Oliver Meek were among the few customers. Stiffy gulped a drink and blew fiercely through his whiskers. "Oliver," he said, "you sure are a ringtail bearcat with them guns of yours. I wonder, would you tell me how you do it?" "Look here, Mr. Grant," said Meek. "I wish you'd quit talking about what I did. It was just an accident anyhow. What I'm mainly interested in is this asteroid prowler you were telling me about. Is there any chance I might find him if I went out and looked?" Stiffy choked, almost purple with astonishment. "Good gravy," he said. "Now you want to go out and tangle with the prowler." "Not tangle with him," Meek declared. "Just look at him." "Mister," Stiffy warned, "the best way to look at that thing's with a telescope. A good, powerful telescope. The swinging doors swung open and a man walked in. The newcomer walked directly toward the table occupied by Stiffy and Meek. He halted beside it, black beard jutting fearsomely, eyes bleakly cold. "I'm Blackie Hoffman," he said. "I suppose you're Meek." He disregarded Stiffy. Meek stood up and held out his hand. "Glad to know you, Mr. Hoffman," he said. Blackie took the proffered hand in some surprise. "Seems I should know you, Meek, but I don't. Should have heard of you at some time or other. Men like you will get talked about." Meek shook his head. "I don't think you ever have. I never did anything to get talked about." "Sit down," said Hoffman, and it sounded like a command. "I gotta get going," Stiffy piped, already halfway to the door. Hoffman poured out a drink and shoved the bottle at Meek. Meek gritted his teeth and poured a short one. "No use beating around the bush," said Blackie. "We may as well get down to cases. I guess we understand one another." Oliver Meek didn't know what the other meant, but he had to say something. "I guess we do," he agreed. "All right, then," said Hoffman. "I've built up a sweet little racket here, and I don't like fellows butting in." Meek essayed to down his liquor, succeeded, gasped for breath. "Well, I could use a man like you," said Hoffman. "Luke tells me you're handy with the blasters." "I practice sometimes," Meek admitted. A smile twitched Hoffman's bearded lips. "We have the town just where we want it. The officials can't do a thing, scared to. Marshals always eat rock or skip town. Maybe you'd like to throw in with us. Not much to do, easy pickings." "I'm sorry," said Meek, "but I can't do that." "Listen, Meek," warned Hoffman. "You're either with us or you ain't. We don't like chiselers here. We know what to do with guys who try to muscle in. I don't know who you are or where you come from, but I'm telling you this straight. If you don't come in, all right. But if you stick around after tonight, I can't promise you protection." Meek was silent, mulling the threat. "You mean," he finally asked, "that you're ordering me out if I don't join your gang?" Hoffman nodded. "That, big boy, is just exactly what I mean." Slow anger and resentment ate at Meek. Who was this Hoffman to order him out of Asteroid City? This was a free solar system, wasn't it? No wonder the Reverend Brown was jittery. No wonder the decent people wanted a clean-up. Meek's anger mounted, a cold, deadly anger that shook him like a frigid hand. An anger that almost frightened him, for very seldom in his life had he been really angry. He rose slowly from the table, hitched his gun belt to a comfortable position. "The town's been without a marshal for a long time, hasn't it?" he asked. Hoffman's laugh boomed out. "You bet it has. And it's going to stay that way. The last one took it on the lam, the one before that got killed. The one before that sort of disappeared." Meek spoke slowly, weak eyes burning. "Horrible condition," he said. "Something's got to be done about it." The streets were deserted, quiet, a deadly quiet that lurked and hovered, waiting for something to happen. Oliver Meek polished his marshal's star with his coat sleeve, glanced up at the dome. Stars glittered, the light distorted by the heavy quartz. Stars in a dead black sky. Bathed in the weak starlight, the mighty walls of the canyon reared above the dome. A canyon, the only sort of place where a city could rise on one of the planetoids, for the walls protected the dome against the deadly barrage of whizzing debris that continually shrieked down from space. Those mighty cragged mountains and dizzy cliffs were pocked with the blows dealt through long eons by that hail of armor-piercing projectiles. Meek returned his gaze to the street, saw the lights of the silver moon. Nervously he felt of the papers in his inside pocket. Warrants for the arrest of John Hoffman for murder, Luke Blaine for murder, Jim Smithers for reckless shooting, Jake Loomis for assault and battery, Robert Blake for robbery. And suddenly Oliver Meek was afraid, for death waited him, he knew, inside the swinging doors of the silver moon, a death preluded by this quiet street. Almost as if he were waking from a dream, he found questions filling his brain. What was he doing here? Why had he gotten himself into a jam like this? What difference did it make to him what happened to Asteroid City? It had been anger that had made him do it, that unaccountable anger which had flared when Hoffman told him to get out. After all, what difference would a few days make? He was going to leave anyhow. He'd seen about all there was to see in Asteroid City. He wanted to see the Prowler and the stones with the strange inscriptions on them. But they were sights he could get along without. If he turned around and walked the other way, he could reach his spaceship in just a few minutes. There was fuel enough to take him to Ganymede. No one would know until he was already gone, and after he was gone, what would he care what anybody thought? He stood irresolutely, arguing with himself. Then he shook his head, resumed his march toward the silver moon. A figure stepped from a dark doorway. Meek saw the threatening gleam of steel. His hands streaked toward his gun butts, but something prodded him in the back and he froze, fingers touching metal.
"All right, Marshal," said a mocking voice. "You just turn around and walk the other way."
He felt his guns lifted from their holsters, and he turned around and walked. Footsteps crunched beside him and behind him, but otherwise he walked in silence.
"Where are you taking me?"
he asked, his voice just a trifle shaky. One of the men laughed.
"Just on a little trip, Marshal. Out to take a look at Juno. It's a right pretty sight at night."
Juno wasn't pretty. For the most part, there was little of it one could see. The stars shed little light, and the depressions were in shadow, while the cragged mountain-tops seemed like shimmering mirages in the ghostly starlight. The ship lay on a plateau between a needle-like range and a deep shadowed valley.
"Now, Marshal," said one of the men, "you stay right here. You'll see the sun come up over that mountain back there. Interesting. Dawn on Juno is something to remember."
Meek started forward, but the other waved him back with his pistol.
"You're leaving me here?"
shrieked Meek.
"Why, sure," the man said. "You wanted to see the solar system, didn't you?"
They backed away from him, guns in hand. Frozen in terror, he watched them enter the ship, saw the port close. An instant later, the ship roared away, the backwash of its tubes buffeting Meek to the ground. An instant later, the ship roared away, the backwash of its tubes buffeting Meek to the ground. He struggled to his feet, watching the blasting tubes until they were out of sight. Clumsily, he stepped forward and then stooped. There was no place to go, nothing to do. Loneliness and fear swept over him in terrible waves of anguish. Fear that dwarfed any emotion he had ever felt. Fear of the ghostly shimmer of the peaks. Fear of the shadow-blackened valley. Fear of space and the mad, cold intensity of unwinking stars. He fought for a grip on himself. It was fear such as this that drove men mad in space. He'd read about that, heard about it. Fear of the loneliness and the terrible depths of space. Fear of the indifference of endless miles of void. Fear of the unknown that always lurked just at elbow distance.
"Meek," he told himself, "you should have stayed at home."
Dawn came shortly, but no such dawn as one would see on Earth. Just a gradual dimming of the stars, a gradual lifting of the blacker darkness as a larger star, the sun, swung above the peaks. The stars still shone, but a grey light filtered over the landscape, made the mountains solid things instead of ghostly shapes. Jagged peaks loomed on one side of the plateau, fearsome depths on the other. A meteor thudded somewhere to his right, and Meek shuddered. There was no sound of the impact, but he could feel the vibrations of the blow as the whizzing mass struck the cliffs. But it was foolish to be afraid of meteors, he told himself. He had greater and more immediate worries. There was less than 8 hours of air left in the tanks of his spacesuit. He had no idea where he was, although he knew that many miles of rugged, fearsome country stretched between him and Asteroid City. The spacesuit carried no food and no water, but that was of minor moment, he realized, for his air would give out long before he felt the pangs of thirst or hunger. He sat down on a massive boulder and tried to think. There wasn't much to think about. Everywhere, his thoughts met black walls. The situation, he told himself, was hopeless. If only he hadn't come to Asteroid City in the first place, or having come, if he'd only minded his business, this never would have happened. If he hadn't been so anxious to show off what he knew about card-dealing tricks. If only he hadn't agreed to be sworn in as marshal. If he'd swallowed his pride and left when Hoffman told him to. He brushed away such thoughts as futile, took stock of his surroundings. The cliff on the right-hand side was undercut, hanging several 100 feet off level ground. Ponderously, he heaved himself off the boulder, wandered aimlessly up the wider tongue of plateau. The undercut, he saw, grew deeper, forming a deep cleft, as if someone had furrowed out the mountainside. Heavy shadows clung within it. Suddenly he stopped, riveted to the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Something was moving in the deep shadow of the undercut, something that seemed to glint faintly with reflected light. The thing lurched forward, and in the fleeting instant before he turned and ran, Oliver Meek had an impression of a bower-like body, a long neck, a cruel mouth, monstrous eyes that glowed with hidden fires. There was no speculation in Oliver Meek's mind. From the description given him by Stiffy, from the very terror of the thing, he knew the being shambling toward him was the asteroid Prowler. With a shriek of pure fear, Meek turned and fled, and behind him came the Prowler, its head swaying on the end of its whip-like neck. Meek's legs worked like pistons, his breath gasping in his throat, his body soaring through space as he covered long distances at each leap under the influence of lesser gravity. Thunderous blasts hammered at the earphones on his helmet, and as he ran he craned his head skyward. Shooting down toward the plateau, forward rockets braking, was a small spaceship. Hope rose within him, and he glanced back over his shoulder. Hope died instantly. The Prowler was gaining on him, gaining fast. Suddenly his legs gave out, simply folded up, worn out with the punishment they'd taken. He threw up his arms to shield his helmet plate and sobbed in panic. The asteroid Prowler would get him now, sure as shooting. Just at the minute rescue came, the Prowler would get him. But the Prowler didn't get him. Nothing happened at all. Surprised, he sat up and spun around, crouching. The ship had landed, almost to the edge of the plateau, and a man was tumbling out of the port. The Prowler had changed his course, was galloping toward the ship. The man from the ship ran in leaping bounds, a pistol in one gloved hand, and his yelp of terror rang in Meek's earphones. "Run, dang you, run! That dad-blamed Prowler will be after us any minute now."
"Stiffy," yelled Meek. "Stiffy, you came out to get me."
Stiffy landed beside him, hauled him to his feet. "Dang right I came out to get you," he panted. "I thought them hoodlums would be up to some dirty tricks, so stuck around and watched." He jerked at Meek's arm. "Come on, Oliver, we got to get along." But Meek jerked his arm away.
"Look what he's doing," he shouted. "Just look at him."
The Prowler seemed to be bent on systematic destruction of the spaceship. His jaws were ripping at the steel plating, ripping at it and tearing it away, peeling it off the frame as one might peel an orange. "Hey!" howled Stiffy. "You can't do that! Get out of there, you dang—" The Prowler turned to look at him, a heavy power cable in his mouth. "You'll be electrocuted!" yelped Stiffy. "Danged if it won't serve you right." But far from being electrocuted, the Prowler seemed to be enjoying himself. He sucked at the power cable, and his eyes glowed blissfully. Stiffy flourished his pistol. "Get away!" he yelled. "Get away, or I'll blister your danged hide!" Almost playfully, the Prowler minced away from the ship, feet dancing.
"He did it,"
said Meek.
"Did what?"
Stiffy scowled bewilderedly.
"Go away from that ship, just like you told him to."
Stiffy snorted. "Don't ever kid yourself he did it because I told him to. He couldn't even hear me, probably. Living out here like this, he wouldn't have anything to hear with. Probably he's just trying to decide which one of us will catch first. Better be ready to kick you up some dust." The Prowler trotted toward them, head bobbing up and down. "Get going!" Stiffy yelled at Meek, and brought up his pistol. A blue shaft of light whipped out, smacked the Prowler in the head, but the Prowler didn't even falter in his stride. The energy charge seemed to have no power at all. It didn't even spatter. It looked as if the blue pencil of raging death was boring straight into the spread of forehead between the monstrous eyes. "Run, you danged fool!" Stiffy screeched at Meek. "I can't hold him off!" But Meek didn't run. Instead, he sprang straight into the Prowler's path, arm upraised.
"Stop!"
he yelled. Chapter 3. The Prowler skidded to a stop, his metal hooves leaving scratches on the solid rock. For a moment, the three of them stood stock still, Stiffy's jaw hanging in astonishment. Meek reached out a hand and patted the Prowler's massive shoulder.
"Good boy,"
he said.
"Good boy."
"Come away from there," Stiffy yelled in sudden terror. "Just one good gulp and that guy'd have you."
"Ah, shucks," said Meek. "He won't hurt anybody. He's only hungry, that's all."
"Ah," declared Stiffy. "It's just what I'm afraid of."
"You don't understand,"
insisted Meek.
"He isn't hungry for us. He's starved for energy. Give him another shot from the gun."
Stiffy stared at the gun hanging in his hand. "You sure it won't make him sore?" he asked.
"Gosh, no," said Meek. "That's what he wants. He soaks it up. Didn't you notice how the beam went right into him without spattering or anything, and the way he sucked that power cable? He drained your ship of every drop of energy it had."
"He did what?" yelped Stiffy.
"He drained the ship of energy. That's what he lives on. That's why he chased you. He wanted you to keep on shooting."
Stiffy clapped a hand to his forehead. "We're sunk for certain now," he declared. "There might have been a chance to get back with just a few plates ripped off the ship, but with all the energy gone—"
"Hey, Stiffy," yelled Meek. "Take a look at this."
Stiffy moved nearer, cautiously.
"What you got now?"
he demanded irritably.
"These marks on his shoulder," said Meek.
His gloved finger shook excitedly as he pointed.
"There's the same kind of marks as were on those stones I read about in the book. Marks no one could read. Fellow who wrote the book figured they were made by some other race that had visited Juno. Maybe a race from outside the solar system, even."
"Good gravy," said Stiffy in awe. "You don't think—"
"Sure I do,"
Meek declared with the air of a man who was sure of his knowledge.
"A race came here one time. For some reason they left him. Maybe he was just a robot and they didn't have room for him, or maybe something happened to them."
"Say," said Stiffy, "I bet you that's just what he is, a robot, attuned to thought waves. That's why he minds you."
"That's what I figured,"
Meek agreed.
"Thought waves would be the same no matter who thought them, human being or something else."
A sudden thought struck Stiffy. "Maybe them guys found the lost mine. By cracky, that would be something, wouldn't it? Maybe this critter would lead us to it."
"Maybe,"
Meek said doubtfully. Meek patted the prowler's rocky shoulder gently, filled with wonder. In some unguessed time, in some unknown sector of space, the prowler had been fashioned by an alien people. For some reason they had made him. For some reason they had left him here. Abandonment or purpose? Meek shook his head. That would be something to puzzle over later, something to roll around in his brain on some monotonous flight into the maw of space. Space. Startled at the thought, clanging on his brain, he jerked a quick glance upward, saw the bleak stars staring at him, eyes that seemed to be laughing at him, cruel, ironic laughter.
"Stiffy,"
he whispered.
"Stiffy, I just thought of something."
"Yeah, what is it?" Stark terror walked in Meek's words.
"My oxygen tank is better than half gone, and the ship is wrecked."
"Cripes," said Stiffy. "I guess we just forgot. We're sure are behind the 8 ball. Somehow we got to get back to Asteroid City, and we got to get there quick." Meek's eyes brightened.
"Stiffy, maybe we could ride the prowler."
Stiffy backed away, but Meek reached out and grasped his arm.
"Come on, it's the only way, Stiffy. We have to get there, and the prowler can take us."
"But—" Stiffy stammered.
"Give me a leg up,"
Meek ordered. Stiffy complied, and Meek leaped astride the broad metal back, reached down and hauled Stiffy aboard.
"Get going, you flea-bitten nag,"
Meek yipped in sudden elation. There was reason for elation. Not until that moment had he stopped to consider the prowler might object to being ridden, might consider it an insult. The prowler apparently was astonished, but that was all. He shook his head in bewilderment and weaved his neck around as if he wasn't quite sure just what to do. But at least he hadn't started to take the place apart. "Get up!" yelled Stiffy, bringing the butt of his pistol down. The prowler jigged a little, then gathered himself together and started. The landscape blurred with speed as he leaped a mighty boulder, skipped along a narrow ledge around a slick-faced mountain, skidded a hairpin turn. Meek and Stiffy fought desperately to hang on. The metal back was slick and broad, and there weren't any handholds. They bounced and thumped, almost fell off a dozen times.
"Stiffy," yelled Meek, "how do we know he's taking us to Asteroid City?"
"Don't fret about that," said Stiffy. "He knows where we want to go. He read our mind."
"I hope so,"
Meek said prayerfully. The prowler wished around a right-angle turn on a narrow ledge, and the distant peaks wheeled sickeningly against the sky. Meek lay flat on his belly and hugged the prowler's sides. The mountains whistled past. He stole a look at the jagged peaks on the near horizon, and they looked like a tight board fence. Oliver Meek fought manfully to get back his composure as the prowler pranced down the main street of Asteroid City. The sidewalks were lined with hundreds of staring faces, faces that drooped in astonishment and disbelief. Stiffy was yelling at someone. "Ah, doggone you, will you believe me there is a prowler?" And the man he yelled at didn't have a word to say, just stood and stared. In the swarm of faces, Meek saw those of the Reverend Harold Brown and Andrew Smith, and almost as if in a dream he waved jauntily to them. At least he hoped the wave was jaunty. Wouldn't do to let them know his knees were too weak to hold him up. Smith waved back and shouted something, but the Reverend Brown's jaw hung open and he seemed too wonderstruck to move. This, thought Meek, is the kind of things you read about. The conquering hero coming home astride his mighty charger. Only the conquering hero, he remembered with a sudden twinge, usually was a young lad who sat straight in the saddle, instead of an old man with shoulders hunched from 30 years of poring over dusty ledgers. The man was stepping out into the street, a man who carried a gun in hand, and suddenly Meek realized they were abreast of the silver moon. The armed man was Blackie Hoffman. Here, thought Meek, is where I get it. This is what I get for playing the big shot, for being a smart aleck, for remembering how cards shouldn't be dealt, and for shooting a man's gun out of his hand, and letting myself be talked into being a marshal. But he sat stiff and as straight as he could on the prowler and kept his eyes on Hoffman. That was the only way to do. That was the way all the heroes did in the stories he had read. And doggone, he was a hero. Whether he liked it or not, he was one. The street was hushed with sudden tension, and the very air seemed to be crackling with the threat of direful happenings. Hoffman's voice rang crisply through the stillness. "Go for your blasters, Meek."
"I have no blasters," Meek told him calmly. "Your hoodlums took them from me."
"Borrow stiffies," snapped Hoffman, and added with a nasty laugh, "You won't need them long." Meek nodded, watching Hoffman narrowly. Slowly he reached back for Stiffy's gun. He felt it in his hand, wrapped his fingers tightly around it. Funny, he thought, how calm he was. Like he had been in a silver moon that night. Or something about a gun. It changed him, turned him into another man. He didn't have a chance, he knew. Hoffman would shoot before he could ever get the gun around. But despite that, he felt foolishly sure. Hoffman's gun flashed in the weak sunlight, blooming with blue brilliance. For an instant, a single fraction of a second, Meek saw the flash of the beam straight in his eyes. But even before he could involuntarily flinch, the beam had bent. True to its mark, it would have drilled Meek straight between the eyes. But it didn't go straight to its mark. Instead it bent, and slapped itself straight between the prowler's eyes. And the prowler danced a little jig of happiness, as the blue spear of energy knifed into its metal body. "Cripes!" gasped Stiffy. "He draws it. He ain't satisfied with just taking it when you give it to him. He reaches out and gets it, just like a lightning rod reaching up and grabbing lightning." Puzzlement flashed across Hoffman's face, then incredulity, and finally something that came close to fear. The gun's beam snapped off and his hands sagged. The gun dropped in the dust. The prowler stood stock still.
"Well, Hoffman?"
Meek asked quietly, and his voice seemed to run all along the street. Hoffman's face twitched. "Get down and fight like a man," he rasped.
"No," said Meek, "I won't do that, because it wouldn't be man to man. It would be me against your entire gang."
Hoffman started to back away, slowly, step by furtive step. Step by step, the prowler stalked him there in the silent street. Then Hoffman, with a scream of terror, broke and ran.
"Get him!"
Meek roared at the prowler. The prowler, with one lightning lunge, one flip of its whip-like neck, got him. Got him gently, as Meek had meant he should. Howling in mingled rage and terror, Hoffman dangled by the seat of his pants from the prowler's beak. Neatly as any circus horse, the prowler wheeled and trotted back to the silver moon, carrying Hoffman with a certain gentle grace that was not lost upon the crowd. Hoffman quieted, and the crowd's jeers rang against the dome. The prowler pranced a bit, jiggled Hoffman up and down. Meek raised a hand for silence, spoke to Hoffman.
"Okay, Mr. Hoffman, call out your men, all of them, out into the middle of the street, where we can see them."
Hoffman swore at him.
"Jiggle him some,"
Meek told the prowler. The prowler jiggled him, and Hoffman bawled and clawed at empty air. "Damn you!" shrieked Hoffman. "Get out into the street, all of you, just like he said." No one stirred. "Blaine!" yelled Hoffman. "Get out there! You too, Smathers! Loomis! Blake!" They came slowly, shame-faced. At a command from Meek, they unholstered their blasters and heaved them in a pile. The prowler deposited Hoffman with them. Meek saw Andrew Smith standing at the edge of the sidewalk and nodded to him.
"There you are, Mr. Smith. Rounded up just like you wanted them."
"Neat," said Stiffy, "but not gaudy." Slowly, carefully, bones aching, Meek slid from the prowler's back, was surprised his legs would hold him up.
"Come in and have a drink,"
yelled a dozen voices all at once. "Bet your life," agreed Stiffy, licking his chops. Men were slapping Meek on the back, yelling at him. Yelling friendly things, calling him an old he-wolf. He tried to thrust out his chest, but didn't succeed too well. He hoped they wouldn't insist on his drinking a lot of Bacher. A hand tugged at Meek's elbow. It was the Reverend Brown.
"You aren't going to leave that beast out here all alone?" he asked. "No telling what he might do."
"Oh, shucks," protested Stiffy. "He's gentle as a kitten. Stands without hitching." But even as he spoke, the prowler lifted his head, almost as if he was sniffing, started down the street at a swinging trot. "Hey," yelled Stiffy, "come back here, you cross-eyed crowbait." The prowler didn't falter in his stride. He went even faster. Cold fear gripped Meek by the throat. He tried to speak, and gulped instead. He just thought of something. The power plant that supplied Asteroid City with its power and light. The very oxygen it breathed was down that way. A power plant and an alien robot that was starved for energy.
"My stars!"
gasped Meek. He shook off the minister's hand and galloped down the street, shrieking at the prowler. But the prowler had no thought of stopping. Panting, Meek slowed from a gallop to a trot, then to a laboured walk. Behind him he heard Stiffy puffing along. Behind Stiffy trailed practically the entire population of Asteroid City. Far ahead came the sound of rending steel and crashing structure as the prowler ripped the plant apart to get at the juice. Stiffy gained Meek's side and panted at him. "Cripes, I'll crucify us for this. We've got to get him out of there."
"How?"
asked Meek. "Danged if I know," said Stiffy. One side of the plant was a mass of tangled wreckage, surrounding a hole out of which protruded the prowler's hind quarters. Terrified workers and maintenance men were running for their lives. Live wires spat and crackled with flaming energy. Chapter 4. Meek and Stiffy halted a half-block away, breath whistling in their throats. The prowler's tail, protruding from a hole in the side of the plant, twitched happily. Meek regarded the scene with doleful thoughts. "I wish," Stiffy declared, "we'd stayed out there and died. It would have been easier than what's liable to happen to us now." Feet thumped behind them, and a hand grabbed Meek's shoulder. Grabbed it. It was Andrew Smith, a winded, apoplectic Andrew Smith.
"What are you going to do?"
he shouted at Meek. Meek swallowed hard, tried to make his voice even.
"Just studying over the situation, Mr. Smith. I'll figure out something in a minute."
"Sure he will," insisted Stiffy. "Leave him alone. Give him time. He always does what he says he'll do. He said he'd round up Blackie for you, and he did. He went out and single-handed and captured the prowler."
"Yeah," yelled Smith. "And he said the prowler would stand without hitching too. Did he stand, I ask you?"
"He didn't say that," Stiffy interrupted testily. "I said that."
"It don't make a bit of difference who said it," shrieked Smith. "I got stuck in that plant there, and the prowler's ruining it. He's jeopardizing the life of this whole city, and it's all your fault. You brought him here. I'll sue you, the both of you, so help me."
"Oh, shut up," snapped Stiffy. "Who can think with you blabbering around?" Smith danced in rage.
"Who's blabbering? I gotta get mine to—"
He doubled up his fist and started towards Stiffy. And once again, Oliver Meek did something he never would have thought of doing back on Earth. He put out his gloved hand, deliberately, and pushed Smith in the face. Pushed hard, so hard that Smith thumped down in the dust of the street and sat there, silenced by surprise. Without even looking back, Meek strode purposefully down the street toward the prowler. What he meant to do he did not know. What he possibly could do he had no idea. But anything was better than standing there while the crowd screamed at him and men shook their fists at him. Why, they might even lynch him. He shivered at the thought, but men still did things like that, especially when someone monkeyed around with the very things they depended on for life out here in naked space. Maybe they'd turn out on Juno with only an hour or two of oxygen. Maybe they'd— Stiffy was yelling at him. "Come back, you danged old fool!" Suddenly the ground leaped and bucked beneath Meek's feet. The power plant reeled before his startled eyes, and then, somehow, he was on his back, watching the dome wheel and weave above him. Fighting for breath that had been knocked out of him, he clawed his way to his knees, tried to stand erect, but the ground still was crawling with motion. It was like an earthquake, he told himself, startled that he could even think. But it couldn't be an earthquake. Juno didn't have earthquakes. There was no reason for Juno to have earthquakes. The little planetoid, eons ago, had cooled through and through. Each rock, each strata, had found its place. Juno was dead, dead as the reaches of space itself, and earthquakes don't happen on dead planets. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the prowler had bashed out of the hole in the power plant, was standing with 4 legs spread wide, bracing himself. His long neck was stretched high in the air, and the ugly, toothy head had the look of quick alertness. Meek gained his feet, stood tottering, keeping upright by some fancy footwork. The prowler started toward him, legs gathering speed, heading down the street. With a hoarse whoop, Meek steadied himself, half crouched, and held his breath. Leaped so hard he almost vaulted over the beast's broad back. Sprawling, he scrambled into position astride the running robot, saw Stiffy leaping at him. Quickly he shot out a hand, grasped Stiffy and hauled him aboard. Ahead of them the crowd rushed for safety, leaving a broad avenue for the storming prowler and his two riders. "Get the locks open!" yelled Stiffy. "Here we come!" The crowd took up the shriek. "Get the locks open!" The prowler swept down the street, hoofs clattering like hammer blows. Ahead of them the inner lock swung open. As the prowler bulleted into the entrance tunnel, the outer lock swung out, and for a few wild seconds air screamed and howled, rushing from the city into the vacuum of space. In frantic haste, Meek and Stiffy worked with their helmets, getting them clamped down. Then they were out in the open, the gleaming city behind them. Less than half a mile away loomed a massive boulder, towering 100 feet or more above the level of the canyon floor. The prowler made a beeline for it. "Oliver!" yelled Stiffy. "That thing wasn't there before. Look, it almost blocks the canyon." The boulder was black, but it crawled with a greenish glow, a faint network of somber fire. The breath caught in Meek's throat. "Stiffy," he whispered. Behind him, Stiffy almost sobbed in excitement. "Yeah, I know, it's a meteor, and it's lousy with radium." "It just fell," said Meek, voice unsteady. "That's what shook up the place. Wonder is it didn't crack the dome wide open." "We better jump for it," urged Stiffy. "We don't want to get plumb burned. Can't go near that thing without lead sheathing." Meek flung himself sideways, throwing up his arms to shield his helmet, struck on his shoulders and rolled. Slowly, benumbed from the fall, he crept out of the shadow of a high rock wall into the starlight. Stiffy was sitting on the ground, rubbing his shins. "Buck them up some," he admitted. Up the valley, the prowler was arching its back and rubbing against the green glowing boulder. "Just like a dad-blamed cat that's found some catnip," said Stiffy. "Must sort of like that radium." He rose slowly, dusted off his suit. "Well," he suggested, "that's you and me going to action." "Action?" "Sure, let's go back and file us a claim on that meteor. Don't need to worry about anybody else jumping it, because every dad-blamed one of them is scared speechless of the prowler. They won't go near the meteor long as he's around." Meek stared at the meteor speculatively. "That's worth a lot of money, isn't it, Stiffy? Filled with radium like that." "Bet your boots," said Stiffy cheerfully. "We go 50-50 on her. Split equal ways. We're partners." "Tell you what you do," Meek said slowly. "You take it all. Just take out enough to fix up the damage back there and call that my share." Stiffy's jaw dropped. "Say, what you getting at?" "I'm leaving," said Meek. "Good gravy. Leaving? Just when we made it as a strike." "You don't understand," said Meek. "I didn't come out here to find radium, or to arrest gangs, or even to capture an asteroid prowler. I just came out to look around. Nice and quiet. Didn't want to bother anybody. Didn't want anybody to bother me." "Doggone it," said Stiffy. "I was just figuring maybe as soon as we cleaned up the radium, we might get the prowler to lead us to the lost mine." Meek brightened. "I have a hunch I know where that lost mine is, Stiffy. Remember there was a cutback in the cliff near where we found the prowler? Well, when I first saw him, he was in that place. Got a hunch maybe that's the mine." Stiffy grinned. "So you're sticking with me?" Meek shook his head. "No, I'm still leaving." "Just like that," said Stiffy. Stiffy held out his hand. "Okay, if that's what you want to do. I'll bank you off in the first Martian back on Earth. Leave my address there. Might want to get in touch with me sometime." Meek gripped his hand. "You don't need to do that. Take all of it. Just see the plants fixed up." Stiffy's eyes shone queerly, moistly in the starlight. "Shucks, there's enough for both of us. More than enough." His voice was rough. "I'll get along with you." Meek started to walk away. "Goodbye, Stiffy," he called. "So long," Stiffy shouted. Meek hesitated. It seemed there should have been more he could have said, some way to let Stiffy know he liked him, some way to tell him he was a friend in a life which had known few friends. He tried to think of ways to put what he felt in words, but there wasn't any way, none that didn't sound awkward and sentimental. He wheeled about, headed for the spaceport. His feet went faster and faster until finally he was running. He had to get out of here, he told himself, before he got into another jam. His luck was stretched too thin already. A fellow just couldn't go on having luck like that. Besides, there was all the space to roam in, other places to see. That was what he set out to do, to see the solar system in his own ship, to do all the things he'd dreamed about back in the cubbyhole at Lunar Exports Inc. And he was going to do just that, he promised himself, though he hoped the next stop would be more peaceable. Oliver Meek sighed happily. This was the life.
End of story 3. Story 4 of the Furthest Reaches of Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wanderer of Infinity by Harl Vincent. Lenville! Bert Redmond had never heard of the place until he received Joan's letter, but here it was, a tiny straggling village cuddled amongst the Ramapo hills of lower New York State, only a few miles from Tuxedo. There was a prim, white-painted church, a general store with the inevitable gasoline pump at the curb, and a dozen or so of weather-beaten frame houses. That was all. It was a typical, dusty crossroads hamlet of the vintage of 30 years before, utterly isolated and apart from the rushing life of the broad concrete highway so short a distance away. Bert stopped his ancient and battered flivver at the corner, where a group of overawed loungers was gathered. Its asthmatic motor died with a despairing cough as he cut the ignition. "Anyone tell me where to find the Commodie place?" he sang out. No one answered, and for a moment there was no movement amongst his listeners. Then one of the loungers, an old man with a stubble of grey beard, drew near and regarded him through thick spectacles. "You ain't aiming to go up there alone, be you?" the old fellow asked in a thin, cracked voice. "Certainly, why?" Bert caught a peculiar gleam in the watery old eyes that were enlarged so enormously by the thick lenses. It was fear of the supernatural that lurked there, stark terror, almost. "Don't you go up to the Commodie place, young fella. They's queer doings in the big house is why. Blue lights at night, noises outside, and then crackling like thunder overhead." "Shut up, Gramp," another of the idlers, a youngster with chubby features and downy of lip and chin, sauntered over from the group, interrupting the old man's discourse. "Don't listen to him," he said to Bert. "He's cracked a mite, been saying things. The big house is up yonder on the hill. See, with the red chimbley showing through the trees. There's a winding road down here a piece." Bert followed the pointing finger with suddenly anxious gaze. It was not an inviting spot, that tangle of second-growth timber and underbrush that hid the big house on the lonely hillside. It might conceal almost anything, and Joan Parker was there. The one called Gramp was screeching invectives at the grinning bystanders. "You pestilent young idiots!" he stormed. "I seen it, I tell you, and it hide things too. Devil himself is there, and his imps. We oughtn't to let this fella go." Bert waited to hear no more. Unreasoning fear came to him that something was very much amiss up there at the big house, and he started the flivver with a thunderous barrage of its exhaust. The words of Joan's note were vivid in his mind. "Come to me, Bert, at the Commodie place in Lenville. Believe me, I need you." Only then, but it had been sufficient to bring young Redmond across 3 states to this measly town that wasn't even on the road maps. Bert yanked the bouncing car into the winding road that led up the hill and thought grimly of the quarrel with Joan 2 years before. He had told her then, arrogantly, that she'd need him some day. But now that his words had proven true, the fact brought him no consolation, nor the slightest elation. Joan was there in this lonely spot, and she did need him. That was enough. He ran nervous fingers through his already tousled mop of sandy hair, a habit he had when disturbed, and nearly wrecked the car on a grey boulder that encroached on one of the 2 ruts which, together, had been termed a road. Stupid, that quarrel of theirs, and how stubborn both had been. Joan had insisted on going to the big city to follow the career her brother had chosen for her. Chemistry, biology, laboratory work. Bert sniffed, even now. But he had been equally stubborn in his insistence that she marry him instead and settle down on the Middle Western fruit farm. With a sudden twist, the road turned in at the entrance of a sadly neglected estate. The grounds of the place were overrun with rank growths, and the driveway was covered with weeds.
The tumble-down gables of a decrepit frame-house peeped out through the trees. It was a rambling old building that once had been a mansion, the big house of the natives. A musty air of decay was upon it, and crazily askew window shutters proclaimed deep-shrouded mystery within. Bert drew up at the rickety porch and stopped the flivver with its usual shuddering jerk. As if his coming had been watched for through the stained glass of its windows, the door was flung violently open. A white-clad figure darted across the porch, but not before Bert had untangled the lean 6 feet of him from under the flivver's wheel and bounded up the steps. "Joan!"
"Bert, I'm sorry."
"Me too." Swallowing hard, Bert Redmond held her close.
"But I won't go back to Indiana."
The girl raised her chin, and the old defiance was in her tearful gaze. Bert stared. Joan was white and wan, a mere shadow of her old self, and she was trembling, hysterical. "That's all right," he whispered. "But tell me now, what is it? What's wrong?" With sudden vigor, she was drawing him into the house.
"It's Tom," she quavered. "I can't do a thing with him. Can't get him to leave here. Something terrible is about to happen, I know. I thought perhaps you could help, even if—"
"Tom Parker here?" Bert was surprised that the fastidious older brother should leave his comfortable city quarters and lose himself in this god-forsaken place. "Sure, I'll help, dear, if I can."
"You can. Oh, I'm sure you can,"
the girl went on tremulously. A spot of color flared in either cheek.
"It's his experiments. He came over from New York about a year ago and rented this old house. The city laboratory wasn't secluded enough, and I've helped him until now in everything, but I'm frightened. He's playing with dangerous forces. He doesn't understand, won't understand. But I saw—"
And then Joan Parker slumped into a high-backed chair that stood in the ancient panelled hall. Soft waves of her chestnut hair framed the pinched, terrified face, and wide eyes looked up at Bert, with the same horror he had seen in those of the old fellow at the village. A surge of the old tenderness welled up in him, and he wanted to take her in his arms.
"Wait," she said, swiftly rising. "I'll let you judge for yourself. Here, go into the laboratory and talk with Tom."
She pushed him forward, and through a door that closed softly behind him. He was in a large room that was cluttered with the most bewildering array of electrical mechanisms he had ever seen. Joan had remained outside. Tom Parker, his hair greyer and forehead higher than when Bert had seen him last, rose from where he was stooping over a workbench. He advanced, smiling, and his black eyes were alight with genuine pleasure. Bert had anticipated a less cordial welcome. "Albert Redmond," explained the older man. "This is a surprise. Glad to see you, boy. Glad to see you." He meant it, Tom did, and Bert wrung the extended hand heartily. Yet he dared not tell of Joan's note. The two men had always been the very best of friends, except in the matter of Joan's future. "You haven't changed much," Bert ventured. Tom Parker laughed. "Not about Joan, if that is what you mean. She likes the work and will go far in it." "Why, Bert—" "Say, wait a minute." Bert Redmond's mien was solemn. "I saw her outside, Tom, and was shocked. She isn't herself. Doesn't look at all well. Haven't you noticed, man?" The old man sobered, and a puzzled frown crossed his brow. "I have noticed, yes, but it's nonsense, Bert. I swear it is. She has been having dreams. Worrying a lot, it seems. Guess I'll have to send her to the doctor. Dreams? Worry?" Bert thought of the old man called Gramp. "Yes, I'll tell you all about it, what we're working on here, and show you. It's no wonder she gets that way, I guess. I've been a bit loony with the marvel of it myself at times. Come here." Tom led him to an intricate apparatus which bore some resemblance to a television radio. There were countless vacuum tubes and controls, tiny motors belted to slotted discs that would spin when power was applied, and a double eyepiece. "Before I let you look," Tom was saying, "I'll give you an idea of it to prepare you. This is a mechanism I've developed for a study of the less understood dimensions. The results have more than justified my expectations. They're astounding. Bert, we can actually see into these realms that were hitherto unexplored. We can examine at close range the life of these other planes. Think of it. Life, plane, dimensions," said Bert blankly. "Remember, I know very little about this science of yours. Haven't you read the newspaper accounts of Einstein's researches, and of others who have delved into the theory of relativity?" "Say, I read them, but they don't tell me a thing. It's over my head a mile." "Well, listen. This universe of ours, space and all it contains, is a thing of 5 dimensions.
a continuum we have never begun to contemplate in its true complexity and immensity. There are 3 of its dimensions with which we are familiar. Our normal senses perceive and understand them: length, breadth, and thickness. The 4th dimension, time, or more properly the time-space interval, we have only recently understood. And this 5th dimension, Bert, is something no man on earth has delved into, excepting myself.
You don't say. Bert was properly impressed. The old gleam of the enthusiastic scientist was in Tom's keen eyes.
Surest thing. I've called this 5th dimension the interval of oscillation, though the term is not precisely correct. It has to do with the arrangement, the speed and direction of movement, and the polarity of protonic and electronic energy charges of which matter is comprised. It upsets some of our old and accepted natural laws, one in particular. Bert, 2 objects can occupy the same space at the same time, though only one is perceptible to our earthbound senses. Their differently constituted atoms exist in the same location without interference, merely vibrating in different planes. There are many such planes in this 5th dimension of space, all around us, some actually inhabited. Each plane has a different atomic structure of matter, its own oscillation interval of the energy that is matter, and a set of natural laws peculiar to itself. I can't begin to tell you, in fact, I've explored only a fraction. But here, look.
Tom's instrument set up a soft purring at his touch of a lever, and eerie blue light flickered from behind the double eyepiece, casting grotesque shadows on walls and ceiling, and paling to insignificance the light of day that filtered through the long unwashed windows. Bert squinted through the hooded twin lenses. At first he was dazzled and confused by the rapidly whirling light images, but these quickly resolved into geometric figures, an inconceivable number of them, extending off into limitless space in a huge arc, revolving and tumbling like the colored particles in an old-fashioned kaleidoscope. Cubes, pyramids, and cones of variegated hues, swift-rushing spheres and long, slim cylinders of brilliant blue-white, gleaming discs of polished jet, spinning. Abruptly the view stabilized, and clear-cut stationary objects sprang into being. An unbroken vista of seamed chalky cliffs beside an inky sea, whose waters rose and fell rhythmically, yet did not break against the towering palisade. Waveless, glass-smooth, these waters. A huge blood-red sun hanging low in a leadened, though cloudless sky, reflecting scintillating flecks of gold and purple brilliance from the ocean's black surface. At first there was no sign of life to be seen. Then a mound was rising up from the sea near the cliff, a huge tortoise-like shape that stretched forth several flat members, which adhered to the vertical white wall as if held by suction discs. Ponderously the thing turned over and headed up from the inky depths, spewing out from its concave underside an army of furry brown bipeds, creatures with bloated torsos, in which head and body merged so closely as to be indistinguishable one from the other, balanced precariously on 2 spindly legs, and with long thin arms like tentacles, waving and coiling. Spider-like beings ran out over the smooth dark surface of the sea, as if it was solid ground. Jupiter! Bert looked up from his eyepiece, blinking into the triumphant, grinning face of Tom Parker. You mean to tell me these creatures are real? He demanded. Living here all around us, in another plane where we can't see them without this machine of yours? Surest thing, and this is but one of many such planes. They can't get through to our plane. Lord, no, man. How could they? A sharp, crackling peal of thunder rang out overhead, and Tom Parker went suddenly white. Outside, the sky was cloudless. And what's that? Bert remembered the warning of the old man of the village, and Joan's obvious fear. It's only a physical manifestation of the forces I use in obtaining visual connection, one of the things that worries Joan, yet I can't find any cause for alarm. The scientist's voice droned on endlessly, technically, but Bert knew there was something Tom did not understand, something he was trying desperately to explain to himself. Thunder rumbled once more, and Bert returned his eyes to the instrument. Directly before him, in the field of vision, a group of the Spider-Men advanced over the pitchy sea,
with a curiously constructed cage of woven, transparent material, which they set down at a point so close by that it seemed he could touch it if he stretched out his hand. The illusion of physical nearness was perfect. The evil eyes of the creatures were fastened upon him. Tentacle arms uncoiled and reached forth, as if to break down the barrier that separated them. And then a scream penetrated his consciousness, wrenching him back to consideration of his immediate surroundings. The laboratory door burst open and Joan, pale and disheveled, dashed into the room. Tom shouted, running forward to intercept her, and Bert saw what he had not seen before, a 10-foot circle of blue-white metal set on the floor and illuminated by a shaft of light from a reflector on the ceiling above Tom's machine. "Joan, the force area!" Tom was yelling. "Keep away!" Tom had reached the distraught girl and was struggling with her over on the far side of the disk. There came a throbbing of the very air surrounding them, and Bert saw Tom and Joan on the other side of the force area, their white faces indistinct and wavering, as if blurred by heat waves rising between. The rumblings and cracklings overhead increased in intensity until the old house swayed and creaked with the concussions. Hazy forms materialized on the lighted disk, the cage of the transparent, woven basket, dark, spidery forms within, the creatures from that other plane. "Joan! Tom!" Bert's voice was soundless as he tried to shout, and his muscles were paralyzed when he attempted to hurl himself across to them. The blue-white light had spread and formed a huge bubble of white brilliance, a transparent elastic solid that flung him back when he attacked it in vain with his fists. Within its confines he saw Joan and her brother scuffling with the spider-men, tearing at the tentacle arms that encircled them and drew them relentlessly into the basket-weave cage. There was a tremendous thump, and the warping of the very universe about them all. But Redmond, his body racked by insupportable tortures, was hurled into the black abyss of infinity. This was not death, nor was it a dream from which he would awaken. After that moment of mental agony and ghastly physical pain, after a dizzying rush through inky nothingness, Bert knew suddenly that he was very much alive. If he had lost consciousness at all, it had been for no great length of time, and yet there was this sense of strangeness in his surroundings, a feeling that he had been transported over some nameless gulf of space. He had dropped to his knees, but with the swift return of normal faculties he jumped to his feet. A tall stranger confronted him, a half-nude giant with bronzed skin and a solemn visage. The stalwart build of him and the smooth contours of cheek and jaw proclaimed him a man not yet past middle age, but his uncropped hair was white as the driven snow. They stood in a spherical chamber of silvery metal, Bert and this giant, and the gentle vibration of delicately balanced machinery made itself felt in the structure. Of Joan and Tom there was no sign. "Where am I?" Bert demanded. "Where are my friends? Why am I with you, without them?" Compassion was in the tall stranger's gaze and something more. The pain of a great sorrow filled the brown eyes that looked down at Bert, and resignation to a fate that was shrouded in ineffable mystery. "Trust me," he said in a mellow, slurring voice. "Where you are, you shall soon learn. You are safe, and your friends will be located." "Will be located? Don't you know where they are?" Bert laid hands on the big man's wrists and shook him impatiently. The stranger was too calm and unmoved in the face of this tremendous thing which had come to pass. "I know where they have been taken, yes. But there is no need of haste out here in infradimensional space, for time stands still. We will find it a simple matter to reach the plane of their captors, the bar decks, within a few seconds after your friends arrive there. My plane segregator, this sphere, will accomplish this in due season." Strangely, Bert believed him. His talk of dimensions and planes, and of the halting of time was incomprehensible, but somehow there was communicated to his own restless nature something of the placid serenity of the white-haired stranger. He regarded the man more closely, saw that there was an alien look about him that marked him as different and apart from the men of Earth. His sole garment was a wide breech clout of silvery stuff that glinted with changing colors, hues foreign to nature on Earth. His was a superhuman perfection of muscular development, and there was an indescribable mingling of gentleness and sternness in his demeanor. At the start, Bert noted that his fingers were webbed, as were his toes. "Say," Bert exclaimed, "who are you, anyway?" The stranger permitted himself the merest ghost of a smile. "You may call me Wanderer," he said. "I am the Wanderer of Infinity." "Infinity? You are not of my world?" "But no." "You speak my language?" "It is one of many with which I am familiar." I don't understand." Bert Redmond was like a man in a trance, completely under the spell of his amazing host's personality. "It is given to few men to understand." The Wanderer fell silent, his arms folded across his broad chest, and his great shoulders bowed as under the weight of centuries of mankind's cares. "Yet I would have you understand, O man called Bert, for the tale is a strange one, and is heavy upon me." It was uncanny that this wanderer should address him by name. Bert thrilled to a new sense of awe. "But," he objected, "my friends are in the hands of the Spider-Men. You said we'd go to them. Good Lord, man, I've got to do it." "You forget that time means nothing here. We will go to them in precise synchronism with the proper time as existent in that plane." The wanderer's intense gaze held Bert speechless, hypnotized. A swift dimming of the sphere's diffused illumination came immediately, and darkness swept down like a blanket, thick and stifling. This was no ordinary darkness, but utter absence of light, the total obscurity of Erebus, and the hidden motors throbbed with sudden new vigor. "Behold!" At the wanderer's exclamation, the enclosing sphere became transparent. Now in the midst of a dizzying maelstrom of flashing color. Brilliant geometric shapes they were, whirling off into the vastness of space, as Bert had seen them in Tom Parker's instrument. A gigantic arc of rushing light forms, spanning the black gulf of an unknown cosmos. And in the foreground, directly under the sphere, was a blue-white disk, horizontally fixed, a substantial and familiar object, with hazy surroundings, likewise familiar. "Isn't that the metal platform in my friend's laboratory?" asked Bert, marveling. "It is indeed." The mellow voice of the wanderer was grave, and he laid a hand on Bert's arm. "And for so long as it exists, it constitutes a serious menace to your civilization. It is a gateway to your world, a means of contact with your plane of existence for those many vicious hordes that dwell in other planes of the fifth dimension. Without it, the Bardex had not been able to enter and effect the kidnapping of your friends. Oh, I tried so hard to warn them, Parker and the girl, but could not do it in time." A measure of understanding came to Bert Redmond. This was the thing Joan had feared, and which Tom Parker had neglected to consider. The forces which enabled the scientist to see into the mysterious planes of this uncharted realm were likewise capable of providing physical contact between the planes, or actual travel from one to the other. Tom had not learned how to use the forces in this manner, but the Bardex had. "We travel now along a different set of coordinates, those of space-time," said the wanderer. "We go into the past, through eons of time as it is counted in your world." "Into the past," Bert repeated. He stared foolishly at his host, whose eyes glittered strangely in the flickering light. "Yes, we go to my home, to what was my home." "To your home? Why?" Bert shrank before the awful, contorted face of the wanderer. A spasm of ferocity had crossed it on his last words. Some fearful secret must be gnawing at the big man's vitals. "Again, you must trust me. To understand, it is necessary that you see." The gentle whir of machinery rose to a piercing shriek as the wanderer manipulated the tiny levers of a control board that was set in the smooth, transparent wall. And the rushing light-forms outside became a blur at first, then a solid stream of cold liquid fire into which they plunged at breakneck speed. There was no perceptible motion of the sphere, however. It was the only object that seemed substantial and fixed in an intangible and madly gyrating universe. Its curved wall, though transparent, was solid, comforting to the touch. Standing by his instrument board, the wanderer was engrossed in a tabulation of mathematical data he was apparently using in setting the many control knobs before him, plotting their course through infinity. His placid serenity of countenance had returned, and there was a new eagerness in his intense gaze, and his strong fingers trembled while he manipulated the tiny levers and dials. Outside the apparently motionless sphere, a never-ending riot of color surged swiftly and silently by, now swirling violently in great sweeping arcs of blinding magnificence, now changing character and driving down from dizzying heights as a dim-lit column of gray that might have been a blast of steam from some huge geyser of the cosmos. Always there were the intermittent black bands that flashed swiftly across the brightness, momentarily darkening the sphere, and then passing on into the limbo of this strange realm between planes. Abruptly then, like the turning of a page in some gigantic book, the swift-moving phantasmagoria swung back into the blackness of the infinite and was gone. Before them stretched a landscape of rolling hills and fertile valleys. Overhead, the skies were deep blue, almost violet, and twin suns shone down on the scene. The sphere drifted along a few hundred feet from the surface. "Utreria," the wanderer breathed reverently. His white head was bowed, and his great hands clutched the small rail of the control board. In a daze of conflicting emotions, Bert watched as this land of peace and plenty slipped past beneath them. This, he knew, had been the home of Wanderer. In what past age, or at how great a distance it was from his own world, he could only imagine. But that the big man who called himself Wanderer loved this country, there was not the slightest doubt. It was a fetish with him, a past he was in duty bound to revisit, time and again, and to mourn over. Smooth, broad lakes there were, and glistening streams that ran their winding courses through well-kept and productive farmlands, and scattered communities with orderly streets and spacious parks, roads stretching endless ribbons of wide metallic surface across the countryside. Long two-wheeled vehicles skimming over the roads with speed so great the eye could scarcely follow them. Flapping winged ships of the air, flying high and low in all directions. A great city of magnificent dome-topped buildings looming up suddenly at the horizon. The sphere proceeded swiftly toward the city. Once a great airliner, flapping huge gossamer-like wings, drove directly toward them. Bert cried out in alarm and ducked instinctively, but the ship passed through them and on its way. It was as if they did not exist in this spherical vehicle of the dimensions. "We are here only as onlookers," the wanderer explained sadly, "and can have no material existence here. We cannot enter this plane, for there is no gateway. Would that there were." Now they were over the city, and the sphere came to rest above a spacious flat roof, where there were luxurious gardens and pools and a small glass-domed observatory. A woman was seated by one of the pools, a beautiful woman with long golden hair that fell in soft profusion over her ivory shoulders and bosom. Two children, handsome, stalwart boys of probably 10 and 12, romped with a domestic animal which resembled a foxhound of earth, but had glossy short-haired fur and flippers like those of a seal. Suddenly these three took to the water and splashed with much vigor and joyful shouting. The wanderer gripped Bert's arm with painful force. "My home," he groaned. "Understand, earthling, this was my home. These are my wife and children, destroyed through my folly. Destroyed, I say, in ancient days, and by my cursed hand when the metal monsters came." There was madness in the wanderer's glassy stare, the madness of a tortured soul within. Bert began to fear him. "We should leave," he said. "Why torment yourself with such memories? My friends—" "Have patience, earthling. Don't you understand that I sinned and am therefore condemned to this torment? Can't you see that I must unburden my soul of its ages-old load, that I must revisit the scene of my crime, that others must see and know? It is a part of my punishment, and you, perforce, must bear witness. Moreover, it is to help your friends and your world that I bring you here. Behold." A man was coming out of the observatory, a tall man with bronzed skin and raven locks. It was the wanderer himself, the wanderer of the past, as he had been in the days of his youth and happiness. The woman by the pool had risen from her seat and was advancing eagerly toward her mate. Bert saw that the man hardly glanced in her direction, so intent was he upon an object over which he stood. The object was a shimmering bowl some 8 or 10 feet across, which was mounted on a tripod near the observatory, and over whose metallic surface a queer bluish light was playing. It was a wordless pantomime, the ensuing scene, and Bert watched in amazement. This woman of another race, another age, another plane was pleading with her man, sobbing soundlessly, wretchedly, and the man was unheeding, impatient with her demonstrations. He shoved her aside as she attempted to interfere with his manipulations of some elaborate mechanical contrivance at the side of the bowl. And then there was a sudden roaring vibration, a flash of light leaping from the bowl, and the materialization of a spherical vessel that swallowed up the man and vanished in the shaft of light like a moth in the flame of a candle. At Bert's side, the Wanderer was a grim and silent figure, misty and unreal when compared with those material, emotion-torn beings of the rooftop. The woman, swooning, had wilted over the rim of the bowl, and the two boys, with their strange amphibious pet, splashed out from the pool and came running to her, wide-eyed and dripping. The Wanderer touched a lever, and again there was a sensation of a great page turned across the vastness of the universe. All was hazy and indistinct outside the sphere that held them, with a rushing blur of dimly grey light-forms. Beneath them remained only the bright outline of the bowl, an object distinct and real and fixed in space. "It was thus I left my loved ones," the Wanderer said hollowly, "in fanatical devotion to my science, but in blind disregard of those things which really mattered. Observe, O man called Bert, that the bowl is still existent in infradimensional space. The gateway I left open to your Traria. So it remained while I, fool that I was, explored those planes of the fifth dimension that were all around us, though we saw and felt them not. Only I had seen even as your friend Tom has seen, and like him, I heeded not the menace of the things I had witnessed. We go now to the plane of the metal monsters. Behold." The sphere shuddered to the increased power of its hidden motors. Another huge page seemed to turn slowly over, lurching sickeningly as it came to rest in the new and material plane of existence. Here, Bert understood now, the structure of matter was entirely different. Atoms were comprised of protons and electrons whirling at different velocities and in different orbits, possibly some of the electrons in reverse direction to those of the atomic structure of matter in Traria. And these coexisted with those others in the same relative position in time and in space. Ages before, the thing had happened, and he was seeing it now. They were in the midst of a forest of conical spires, whose sides were of dark glittering stuff that reminded Bert of the crystals of carborundum before pulverizing for commercial use. A myriad of deep colors were reflected from the sharply pointed piles in the light of a great cold moon that hung low in the heavens above them. In the half-light down there between the circular bases of the cones, weird creatures were moving. Like great earthworms they moved, sluggishly, and with writhing contortions of their many-jointed bodies. Long cylindrical things with glistening grey hide, like armor plate, and with fearsome heads that reared upward occasionally to reveal the single flaming eye and massive iron jaws each contained. There were riveted joints and levers, wheels and gears that moved as the creatures moved, darting lights that flashed forth from trunnion-mounted cases like the searchlights of a battleship of Earth, great swiveled arms with grappling hooks attached. They were mechanical contrivances, the metal monsters of which the Wanderer had spoken. Whether their brains were comprised of active living cells, or whether they were cold, calculating machines of metallic parts, Bert was never to know. "See the gateway," the Wanderer was saying. "They are investigating. It is the beginning of the end of Traria, all as it occurred in the dim and distant past." He gripped Bert's arm, pointing a trembling finger, and his face was a terrible thing to see in the eerie light of their sphere. A sharply outlined circle of blue-white appeared down there in the midst of the squirming monsters. The sphere drifted lower, and Bert was able to see that a complicated machine was being trundled out from an arched doorway in the base of one of the conical dwellings. It was moved to the edge of the light circle, which was the bowl on that rooftop of Traria. The same bowl. A force area like that used by Tom Parker, an area existent in many planes of the fifth dimension simultaneously, an area where the various components of wave motion merged and became as one, the gateway between planes. The machine of the metal monsters was provided with a huge lens and a reflector, and these were trained on the bowl. Wheels and levers of the machine moved swiftly. There came an orange light from within that was focused upon lens and reflector to strike down and mingle with the cold light of the bowl. A startling transformation ensued, for the entire area within view was encompassed with a milky, diffused brightness, in which two worlds seemed to intermingle and fuse. There were the rooftops of the city in Otreria, and its magnificent domes, a transparent yet substantial reality, superimposed upon the gloomy city of cones of the metal monsters.
"Jupiter," Bert breathed. "They're going through."
"They are, Earthling. More accurately, they did. Thousands of them. Millions." Even as the Wanderer spoke, the metal monsters were wriggling through between the two planes, their enormous bodies moving with menacing deliberation. On the rooftops back in Otreria could be seen the frantic, fleeing forms of human-like beings, the Wanderer's people. There was a sharp click from the control panel, and the scene was blotted out by the familiar maze of geometric shapes, the whirling, dancing light forms that rushed madly past over the vast arch which spanned infinity.
"Where were you at the time?" asked Bert,
awed by what he had seen, and with pity in his heart for the man who had unwittingly let loose the horde of metal monsters on his own loved ones and his own land. He stared at the Wanderer. The big man was standing with face averted, hands clutching the rail of the control panel desperately. "I," he whispered, "I was roaming the plains, exploring, experimenting, immersed in the pursuits that went with my insatiable thirst for scientific data and the broadening of my knowledge of this complex universe of ours, forgetting my responsibilities, unknowing, unsuspecting. You returned to your home. Too late I returned, you shall see. We return now by the same route I then followed."
"No!"
Bert shouted, suddenly panicky at thought of what might be happening to Joan and Tom in the land of the Bardeks.
"No, Wanderer, tell me, but don't show me. I can imagine. Seeing those loathsome big worms of iron and steel, I can well visualize what they did. Come now, have a heart, man. Take me to my friends before—"
"Ah!" The Wanderer looked up, and a benign look came to take the place of the pain and horror which had contorted his features. "It is well, O man called Bert. I shall do as you request, for I now see that my mission has been well accomplished. We go to your friends, and fear you not that we shall arrive too late."
Your mission?"
Bert calmed immediately under the spell of the Wanderer's new mood. "My mission throughout eternity, Earthling. Can't you sense it? Forever and ever I shall roam infradimensional space, watching and waiting for evidence that a similar catastrophe might be visited on another land, where warm-blooded, thinking humans of similar mold to my own may be living out their short lives of happiness or near happiness. Never again shall so great a calamity come to mankind anywhere, if it be within the Wanderer's power to prevent it. And that is why I snatched you up from your friend's laboratory. That is why I have shown to you that—"
"Me? Why me?" Bert exclaimed.
"Attend, O Earthling, and you shall hear." The mysterious intangibilities of the cosmos whirled by unheeded by either as the Wanderer's tale unfolded. "When I returned," he said, "the gateway was closed forever. I could not re-enter my own plane of existence. The metal monsters had taken possession. They had found a better and richer land than their own, and when they had completed their migration, they destroyed the generator of my force area. They had shut me out, but I could visit Otreria as an outsider, as a wraith, and I saw what they had done. I saw the desolation and the blackness of my once fair land. I saw that none of my own kind remained. All were gone. For a time my reason deserted me, and I roamed infradimensional space a madman, self-condemned to the outer realms where there is no real material existence, no human companionship, no love, no comfort. When reason returned, I set myself to the task of visiting other planes where beings of my own kind might be found, and I soon learned that it was impossible to do this in the body. To these people I was a ghostly visitant, if they sensed my presence at all, for my roamings between planes had altered the characteristics of atomic structure of my being. I could no longer adapt myself to material existence in these planes of the fifth dimension. The orbits of electrons in the atoms comprising my substance had become fixed in a new and outcast oscillation interval. I had remained away too long. I was an outcast, a wanderer, the wanderer of infinity. There was silence in the sphere for a space, save only for the gentle whirring of the motors. Then the wanderer continued. Nevertheless, I roamed these planes as a non-existent visitor in so far as their peoples were concerned. I learned their languages and came to think of them as my own, and I found that many of their scientific workers were experimenting along lines similar to those which had brought disaster to Eritrea. I swore a mighty oath to spend my lifetime in warning them and warding off a repetition of so terrible a mistake as I had made. On several occasions I have succeeded. And then I found that my lifetime was to be for all eternity. In the outer realms time stands still, as I have told you, and in the plane of existence, which was now mine, an extra-material plane, I had no prospect of aging or of death. My vow, therefore, is for so long as our universe may endure, instead of for merely a lifetime. For this I am duly thankful, for I shall miss nothing until the end of time. I visited planes where other monsters, as clever and as vicious as the metal ones who devastated Eritrea, were bending every effort of their sciences toward obtaining actual contact with other planes of the fifth dimension. And I learned that such contact was utterly impossible of attainment without a gateway in the realm of which they wished to pass. A gateway such as I had provided for the metal monsters, and such as that which your friend Tom Parker has provided for the Bardex, our Spider-Men, as you term them. In intradimensional space, I saw the glow of Tom Parker's force area, and I made my way to your world quickly. But Tom could not get my warning. He was too stubbornly and deeply engrossed in the work he was engaged in. The girl Joan was slightly more susceptible, and I believe she was beginning to sense my telepathic messages when she sent for you. Still in all, I had begun to give up hope when you came on the scene. I took you away just as the Spider-Men succeeded in capturing your friends, and now my hope has revived. I feel sure that my warning shall not have been in vain. But, objected Bert, you warn me, not the scientist of my world who is able to prevent the thing. Yes, you, the Wanderer broke in. It is better so. This Tom Parker is a zealot, even as was I, a man of science thinking only of his own discoveries. I am not sure he would discontinue his experiments, even were he to receive my warning in all its horrible details. But you, O man called Bert, through your love of his sister and by your influence over him, will be able to do what I cannot do myself. Bring about the destruction of the apparatus of his. Impress upon him the grave necessity of discontinuing his investigations. You can do it, and you alone, now that you fully understand. Say, you're putting it up to me entirely? Nearly so, and there is no alternative. I believe I have not misjudged you. You will not fail, of that I am certain. For the sake of your own kind, for the love of Joan Parker, you will not fail. And for me, for this small measure of atonement is permitted that I make or help to make possible. No, I'll not fail. Take me to them, quick. Bert grinned understandingly as the Wanderer straightened his broad shoulders and extended his hand. There was no lack of substantiality in the mighty grip of those closing fingers. Again the sphere's invisible motors increased speed, and again the dizzying kaleidoscope of color swept past them more furiously. "We will now overtake them, your friends," said the Wanderer, "in the very act of passing between planes." "Overtake them?" Bert mumbled. "I don't get it at all. It's time traveling. It's over my head a mile." "It isn't time travel, really," explained the Wanderer. "We are merely closing up the time-space interval, moving to the precise spot in the universe where your friend's laboratory existed at the moment of contact between planes with your world and that of the Bardex. We shall reach there a few seconds after the actual capture." "No chance of missing?" Bert watched the Wanderer as he consulted his mathematical data and made new adjustments of the controls. "Not the slightest. It is calculated to a nicety. We could, if we wished, stop just short of the exact time and would see the reoccurrence of their capture, but only as unseen observers. You cannot enter the plane as a material being during your own actual past, for your entity would then be duplicated. Of course, I cannot enter in any case, but moving on to the instant after the event, as we shall do, you may enter either plane as a material being, or move between the two planes at will, by means of the gateway provided by Tom Parker's force area. Do you not now understand the manner in which you will be enabled to carry out the required procedure?" Bert wasn't sure at all. "But this moving through time," he asked helplessly, "and the change from one plane of oscillation to another, they're all mixed up. What have they to do with each other? All 5 dimensions of our universe are definitely interrelated, and dependent one upon the other for the existence of matter in any form whatsoever. You see, but here we are." The motors slowed down, and a titanic page seemed to turn over in the cosmos, with a vanishing blaze of magnificence. Directly beneath them glowed the disk of blue-white light that was Tom's force area. The sphere swooped down within its influence and came to rest. "Make haste," the Wanderer said. "I shall be here in the gateway, though you see me not. Bring them here, speedily." On the one side, Bert saw familiar objects in Tom's laboratory. On the other side, the white cliff and the pitchy sea of the Bardeck realm, and the cage of basket weave between, with his friends inside struggling with the spider-men. It was the instant after the capture. "Joan! Tom!" Bert shouted. A side of the sphere had opened, and he plunged through and into the Bardeck plain, to the inky surface of the sea, fully expecting to sink in its forbidding depths. But the stuff was inelastic, solid, springy under his feet, and bearing him up as with an air-inflated cushion. He threw himself upon the cage and tore at it with his fingers. The whimpering screams of the spider-men were in his ears, and he saw from the corner of his eye that other of the tortoise-like mounds were rising up out of the viscid black depths, dozens of them, and that hundreds of the Bardecks were closing in on him from all directions. Weapons were in their hands. The huge engine of warfare, like a caterpillar tractor, was skimming over the sea from the cliff wall, with a great grinding and clanking of its mechanisms. But the cage was pulling apart in his clutches as if made of reeds. With Joan in one encircling arm, he was battling the spider-men, drifting swift short-armed jabs into their soft, bloated bodies with devastating effect. And Tom, recovering from the first surprise of his capture, was doing a good job himself, his flailing arms scattering the Bardecks like ninepins. The Wanderer and his sphere, both doomed to material existence only in infradimensional space, had vanished from sight. A bedlam rose up from the reinforcing hordes as they came in to enter the force area, but Bert sensed the guiding touch of the Wanderer's unseen hand, heard his placid voice urging him, and in a single wild leap was inside the sphere with the girl. With Joan safely in the Wanderer's care, he rushed out again for Tom. Then, following a nightmare of battling those twining tentacles and the puffy, crowding bodies of the Spider-Men, wrestling tactics and swinging fists were all that the 2 Earthlings had to rely upon, but between them, they managed to fight off a half-score of the Bardecks and work their way back into the glowing force area.
"It's no use," Tom gasped. "We can't get back." "Sure we can. We're with a friend here in the force area." Tom Parker staggered. His strength was giving out. No, Bert," he moaned. "I can't. You go on. Leave me here." "Not on your life." Bert swung him up bodily into the sphere as he contacted with the invisible metal of its hull. Kicking off the nearest of the Spider-Men, he clambered in after the scientist. The tableau then presented in the sphere's interior was to remain forever imprinted on Bert's memory, though it was only a momentary flash in his consciousness at the time. The Wanderer, calm and erect at the control panel, his benign countenance alight with satisfaction. Tom Parker, pulling himself to his feet, clutching at the big man's free arm, his mouth opened in astonishment. Joan seated at the Wanderer's feet with awed and reverent eyes upturned. There is no passing directly between the planes. One must have the force area as a gateway, and besides, a medium such as the cage of the Bardecks, the orange light of the metal monsters, or the sphere of the Wanderer. Bert knew this instinctively as the sphere darkened, and the flashing light forms leaped across the blackness. The motors screamed in rising crescendo as their speed increased. Then, abruptly, the sound broke off into deathly silence, as the limit of audibility was passed. Against the brilliant background of swift color changes and geometric light shapes that so quickly merged into the familiar blur, Bert saw his companions as dim, wraith-like forms. He moved toward Joan, groping. Then came the tremendous thump, the swinging of a colossal page across the void, the warping of the very universe about them, the physical torture and a swift rush through Stygian inkiness. "Farewell." A single word, whispered like a benediction in the Wanderer's mellow voice, was in Bert's consciousness. He knew that their benefactor had slipped away into the mysterious regions of intradimensional space.
raising himself slowly and dazedly from where he had been flung. He saw they were in Tom's laboratory. Joan lay over there, white and still, a pitiful, crumpled heap. Panicky, Bert crossed to her. His trembling fingers found her pulse. A sobbing breath of relief escaped his lips. She had merely swooned. Tom Parker, exhausted from his efforts in that other plane, and with the very foundations of his being wrenched by the passage through the fifth dimension, was unable to rise. Only semi-conscious. His eyes were glazed with pain, and incoherent moaning sounds came from his white lips when he attempted to speak. Bert's mind was clearing rapidly. That diabolical machine of Tom's was still operating, the drone of its motors being the only sound in the laboratory as the inventor closed his mouth grimly and made a desperate effort to raise his head. But Bert had seen shapes materializing on the lighted disk that was the gateway between planes, and he rushed to the controls of the instrument. That starting lever must be shifted without delay. "Don't!" Tom Parker had found his voice. His frantic warning was a hoarse, whistling gasp. It struggled to his knees. "It'll kill you, Bert. Those things in the force area. Partly through the reaction will destroy the machine and all of us if you turn it off. Don't, I say." "What then?" Bert fell back appalled. Hazily, the steel prow of a war machine was forming itself on the metal disc. Caterpillar treads moved like ghostly shadows beneath. It was the vanguard of the Bardic hordes.
"Can't do it that way."
Tom had gotten to his feet and was stumbling toward the force area.
"Only one way. During the change of oscillation periods. Must mingle other atoms with those before they stabilize in our plane. Must localize annihilating force. Must—"
What was the fool doing? He'd be in the force area in another moment. Bert thrust forward to intercept him, saw that Joan had regained consciousness and was sitting erect, swaying weakly. Her eyes widened with horror as they took in the scene. She screamed once despairingly and was on her feet, tottering.
"Back!"
Tom Parker yelled, wheeling.
"Save yourself!"
Bert lunged toward him, but it was too late. Tom had already burst into the force area and cast himself upon the semi-transparent tank of the Spider-Man. A blast of searing heat radiated from the disk, and the motors of Tom's machine groaned as they slowed down under a tremendous overload. Joan cried out in awful despair and moved to follow, but her knees gave way beneath her. Moaning and shuddering, she slumped into Bert's arms, and he drew her back from the awful heat of the force area. Then, horrified, they watched as Tom Parker melted into the misty shape of the Bardic war machine. Swiftly his body merged with the half-substance of the tank and became an integral part of the mass. For a horrible instant, Tom too was transparent, a ghost shape writhing in a ghostly, throbbing mechanism of another world. His own atomic structure mingled with that of the alien thing, and yet for a moment he retained his earthly form. His lean face was peaceful in death, satisfied like the Wanderers when they had at last seen him. A terrific thunderclap rent the air, and a column of flame roared up from the force area. Tom's apparatus glowed to instant white heat, then melted down into sizzling liquid metal and glass. The laboratory was in sudden twilight gloom, save for the tongue of fire that licked up from the force area to the panelled ceiling. And the metal disc, now glowing redly, was no visible thing. The gateway was closed forever. What more fearful calamity might have befallen had the machine been switched off instead, Bert was never to know. Nor did he know how he reached his parked flivver with Joan, a limp, sobbing bundle in his arms. He only knew that Tom Parker's sacrifice had saved them, and undoubtedly prevented a horrible invasion of Earth, and the efforts of the Wanderer had not been in vain. The old house was burning furiously when he climbed in under the wheel of his car. He held Joan very close and watched that blazing funeral pyre in wordless sorrow as the bereaved girl dropped her head to his shoulder. A group of men came up the winding road, a straggling group, running, the loungers from the village. In the forefront was the beardless youth who had directed Bert, and bringing up the rear, limping and scurrying, was the old man they had called Gramp. He was puffing prodigiously when the others gathered around the car, demanding information. And the old fellow with the thick spectacles talked them all down.
"What did I tell you?" he screeched. "Didn't I say there was queer doings up here? Didn't I say the devil was here with his imps and the thunder? You're pastly Egypts like I said."
The roar of Bert's starting motor drowned out the rest, but the old fellow was still gesticulating and dancing about when they clattered off down the winding road to Lenville. An hour later, Joan had fallen asleep, exhausted. Night had fallen, and as mile after mile of smooth concrete unrolled beneath the flivver's wheels, Bert gave himself over to thoughts he had not dared to entertain in nearly 2 years. They'd be happy, he and Joan, and there'd be no further argument. If she still objected to living on the fruit farm, that could be managed easily. They'd live in Indianapolis, and he'd buy a new car, a good one, to run back and forth. If, when her grief for Tom had lessened, she wanted to go on with laboratory work and such, well, that was easy too. Only there'd be no fooling around with this dimensional stuff. She'd had enough of that, he knew. He drew her close with his free arm, and his thoughts shifted, moved far out in infradimensional space, to dwell upon the man of the past who had called himself Wanderer of Infinity. He who would go on until the end of time, until the end of all things, watching over the many worlds and planes, warning peoples of human-like mold and emotions, wherever they might dwell, helping them, atoning throughout infinity, suffering. End of story 4. Story 5 of The Furthest Reaches of Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. X Marks the Asteroid by Ross RocklynneA. The Unterseide map was out of hiding. Relayed on a grapevine that spanned the planets, the news caught on big in Marsport. Bigger Bales sat at a bare bottle-colored glass desk in his underworld retreat, announcing his intent to claim the reward money that for 85 years had been piling up at compound interest in the Terra First National Bank of New York.
Ralph Unterseide is here in Marsport, he stated. Like all Unterseides, he's clever, and he's dangerous, and he's shifty. He'll travel the crookedest course you ever saw. At the moment, he's got his identity pretty well covered up under the name of Carruthers Straley. In the last 3 weeks, he's organized a band of settlers from Satisfield City who call themselves Titan Settlers Limited. Not that I'm fooled. I'm not saying the Unterseide hibernaculum is on Titan. I'm not even saying Unterseide has the map. But I'm willing to bet he's got a pretty good idea where the map is. I'm also willing to bet that his father died without leaving him a cent, and that he organized Titan Settlers Limited just to get himself a free ride out Satin Way. He's capable of that kind of reasoning.
Bigger Bales smiled rosily and reached for his hat. One of his men held the door open for him.
Right now, on my way to see Carruthers Straley. Maybe he will cut in with me. If not,
he thoughtfully rubbed at the fat of his big jaw.
If not, I'll help him hang himself.
Ralph Unterseide, fourth-generation descendant of the infamous Unterseides, emerged testily from the glass and sand building, where he had just set up a law office under the name of Carruthers Straley. No sooner had he set foot to the glass sidewalk than he was aware a big, smiling man had fallen to step beside him. He backed up against the wall of the building, his eyes wide and cautious, behind dark glasses.
"What do you want?"
he snapped. Bigger Bale smiled, introduced himself. Unterseide looked around as if ready to make a break for it. Bale stood in front of him. He shook his head.
"I'm not going to hurt you, Mr. Unterseide."
At mention of the name, Unterseide smiled arrogantly.
"Really, does one have no privacy? But perhaps one of your caliber is well acquainted with the advantages of using an alias."
"There are advantages." Bigger nodded. "Your advantage lies in heading a group of settlers who don't know you're using them to help you find the asteroid where your ancestors have been sleeping for the past 80-odd years." Unterseide's cane whipped around nervously.
"I know nothing about a map."
Bigger's jowls quivered with mirth.
7 weeks ago, he pointed out, your father died. He told you the map was hidden in an old book called Tertium Organum, a key to the enigmas of the world, by someone named Ouspensky.
Unterseide's eyes moved desperately to the street, down which a single gyromobile moved.
"I have an appointment," he said stiffly. "Now if you'll permit me to make my way before they turn the rainmakers on." "It won't rain for 10 minutes. Better let me finish.
if you don't want your precious settlers to know who you really are. As soon as your aunt heard about your father's death, she put the old Unterseide house up for auction to pay your father's creditors. The furniture went mostly to junk dealers, the rest to museums. All the books, some 10,000 of them, were bought by a big New York used book company, Frangi and Sons Limited. Half of these books, the ones whose titles all began with the letters of the alphabet up through M, were kept in their New York branch. The remainder were sent to open a bookstore in Marsport. By the time you got to Marsport from Earth, the book was reported already sold, to a person unknown. That's all true, isn't it? After having failed to find the map, Mr. Unterseide, you then sent the story to a newspaper, anonymously. I did? Unterseide looked arrogantly at Bales. Yes. Bigger's eyes narrowed. Why? Unterseide surged angrily away from the wall. I'm not interested in your questions. I have my chosen mission in life. It is not the making of money. He brandished his cane. I warn you, Mr. Bales, he cried. I'm a nervous man. If I am not permitted to leave. Bigger spread his hands, astonished. Don't think for a minute I'm keeping you. The only suggestion I wanted to make was that you and I could work together. Unterseide took off his glasses. There were red marks around his eyes where the glasses had taken hold. He had inherited the famous thin nose and receding chin of the Unterseides. His pale, thin lips worked nervously. I work alone, Mr. Bales, he said haughtily. And I work best when such as you try to set your pitiful little traps. Threaten me as you will. Nothing can keep me from my purpose. And now, good day. Bigger's voice was filled with disgust. Your purpose being, of course, to find Asteroid X and free your ancestors so they can go to work on the solar system again. Unterseide glared, primly returned his glasses to his nose and stalked off. Scoundrel, he muttered, putting his hand over his heart. He gasped. It was racing, and he was sweating, trembling. His mother, the Unterseide matriarch, had been quite right. He should take care of his health. By the time he caught a one-wheeled gyromobile that came bowling down a glass street, he was feeling much better. Take me to the Hotel de Marge, he told the driver. He leaned back comfortably, gloved hands resting on the head of his cane while he looked around him. A strange glass-domed city set in the heart of Mars's desert wastelands. A thriving city, with low buildings touching the glass roof of the dome. The rainmaker went on, the first drops splattering down the overhead sprinkler system. Unterseide cringed. Driver! Driver! He cried, rapping smartly with his cane. Do you want me to catch my death? Driver hurriedly caused the separate halves of the glass steel cupola to fold over the car. Unterseide settled back, injuredly. At the registration desk of the Hotel de Mars, he asked for and was shown to the room of Mr. Nathaniel and Miss Fayette Beecher. The door was thrown open by a tanned blonde girl in smart grey jodhpurs and slick boots. Her face at first registered a nervousness. Then it smoothed. Oh, she sang out, blue eyes widening and taking him in from head to toe. You must be Mr. Straley. She cocked her lively face cutely to one side. Are you? Unterseide's heart banged. He bit his lip. This was exactly the kind of girl his dead mother warned him to stay away from. Coquettish, sexy, treacherous, like most females. And he had lately noticed to his dismay that he, an Unterseide, was becoming far too susceptible to such unhealthy influences. I am Mr. Straley, he said coldly. Carruthers Straley, founder of Titan Settlers, Limited. Shall I come in? Please do. For a moment I lost my wits. She's making a play for me, like all females, he thought. Discouragedly, Unterseide went in. He sat down on a sponge plastic chair, resting his gloved hands on his cane and looking around the girl sternly. Daddy, she sang out. Mr. Straley is here. A man with a half-bald head and a deep tan lunged into the room carrying a heavy rocket gun. His grin was wide, his voice reedy and enthusiastic. He was happy to know Mr. Straley. He laid the gun tenderly on the floor. Unterseide looked at it distrustfully. Beech's reedy laugh sounded. It's not cocked, he explained. It caught me right in the middle of a clean and polished job. That old gun of mine's been everywhere, mister. Most of the moons of Jupiter, out on the deserts, even Africa. Yes, sir. Our exploring expeditions have taken us into every corner of the solar system that's available.
The girl whipped open a drawer in the bottom of a boxy chair made of crystal glassdale.
And here's my pet.
She reached in to pull out a long-snouted neutron gun with a triple trigger. Unterzoider's heart banged for the third time in an hour. In the drawer was one other object, Tertium Organum, a key to the enigmas of the world. An old book, a musty book. The book from his beloved dead father's library. The book that held the Unterzoider map. His breath hissed. Beecher leaned solicitously forward.
Anything wrong, Mr. Straley?
Oh, no, nothing,
said Unterzoider, pain wrenching his face.
But I'm not a healthy man. My heart.
Oh, what a shame.
Fayette leaned over him, dizzying him with her perfume. She put her warm little hand on his forehead. She held his wrist to feel his pulse. She shook her blonde curls vigorously.
No fever. The pulse did seem to race a little when I held your hand. Outside of that,
she surveyed him judiciously.
I'll bet you're as healthy as a Venusian peat dog.
Oh, come now, protested Beecher. If the man says he's got a galloping heart, that's what he's got. Think of the courage, the idealism, the sheer fortitude of this man, who has gathered together a group of settlers to brave the dangers of a jungle world like Titan, a planet no one has ever attempted to colonize. I personally hand it to the man.
There was a fawning admiration on his unshaven, grinning face. Unterzoider settled back in his chair, feeling put upon.
I'm afraid of guns,
he told Fayette petulantly.
If you please put it away. Besides,
he drew a clipping from his billfold.
I'm already convinced of your prowess as explorers.
The headlines on the clipping read, Explorers return from Ganymede Ice Tundra. Father and daughter make unique team.
It says quite a bit about the expeditions you two have headed. Needless to say, I'm impressed. I am here, of course, to make you a proposition.
He explained his purpose at some length. For several weeks he had been engaged on a project dear to his heart. He believed in the future of the human race. He wanted to spread mankind's dominion even beyond the moons of Jupiter. Titan had been viewed by only 2 men, both of whom stated it was livable. It had soil, it had vegetation. Also, it had dangerous animal life.
That's for us,
said Fayette stoutly. She accidentally pointed the neutron gun at Unterzoider. She was squirming around on her chair with repressed vitality. Her eyes melted on him. He wished he could get over the feeling that she was laying it on too thick. That perfume, he must not allow himself to be affected. He cringed from the gun. She hastily put it on the floor. He wondered how accidental it might have been. Probably these cheap opportunists were perfectly capable of killing. He would have to watch his step. They had the map all right. The bookseller's description of Fayette had been quite correct and helpful. Fortunately, the bookseller had been willing to accept a bribe not to give anybody else the information. He spoke again.
When I received your visual call, Miss Beecher, I at once felt the Titan settlers could work with you. I seriously discussed with them the possibility of giving you and your father titular command of the expedition.
Oh?
said Fayette.
You've already been capitalized?
Unterzoider coughed delicately.
My intrepid settlers are composed of young husbands and wives and their children. I was able to sell them. That is, the magical lure of a new world was really all that was necessary to convince them that Titan is where their destiny lay. They sold all their belongings and invested the funds with me as treasurer of the organization.
Beecher smacked his hands together enthusiastically.
Fine. There's nothing the daughter and I like better than to push on into a new frontier. Mr. Straley, for 20,000 credits, we're bought.
Unterzoider sat bolt upright.
10,000 credits, he said severely, is the top amount we can offer. That is final, with 1,000 credits in advance.
He whipped out a checkbook. He adjusted his glasses. Primly he wrote a check and extended it with a jabbing motion, holding it for perhaps 30 seconds before Beecher's crestfallen face turned toward his daughter. Fayette was looking with intense interest at the check.
Why not? Mr. Straley, like you, we're idealists. Money means hardly anything. I think you've made a deal.
Beecher stowed the check in his wallet with satisfaction.
Now we'll get busy. Of course, we'll have to have a drawing account. We'll have to discuss details, such as the number of settlers to be transported so it can buy or charter the proper type of spaceship. There's the matter of building supplies to be bought, grain, seeds, food,
1,000 details which you can leave entirely in our hands, Mr. Straley. And while we're at it, I'd like to shake your hand. There's very few people who'd endanger their own lives to further the progress of mankind."
The experience left Unterzoider weak. He looked appealingly at Fayette.
"I wonder if a glass of water,"
he said feebly. Hurriedly, she disappeared to the apartment kitchen. Unterzoider slumped lower in the seat, breathing hard.
"Maybe,"
he told Beecher helplessly.
"a shot of whiskey would do the trick better."
"Sure thing."
Beecher went after his daughter. As soon as they were both out of the room, Unterzoider got up and pulled open the drawer containing Tertium Organum, a key to the enigmas of the world. Quickly he unfolded the chart in the back of the book. The map should be there. It wasn't. He slapped the drawer shut, sank feebly back to his seat. The Beechers were gone an inordinately long time. He thought he heard them whispering in the kitchen. Then Beecher lunged back into the room, bearing a jigger of no doubt cheap rye. Unterzoider gulped down and put the glass to one side. Fayette was admiring.
"For a man in poor health," she exclaimed, "you take it without a whimper, or a chaser."
"Eh?" Unterzoider blinked, then drew himself up stiffly. "Whiskey is the only medicine my doctor permits. And now let's get down to the matter of the contract." 1 month later. Ralph Unterzoider was furious. He stalked the darkened decks of the trembling spaceship Ares, a slick 100-tonner with 60 square feet of firing surface, and reflected that the Beechers were making a worse sucker out of him than he'd expected them to. First, they were a pair of fakers. That much had been obvious from the start, with that phony newspaper write-up, all that bragging about their knowledge of firearms when they didn't even know enough to keep a weapon pointed toward the floor. Well, he'd expected that much, but to discover they did not even have basic knowledge of how to outfit an expedition. They had actually been ordering lumber for building, until he pointed out the climate of Titan might be kinder to prefabricated glass steel sections. They had actually paid out money for seeds, bulbs, and saplings, until he showed that all farming on Titan must, for the present, be on an experimental or at best highly speculative basis. Not only that, they had attempted to charter a ship twice as big as needed, one that used large quantities of chemical fuels. That ridiculous error had been amended with a smaller ship, sporting atomic gas thrust. As for the captain and crew, they had been hired by Unterzoider himself, and, by means of the secret passage of 1,000 credits from Titan settlers' funds to Captain Foshag, the captain and crew were bought. Unterzoider balanced himself angrily down a companionway. As he passed a hanging ventilator, the drumbeat and skittering rhythm of a jury-rigged orchestra echoed up from the ballroom. A dance was in progress. Unterzoider smiled sentimentally. Nothing like giving the settlers a run for their money. Of course, he reflected dourly, Fayette Beecher had got the best of him in the matter of using the drawing account. Unterzoider scowled. What had got into him? Somehow, Fayette's roving blue eyes and fiery touch did their work on him. Next thing he knew, he was in duress, being dragged on the arm of that fluffy creature from one dress shop to another. An expense account to buy swirling party dresses, with a smidgen here and there for fancy explorers' outfits. The memory of his folly made Unterzoider squirm. He sighed heavily as he came to sea deck. Anyway, by his own cleverness, he had a ship, he had the Beechers, who had the map, and the hibernaculum asteroid, where his dozen infamous ancestors were sleeping away the decades under the influence of a potent, forbidden drug called somnoline, was somewhere out near Titan, or had been. That was the one thing he had remembered when, as a child, his father showed him the legendary map. At least he was headed for the area where the asteroid might be. And so, he reflected glumly, that arrogant, impossible Bigger Bales. The Beechers' double stateroom was on sea deck. Just as he turned an L in the corridor, he ran head-on into a gaily running figure clad in a fluffy party dress. For a moment they struggled in an attempt to regain their balance, and when Unterzoider came out of it, he was holding Fayette Beecher tightly, and he was kissing her warm little face. She responded just as energetically, and suddenly he woke up to the horror of the role he had assumed. He shoved her away. She stumbled backward, and there was a glassy tinkling sound.
"Oh, your glasses!"
cried Fayette, making a grab for them. He grabbed too, suddenly convinced he had gone blind.
"They're broken, Ralph, honey!"
she said. "You look so much better without them." She flung her arms around him again, pressing him back to the wall. Her lips drooped disappointedly. "I'm fond of you," she said unhappily. "But you're so darn peculiar. You fell over yourself kissing me. Now you're backing off. What's wrong?" Unterzoida was scared. It came as a shock to him that the extreme emergency of the situation had given him, by some hypnotic process, better vision than he'd ever had. In spite of the darkness of the hall, he could see that Fayette was ravishing. She could make a strong man weak. Well, he would not give her that opportunity. Besides, something she'd said just now, something he couldn't put his finger on, had subconsciously frightened him. What? These treacherous beaches. Maybe she was using her indomitable weapon to win him over. To what? Perhaps to cut him in on the map. X marks the spot indeed. X was a moving asteroid. It had been moving for some 80-odd years since the map was made. To find its present location was a problem in celestial mechanics. The map would have to be deciphered. Not only that, the original maker of the map, being an Unterzoida, had undoubtedly confused the issue by making the job hard even for a mathematician. Naturally, the Beaches hadn't dared take the map to anybody for deciphering. To do so might have brought the whole criminal element in the solar system after them. That, of course, was a little thing Unterzoida himself had arranged, when he anonymously gave the details of the story to the press. The Beaches had been boxed in. Now, in desperation, the Beaches probably figured that if Fayette could make Carruthers Straley fall in love with her, that he, being a lawyer, might have a devious enough mind to think like an Unterzoida and decipher the map, and not betray them. They did not understand that Ralph Unterzoida, alias Carruthers Straley, worked alone. They would find it out, and so would Bigger Bales. He answered her direct question stiffly. "I shall continue to back off, Fayette. Love is an emotion which can be defined in various unflattering terms. I would not care to tumble your romantic castles. My mother—" "Ah, your mother!" She leaped upon the word with a knowing and very wide grin. Then she took advantage of his pinned position against the bulkhead to kiss him again, determinedly and hard. For a wild half of eternity, his senses were swept away in a skittering whirlwind. Then by main force he tore away and lunged down a corridor. "Mr. Straley!" There was a bubble of repressed laughter. "I was going to ask if you'd take me to the dance." He did not answer. His flight was precipitous. It was not for several minutes that he realized the loss of his glasses had not impeded his vision. He leaned weakly against a bulkhead. Very early in life, his parents had insisted that the inherited weak eyes of the Unterzoidas be made normal with ocular aids. Indeed, powerful dark eyeglasses had grown, over the generations, to be a symbol of Unterzoida autocracy. His parents had been wrong. Perhaps they had been wrong in other things. He shuddered. Without his eyeglasses, he hardly felt himself to be an Unterzoida. Slowly, memory of his original purpose in ordering Captain Froschag to throw a dance came back. In the ballroom, Beecher would be strutting to win the favor of somebody's wife. With a bit more success, Fayette would have a dozen young husbands circling her, moth-like. Intrigue, thought Unterzoida, and subtlety is ever the adventurer's most potent weapon. The great general indirectly entices the foe away from his own most strongly held point. Several minutes later, he was fitting his passkey into the door of the Beecher's stateroom. He closed the door, switched on the radio lights. The efficiently furnished little rooms were brightly illumined. The map? Where? Start at the beginning. At first glance, Tertium Organum was not in the bookcase. Then he reached in back of the row of lurid fiction titles, and knew he had guessed correctly. A little too correctly. He felt one of the few cold chills of his life travelling on his spine. He opened the book, and the map fell out. He sat down weakly. His fingers trembled as he smoothed out the heavy rag parchment. A map of the solar system. He dizzied. X marks the asteroid, just as he remembered seeing it that long-ago day when his great father showed it to him. His father, that stern-faced giant in whom the valiant blood of the hibernating Unterzoidas flowed, had been most explicit. One of these years the map would be given to Ralph. He would guard it with his blood. In the course of time, Ralph would give it to his son. At long last, the hibernaculum would be opened. The dozen hibernating Unterzoidas would be brought to life with injections of anti-somnoline, and would once more take over their rightful place of dominance in the solar system. The position they had been scourged from by a relentless political regime, which had smashed the Unterseider's fabulous tri-planet cartels, leaving the remnants in the form of 1,000 rigidly controlled small holding companies. The position they had been forced to flee from, leaving only their children and a hidden map. Unterseider's fingers still shook. Sweat dribbled down his blonde hairline. Something was wrong. Everything was wrong. The map itself was hideously out of scale. The traced orbits of the planets were circular, not elliptical. And the map itself. I should not have found it so easily. Counter-intrigue. No time to lose. From his inside pocket, he took the flat little duplico camera, adjusted the frame over the map. He flipped the shutter. Seconds later, the map was back exactly where he had taken it from. There was only one sound in this quiet room. The tremor of the gas thrust shoving the ship through dark void into the spaces beyond Jupiter. Suddenly there was the scuffle of moving feet. Unterseider found himself in the position of a traveler in an alien city, where savage little children had switched all the street signs. Nonetheless, he lunged for the door, threw off the lights in the stateroom, opened the door, closed it, stood with his back pressed against it. Hurrying footsteps. Unterseider was after the sound. The big, hurrying frame of Captain Foshag. Unterseider grabbed his arm, whipped him around. Foshag's hairy, dignified face was wrenched with astonishment. "Mr. Straley," he said uncertainly. His brow clouded. He looked at Unterseider's grip on his heavy arm and frowned with displeasure. He shook off his hand. "I'm not used to being manhandled, sir. You perhaps imbibed too much at the party." He was being sternly insulting. Unterseider crumbled. He could not be wrong. "I haven't been well. My heart—" He touched at his chest apologetically. It wasn't too far from the truth. Pains in his chest. His mother had always assured him the Unterseiders were prone to heart trouble, just as she got around to making him wear glasses. Terrible uncertainties were crowding him. He was surrounded by treachery. Had Foshag been shadowing him? Foshag's great frame rocked judiciously on its toes. "If you truly have a bad heart," he said measuredly, "you have taken the long trail when the Aries hit heaven. We humans often are plagued with strange influences. Words spoken to the unguarded mind of the child sometimes become fact to the grown-up. I'm not worried about the heart, and that's the reason I'm away from the turret. I've been looking for you." He cleared his throat. "There's a king-sized ship of the silver type on our tail, Mr. Straley. I'm not the worrying kind, however. Worry is indeed the prime cause of most kidney troubles, and besides, but clouds the mind when there's work to be done. Therefore not until I observed that the pursuing craft was indeed pursuing." "Come to the point." Everything else was swept away. Unterseider was suddenly furious at this big, stupid, philosophizing blunderer. "You're trying to excuse yourself for not telling me right away. Let's get to the turret." Unterseider went at full stride, his brain in high gear. They were being pursued. That arrogant Bigger Bales, no doubt. So what? Add one more menace to those he was collecting? In fact, mess up the mess a little more. "Captain Foshag," he said, "you are a well-read man. Ever read Ouspensky?" Foshag nodded his square, bearded chin. "A man of vast creative mental power, Mr. Straley. A man who seemed able to step off our 3 dimensions and look at our universe from a new viewpoint." Tentatively. "You have an interest in the classical philosophers, perhaps?" Unterseider muttered something garbled. He trotted ahead of Foshag up the ramp to the glassed-in control turret, went past several instrument men to the viewing disc assembly. Foshag hurriedly got the pursuing ship on the crosshairs. It was a great globoid catching golden-green sun on one half, black interstellar shadow on the other. "Raise it on the beam," Unterseider ordered. Moments later, Ralph Unterseider was looking into the detested face of Bigger Bales. "That's me," smiled Bigger, his rosy face creasing. "Bigger Bales. And how are you, Mr. Ralph Unterseider?" His smile became even more rosy. Unterseider gulped. He was completely dismayed. Captain Foshag showed no reaction at the unmasking. Captain Foshag kept his face turned studiously away. Unterseider felt himself going into a spin, but he drew himself up and said haughtily, "Kindly keep your inside information to yourself, Mr. Bigger Bales. I travel under the name of Carruthers Straley merely because there is an unsavory flavour to the name of Unterseider. Now, why are you following us?" "Following you?" Bigger Bales appeared injured. "I'm trying to catch up with you. I intend to come aboard." "You will not." Unterseider yelled the words so loud the crew members in back of him half jumped from their charts. Bigger's image wavered on the screen as he leaned forward and settled back.
"I didn't expect such a reaction, Mr. Straley,"
he said, his little eyes almost hidden by fat or penetrating.
"I'd almost think you were hiding something. Are you?"
Forsag raised a commanding hand.
"That'll be enough of that," he commanded. "We're a law-abiding ship. I myself am an honest man. Secrecy gives rise to certain nervous disorders, which I avoid. If you wish to come aboard, perhaps you are taking advantage of some space article."
"Taking advantage, if you want to put it that way. Two of my men are down sick. The usual spastic seizures. We've run out of ATG. We're coming aboard your ship to get some. Article 10B of the Space Constitution gives us that right."
Unterzoider brushed Forsag aside.
"I warn you, Mr. Bales," he said thickly. "If you have an ulterior motive, such as the looting of this ship, we will put up a fight. Our settlers were chosen for their intrepid qualities. We have guns, we have bombs, we have a flare cannon. You will not find us easy prey."
Bales leaned back easily.
"Relax, Unterzoider. As far as guns go, we've got our share. And we've got a brace of flare cannons embrasured on the bulkheads of the Space Queen ourselves, if you want to get tough."
He spread his fat hands.
"But who wants to get tough? See you gentlemen aboard your ship 24 hours from now."
With which remark he broke contact. Unterzoider was at Forsag instantly.
"Not a word about my identity," he breathed. "After all, I did pay you 1,000 credits. And for which I thanked you, Mr. Unterzoider. I'm not a secretive man. If asked a direct question, I seldom impair my health by lying. Now permit me to return to my duties."
Fuming, Unterzoider left the control turret, went straight to the ballroom. Here, without any hesitation whatever, he cut in on Fayette, taking her away from the handsomest husband in the lot. No word of apology. He held her very close, very tight. He danced with a mathematical precision. Even the soul of the dance, he reflected grimly, derives from a mathematical formula. The dummy four-piece band hagged out its hag strut very effectively. He was rewarded as Fayette lost her surprised stiffness, and began to melt into him in perfect rhythm to the tune. Her blonde head gradually nestled into his shoulder, her eyes closed, a small, sweet smile on her lips. At the first opportunity, he swung her without a break to a small observation lounge, and in the cold green glow of 1,000,000 stars drew her to him, letting himself be stunned by the warmth of her and the drugging quality of her perfume. He kissed her. She was carried away into a land of intricate enchantment, where love is all, and the girl in my arms is you. She opened her eyes, looking at him dreamily.
"I love you,"
she murmured.
"I know,"
said Unterzoider.
"I don't know what your intentions are. I don't care what kind of a sneaky, underhanded person you are. I still love you."
He kissed her again. She was crying. Unterzoider took out his handkerchief and wiped away her tears.
"Now don't worry, Fayette," he soothed. "Everything will turn out all right."
He took her back to the dance floor. By luck, he found the young husband she'd been dancing with. He gave her back.
"Sorry,"
he said. He gave Fayette a fleeting smile and hurriedly took off. He went to his cabin and feverishly got to work. Plug up the loopholes as you go along, a favourite axiom of the Unterzoiders. Now that Fayette was in love with him, he could draw on her for any emergency. Apparently the time was coming when he would need an ally. He ran the negative through the hypo, put it in the dryer and paced the floor. He rubbed at his lips with the back of his hand. He could still smell Fayette's perfume. He could still feel her bare, warm back. Careful, careful. He went to a mirror and looked at his face, weak, the glassless eyes, red-rimmed, thin nose and lips. His spirits dropped. How could Fayette be in love with him, particularly when he was one of the outlawed Unterzoiders? The finished photograph went into the automatic pantograph. He blew it up 6 times into a square of Mirac paper. He smoothed the new map onto the desk. Instantly he saw why at first the map had appeared so impossibly distorted. The circles did not indicate the orbits of the planets. They were merely a logarithmic indication of the scale of the map. Mercury, being 43 million miles from the Sun, was the basic unit, and that was necessary. The solar system could not be drawn to scale unless the inner planets crowded in fractionally close to the Sun. Here the positions of the planets were indicated by dots, whose map distance from the Sun receded inward in logarithmic ratio to actual distance. Pluto, for instance, being 100 times farther from the Sun than Mercury in real distance, appeared by the map to be only roughly 20 times as far. The position of the dot planets on the map, of course, indicated the exact date of the day when the map was drawn. The finally drawn X showed the position of the Hibernaculum asteroid on that day. Since then, roughly 82 years ago, X had moved in its orbit. Where to? That was the problem. Undersider sweated. It was said by the Undersiders, with possible justification, that only an Undersider could think like an Undersider. How often his father had told him that, but he was confused. Naturally, the map was meant to confuse. What were the figures at the bottom of the map? S1.7452, C1.2020, and 032118. And why at the top corner was the name Untersider printed with a small u? Nobody but an Untersider would know. Well, he didn't know. Puzzled, he paced the room. Tomorrow, bigger Bales would force his way aboard ship. Little could be done to stop him, partly because he insisted he needed ATG, a chemical staff of life necessary for muscular action, but mostly because he had superior firepower. Actually, he wanted the map. If he didn't get it, he would inevitably loot the ship. He paused before the mirror again. Glassless, he didn't feel like an Untersider. Looking upon himself, naked of face, he cringed. If only the whole thing were over. If only he were in the observatory under the greenly burning stars with... Frantically, he stopped that line of thought. He hauled out a sheaf of maps. He had come prepared. He had brought the duplicate camera, the film-developing equipment, the pantograph, other odds and ends. He had a shelf full of celestial mechanic manuals, as well as books on the more ordinary arithmetics. But he had only 1 year of math. Somewhere along the line he had outguessed his patriarch of a father and his matriarch of a mother. Law had been the result. Well suited, he had felt at the time, to the trickery, the deceit, and the orneriness of the typical Untersider mind. Anyway, he needed a slide rule before he could tackle the equations. For the present, he would work out the date the map was made. Then it would be possible to discover X's present position. All that was necessary was, mathematically, to rotate the present time position of the planets backward in time, clockwise that is, until they coincided with map position. The star maps, the ephemeris, and the planet catalogue should make that fairly simple. After an hour, his nerves began to quiver. He ran his hands distractedly through his awry blonde hair. He had the answer, and it was impossible, except that it was correct. Apparently the map had been drawn up in prehistoric times, 50,000 years ago. After a virtually sleepless sleep period, he went to break. The settlers were in a happy, chattering mood. Titan was only 10 days away. Untersider ate with the pressure of the Beecher's eyes on him. Nathaniel Beecher showed quiet menace on a face that ordinarily held grinning, shifty-eyed camaraderie. Fayette had sullen, angry shadows under her eyes. Perhaps she was smarting into a humiliation that might make her do dangerous things. He had left her rather abruptly at the dance. Untersider bit his lip. Perhaps he had not covered that situation as well as he might. Remorse was an emotion new to Untersider, but then he had suffered some kind of mental upset when his glasses shuttered under Fayette's heel. He could see as well as the next man, and consequently was beginning to have some shattering doubts about the wisdom of his immediate ancestors. And he was a man. He gulped. All these were dangerous thoughts. He must continue to think like an Untersider. Something devious, something tricky. Something that would competently accomplish the task of fooling the Beechers, bigger Bales, and possibly Fauchag. As he started out of the dining room, Beecher lunged after him, trailing a rocket stream of cigar smoke. "A minute, Straley." Beecher held him from the door, his close-set eyes full of dislike. "Fauchag told me bigger Bales is back there." He jerked her shoulder. "You're a man with many small tricks, Straley," he went on slowly. "Probably you're the most dangerous man I've ever encountered. I've been around." "I'll bet you have." Beecher gestured with the cigar, turned on his grin, apparently to convince anybody watching that this was a friendly conversation. "But I'm not letting you get away with anything. We have to do something about Bales. I don't intend to be hijacked. Truthfully, mister, I don't see why the settlers shouldn't be forewarned. They're a decent bunch. We're not. In fact," his eyes were boring, "I've known from the first that you've been using these people." "As you have, and as you've attempted to use me." "Yes." Beecher's lips moved hesitantly. "You and I and Fayette are all three getting a free ride to Titan, aren't we? No expenses. So now that we're almost laid our cards on the table, Why shouldn't we join forces?
UnderSider drew himself up disdainfully. I work alone, Beecher.
Yeah, Beecher showed disgust. You mean you're working for something no decent person could help you with?
And you mean by that?
Beecher's eyes simmered. He said nothing.
UnderSider snapped. I still work alone, unless forced to recruit help. That condition may occur. In the meantime, use some of those qualities your leadership and explorer should have. Inform these people what's up. Tell them Bales will probably attempt to loot the ship. Line the men up at the arsenal and load them down with weapons. Make arrangements so that women and children will keep to the cabins. Can you handle that?
Beecher flushed until his face was bright red. Leaving him properly insulted, UnderSider went to the control turret where he cornered Foshag, drew him to the solar chart. UnderSider picked up a pencil, made an indentation at random. It was considerably to the east of the Ares' present position.
Change course immediately, to that point.
Foshag huffed rebelliously.
That won't help us outrun Bales. The new course will but give him a hypotenuse to travel. He'll run us down quicker.
UnderSider's lips turned thinner. Muttering, Foshag sat down to the computations. On the way out of the turret, UnderSider slipped a slide rule out of an instrument case so deftly that nobody noticed. Another hour's work showed him that the two sets of figures respectively indicated X's point of origin and direction of travel. C stood for cosine, of course, S for sine. X had been, when the map was made, some degrees below the plane of the ecliptic. Its orbit was at a steep slant to that plane. So what? So the point of origin was located in time 50,000 years ago. The map was a fake. He sat at the desk a long time, thinking and thinking fast. Foshag must have known who he was from the first. He was an observing man, but he was also a closed-mouthed man, who answered only to direct questions. And the Beechers knew his identity too. Fayette had accidentally called him by his real name. Treachery. Undoubtedly, Bigger Bales had tipped off the Beechers just before UnderSider arrived at the Beechers' apartment in Marsport. Bigger Bales thought UnderSider knew where the map was, but didn't know the Beechers had it. Bigger intended to let the situation stir itself up so the asteroid's location would more easily come out of hiding. Yes, everything was wrong. Bigger would loot the ship when he learned the map was a practical joke. Taking a ship this far beyond Jupiter would have to pay off, and there was nobody to stop him. What was it his father taught him about UnderSider techniques? Sell short at the top, buy long at the bottom. All events, good or bad, could be used to build a firmer superstructure. Well, face it, ship's course had been changed. The settlers by this time had demanded to know why. Beecher would tell them Carruthers Australia was Ralph UnderSider, hunting for hibernaculum. The settlers by this time were up in arms against him. He paled. He leaped to the door, listened. Footsteps, patrolling his room. He returned to the table, make use of the situation, dredge it for what it's worth. He crossed shakily to the audio and called Fayette's number. Luckily, Fayette, and not her father, answered.
Fayette, darling.
The word came out huskily. It was hard to say. It sounded real.
Who?
Then her voice was uneven.
You called me darling. Are you sure you're in your right mind? I mean it, dear.
Did he?
I couldn't forget last night.
He was falling into the self-made trap of the dishonest, unable to tell his own truth from his own falsehood.
All right,
she said unevenly.
So you couldn't forget it. So what?
He spoke softly. Please. He had to see her in his room right away. It was urgent. Would she come now? A long silence. Yes, she would come. No, she wouldn't tell her father. Positively. 5 minutes later she slipped into the room. She barely opened the door. He took her instantly into his arms. When he figured he had kissed her enough, he let her drop limply into a chair. The circles under her eyes were worse. She looked miserable. He drew up a chair, tenderly took her hands in his.
Look at me, Fayette. I'm going to make a confession that will shock you. I'm not Carruthers Australia. I'm Ralph UnderSider.
She didn't look shocked. He pretended not to notice. He told her selected portions of the story.
I suspected you had the map. I examined Tertium Organum in your apartment yesterday when you and your father were in the kitchen.
And you wanted me to examine it, so I'll be sure to hire you on Beecher and take you with me to Shatton. That was the reason you posed as explorers, so Titan settlers would give you a free ride to the vicinity of X.
I broke into your room last night, Fayette, and made a copy of the map. You left it wide open for me, so I could put my UnderSider brains to work deciphering it. And now that I've deciphered the map,
that shocked her.
You did? But Daddy figured out it was made roughly 50,000 years ago.
His heart fell to the bottom of his stomach. The Beaches hadn't got over that stumbling block either. He'd made a mistake in trying to pump her. He smiled feebly, but salvaged something out of it.
50,000 years, he said doggedly. Seems to be correct.
She was on her feet, laughing half hysterically. You're trying to say the Unterzoid has invented a time machine, that they aren't hibernating at all, after all the trouble we've gone to? She giggled. That's rich, Ralph. Female instability. He held her tightly. A lie. A good solid lie. His heart raced. Bigger bales. Of course not, dear. The whole idea of a time machine is fantasy. Is it? And it'll make you feel better to know the map is purely contemporary. You noticed the ship changed course. Well, dear, we are headed toward X. She pushed away, her eyes amazed. And, he added happily, you will also be glad to know that you and I and your father are going to collect the reward for finding the hibernaculum. Really, Ralph? That was your intention all along? You weren't going to free them? I was hoping so hard you were going only after the reward. She switched her glance over his shoulder. Pity wrenched her face. Something hit Ralph Unterzoider hard on the back of the head. He fell straight down 10,000 miles and lay there for quite a while, studying patterns of light that squirmed in his head. Captain Fauchag was dragging him to a chair. His tufted eyebrows came close. He put a slopping cloth on Unterzoider's forehead. He said, For the time, you're a prisoner in this cabin. I trust the experience will teach you some truths. Wickedness secretes various poisons in the body, particularly the heart and the liver. Change your ways, and you may indeed live a long life. The door burst open, and Beecher lunged in. His shrewd eyes rested on Unterzoider. Sorry I had to bob you, Unterzoider, he said in clipped accents, but it was the best way to get you out of the picture, keep you from talking to bigger bales. He might have messed up the works. As it was, we told him the truth. The truth? Certainly. You admitted it to Fayette, that he'd figured out the orbit and present position of X. He got the course from Fauchag and made his turn around toward Titan again. Then he took off for X. So we whipped. But at least he kept us from being looted. Unterzoider ripped the wet cloth from his head and threw it somewhere. He laughed. He weaved about the room, holding his head and hooting while Fauchag and Beecher looked on with open mouths. Then Fauchag forced him into a chair. Out of his head! Mr. Unterzoider, please be quiet. That's better. There's that. Now we're going to leave you here for your own protection, Mr. Unterzoider. The settlers are somewhat provoked. Do you agree? Unterzoider grinned widely up at him. I'm sick, he groaned. Tell Fayette I need her. There's still X to find. An idea had come to him. He was in bed, the white cloth on his forehead, when Fayette walked in. She looked at him without sympathy. Tentatively she sat on the bed, curling one knee under another. I'm sorry if you think I played Delilah, Ralph, she began. He patted her knee delicately. There, he soothed. None of that matters. Actually, we're two of a kind. That's that we're naturally treacherous, but we are indirect, the most dangerous weapon in the world. I wanted to discuss our plans. You see, marriage is a... She gripped his wrist hard to make him stop talking. She said through her teeth, After this, nothing but the truth. Inwardly, he groaned. She went on with determination. I do love you. I do want to marry you and settle on Titan. The important thing is, do you love me and really want to marry me? Are you going to be honest with me about things that concern only us? Of course, I don't mind if you're tricky with other people. That's life. Well, why not? Unfortunately, he would be unable to use her any more for purposes of finding X, but apparently he was in love with her. He held her warm hands. We'll get married and live on Titan, he said. She leaned over and kissed him until he thought to be forced down through the bed. He added, But first I've got to get back in the good graces of the settlers. When she smiled incredulously, he said with confidence, It should be easy. And besides, it was necessary. As soon as Fayette left, he leaped out of bed and grabbed an encyclopedia out of the bookcase. He looked up Unterzoider, tracing down until he found the expected paragraph. The fabulous cartels of the Unterzoiders were built up through their amazing instinct on the stock market. When the market was bullish, they seemed to know when the crest was reached. Selling short in heavy amount at this point, they reaped millions in profit as the market fell.
then caught the market again on the upswing. Invariably the bulls were caught short by the Undersider bears. The Undersiders seemed to draw some special inspiration from one famous interpretation of the name, i.e. Undersiders, those who work from the underside. Undersider sent the book scurrying into a corner. His hunch had been right, but now was not the time to work out the rest of the puzzle. He dressed quickly. Then he walked into the dining room, where dinner was in progress. He was wearing the white bandage pinned around his forehead. He was also limping very slightly. Sympathy was none the less lacking. Complete quiet reigned in the dining room. The settlers kept their faces turned away, or looked fixedly at their plates. Fayette's expression alone showed sympathy. He knew his own face was fiery red. None the less he told the settlers everything he thought necessary. They knew it anyway. He apologized. He pointed out deviously that, after all, they were on the way to a new world. That much he had done for them. What you do not realize is that it was I, your leader, who diverted Big Bells from looting the ship. Quite deliberately, I built up the feeling that the new cost was the cost to X, the hibernaculum of my criminal ancestors. All of you were convinced. Therefore Bales became convinced. Had he known the Untersider map was a fake, he would have taken it out on you by looting the ship. I sent him off on a wild goose chase. Some of the settlers were looking at him with cautious interest. Beecher rose at this point. I can say something in favor of Mr. Untersider, he said. His intentions were good. Mr. Untersider was only after the reward money. He did not intend to free the Untersiders, even though he is an Untersider himself. And half the reward money was to go into the treasury of Titan settlers. Untersider looked pop-eyed at Beecher. But now the settlers were frankly staring at him. After a moment they began eating again. In several minutes more, the hall was full of chatter. Again. After the most uncomfortable meal of his life, Untersider headed for the door. Beecher caught up with him, grinning companionably. We did a good job, mister, he said. I had my own reasons for backing you up. This thing will blow over. Then I've got some ideas. You and I are sharpies, Untersider. We could set up in business on Titan and build up one of the biggest fortunes in the system, eventually. What do you say? Untersider smiled wanly and said he would think it over. Then he went to his cabin. In 2 hours he had plotted X's location to the dot. Then he leaned back, nibbling nervously at the pencil eraser. In 5 days, with good fortune, the infamous Untersiders would be awake and free. It took him 2 days of cautious footwork before the settlers completely dropped their hostility toward him. Then one evening he told them simply that they still had bigger bales to worry about. When he discovers he's been fooled, it's possible he might head for Titan and try to loot the settlement. We have to be ready. For several weeks we have to be on guard. The spaceship will be camouflaged. For a while we'll suspend building operations. We'll be ready for offense and defense. We have 3 lifeboats which are maneuverable in empty space or in an atmosphere. These lifeboats must be equipped with food, with water, with weapons. I'm calling for volunteers to help me with that job. It was a rude shock to Untersider when Fayette became the first volunteer. By the 4th day, the lifeboats were deadly, offensive craft. Untersider paid particular attention to one of the lifeboats himself. Quite accidentally, it became loaded down with extra weapons and supplies. Only one thing bothered him. Fayette was underfoot all the time. As the time of leaving approached, his nerves began to get the better of him. The time, however, did come. At 22:04 on the 5th day, in the middle of the sleeping period, he dialed open the airlock door to the blister in which the stout little lifeboat nestled. He closed it behind him, turned around. Fayette was standing at the hatch of the little ship, slickly dressed in shiny boots, smart beige jodhpurs, and a blouse, open at the throat. She was holding her pet neutron gun with a snout pointed toward him. She was smiling confidently. Ralph, she said, in my hand I hold a weapon. It is not indirect. It is not subtle. It does not practice deceit. It does not give half answers. It says yes, and it says no. That's all it says. It also gets yes and no answers. But don't be afraid of me, Ralph. I'm here to help you. He found his voice. Help me?
I need no help. I work alone. Nobody works alone, Ralph. Ask Captain Foshag. Most people run on compulsive commands given them by people who might even be dead. Parents, mostly. Positive suggestion. The mind works that way. Sometimes people are made to feel they're unhealthy, only they aren't really. Or they're told their eyes are bad, or that they're superior to other people. It's just as if—
She frowned hard, as if looking for an example.
As if your parents were sitting inside that smart blonde head of yours, Ralph, and telling you to free the ontozoiders from their sleep. It's something you feel you have to do. But you don't have to, Ralph. I'm here to help you.
He stared at her, stunned. He drew himself up arrogantly.
Put down that gun, Fayette.
If anything, she held the gun more firmly and moved it 3 inches toward him.
Don't mistake me, Ralph, she said, her eyes cold. This is a yes-no game. No maybes or ifs. If you say yes when the gun says no, that's too bad. If you say no when the gun wants yes, that's too bad. You see how straightforward the three of us are. But I and my pet neutron gun will give you time to think. Tell me how you found X.
He slumped weakly against the bulkhead, wiping at his forehead with the back of a shaking hand.
There were enough clues,
he said hoarsely. And there had been, at that. Tertium Organum, a key to the enigmas of the world, was a key. Its author, Ouspensky, looked at the universe from a different viewpoint. The small u in Unterzoider meant that it was to be taken as a common noun. And certainly the conclusion that the map was made 50,000 years ago was itself an obvious clue.
We made our calculations on the assumption that the map had been made looking at the solar system from the north, from the star Polaris, that is. It hadn't been. My ancestors drew the map from the unorthodox reference point of the Southern Cross. From the underside, I turned the negative upside down and made a new map. Then I got right answers.
Very good, said Fayette.
The tricky Unterzoiders did live up to their name, didn't they, Ralph?
Yes, he said shakily. The gun wavered. Fayette was blinking.
Ralph, do you love me?
Yes.
Are you being truthful? Will you always tell me the truth? The whole truth?
Yes.
That's a good boy. Please keep on giving my pet the right answers. Ralph, don't you know that if you freed the Unterzoiders, I couldn't ever look at you again?
There were angry tears in her eyes. Unterzoider suddenly remembered the time at the dance when he had wiped away her tears. He should wipe them away now. He was weakening. He was an Unterzoider. He should be strong. That was his duty.
Fayette,
he said hoarsely.
Stand back. Her chin came up. Answer the question, yes or no.
Yes.
Do you want to marry me?
Yes, Fayette. Her mouth opened and closed. Suddenly her shoulders heaved and she shook her head blindly. The gun dropped at her side.
Oh, Ralph, I can't do it. I was going to ask you if you still wanted to go ahead with it. But I can't. I can't force you. You'll have to make up your own mind.
She turned away, hiding her face with one arm. Instantly he leaped for her, tearing the gun from her hand. He looked at where it lay black and ugly in his hands. He was seeing it very well, with his excellent Unterzoider eyes. It slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. He let it lie and took Fayette into his arms. End of Story 5. Story 6 of the Furthest Reaches
of space.
Read Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Blind Man's Lantern by Allen Kim LangAn. Walking home in the dark from an evening spent in mischief, a young man spied coming toward him down the road a person with a lamp. When the wayfarers drew abreast, the playboy saw that the other traveller was the blind man from his village. "Blind man," the youngster shouted across the road, "what a fool you be! Why, old No-Eyes, do you bear a lantern, you whose midnight is no darker than his noonday?" The blind man lifted his lamp. "It is not a light for myself that I carry this, boy," he said. "It is to warn off you fools with eyes."
That was a proverb. The captain shook hands with the black-hatted Amishman, while the woman stood aside, not concerning herself with men's business. "It's been a pleasure to have you and Frau Stolzfoots aboard," the captain said. "Store ships are yours, my friend, and if there's anything you need, take it and welcome. You're a long way from the corner grocery."
"My mother and I have all that's needful,"
Aaron Stoltzfus said.
"We have our plough, our seed, our land. Captain, please tell your men, who treat us strangers as honored guests, we thank them from our hearts. We will not soon forget their kindness."
"I'll tell them," the captain promised. Stoltzfus hoisted himself to the wagon seat and reached a hand down to boost his wife up beside him. Martha Stoltzfus sat, blushing a bit for having displayed an accidental inch of black stocking before the ship's officers. She smoothed down her black skirts and apron, patted the candle snuffer cap into place over her prayer covering, and tucked the wool cape around her arms and shoulders. The world outside, her husband said, was a cold one. Now in the Stoltzfus wagon was the final lot of homestead goods with which these two Amishes would battle the world of Myrna. There was the plough and bags of seed, 2 crates of nursed chickens, a huge round tabletop, an alcohol-burning laboratory incubator, bottles of agar powder, and a pressure cooker that could can vegetables as readily as it could autoclave culture media. There was a microscope designed to work by lamplight, as the worldly vanity of electric light would ill suit an old-order bacteriologist like Martha Stoltzfus. Hauled in by all this gear was another passenger due to debark on Myrna, snuffling and grunting with impatience.
"Sei still, Wirtchen," Stoltzfus crooned. "They'll be in your home pen soon enough."
The captain raised his hand. The engineer punched a button to tongue the landing ramp out to Myrnan earth. Cold air rammed in from the outside winter. The 4 horses stomped their hoofs on the floor plates, their breath spikes of steam. Wirtchen squealed dismay as the chill hit his nose.
"We're ready for gay, Captain," Stoltzfus said. "My woman and I invite you and your men to feast at our table when you're back in these parts 5 years hence. We'll stuff you fat as sausages with onion soup and panhas, knep and erbelkuchen, shoefly pie and schreifer cider, if the folk here grow apples fit for squeezing."
"You'll have to set up planks outdoors to feed the lot I'll be bringing, Aaron," the captain said. "Come 5 years springtime, when I bring your Amish neighbors out, I'll not forget to have in my pockets a toot of candy for the little Stotzes I'll expect to see underfoot." Martha, whose English was rusty, blushed none the less. Aaron grinned as he slapped the reins over the rumps of his team.
"Get up."
The cart rumbled across the deck and down the ramp, onto the soil of Myrna. Yanni, the Ayrshire bull, tossed his head and sat as the rope tightened on his noseband. He skidded stubbornly down the ramp till he felt cold earth against his rear. Accepting fate, Yanni scrambled up and plodded after the wagons. As the Stoltzfuses and the last of their otherworldly goods topped a hillock, they both turned to wave at the ship's officers. Then, veiled by the dusty fall of snow, they disappeared. "I don't envy them," the engineer said, staring out into the wintry world. "Hi, me. Were you born in a barn?" the exec bellowed. "Sorry, sir." The engineer raised the landing ramp. He just hummed to thaw the holds air. "I was thinking about how alone those 2 people are now." "Hardly alone," the captain said. "There are 4 million Myrnans, friendly people who consider a white skin no more than a personal idiosyncrasy. Aaron's what his folks call a gentleman, too. We'll get along." "Gentleman, schmentleman," the engineer said. "Why'd you come half across creation to scratch out a living with a horse-drawn plough?" "He came out here for dirt," the captain said. "Soil is more than seedbed to the Amish. It feeds the old order they're born to. Aaron and Martha Stoltzfus would rather have built their barns beside the Susquehanna, but all the land there is taken. Aaron could have taken a job in Lancaster, too. He could have shaved off his beard, bought a Chevy and moved to the suburbs, and settled down to read an English-language Bible in a steepled church. Instead, he signed a homestead contract for 100 acres 80 light-years from home, and set out to plough the land like his grandpop did. He'll sweat hard for his piece of Myrna, but the Amish always pay well for their land." "But what do we, the government, get from the deal?" the exec wanted to know. "This wagon of ours doesn't run on hay, like Aaron's does."
Cultures skid backwards when they're transplanted, the captain said. Mernan culture was lifted from Kano, a modern city by the standards of the time, but without tools and with a population too small to support technology. The West African apostates from Islam who landed here 400 years ago slid back to the ways of their grandparents. We want them to get up to date again. We want Myrna to become a market. That's Aaron's job. Our Amishman has got to start this planet back toward the machine age. Seems an odd job to give a fellow who won't drive a car or read by electric light, the engineer observed. Not so odd, the captain said. The Amish pretty much invented American agriculture, you know. They've developed the finest low-energy farming there is, clover growing, crop rotation, using animal manures. Those are their inventions. Aaron, by his example, would teach to the natives here Pennsylvanian farming. Before you can say Tom Malthus, there'll be still cities in this wilderness, filled with citizens eager to open charge accounts for low gravs and stereo sets. You expect our bearded friend to reap quite a harvest, Captain, the engineer said. I just hope the natives here let him plant the seed. Did you get along with him, Jaime? Sure, the engineer said. Aaron even made our smiths, those human sharks bound for Koresh, act friendly. For all his strange ways, he's a nice guy. Nice guy, hell, the captain said. He's a genius. That 17th century unscientist has more feeling for folkways in his calloused left hand than you'd find in all the colonial survey. How do you suppose the old order maintains itself in Pennsylvania, a tiny Dutch-speaking enclave surrounded by calico suburbs and 10-lane highways? They mind their business and leave the neighbors to theirs. The Amish have never been missionaries. They learned in 1600 that missionaries are resented and either slaughtered or absorbed. Sometimes digestively, the engineer remarked. Since the 30 Years' War, back when Hamlet was opening in London, these people have been breeding a man who can fit one special niche in society. The failures were killed in the early days, or later went gay and took the trappings of the majority. The successors stayed on the farm, respected and left alone. Aaron has flirted with our century. He and his wife learned some very un-Amish skills at the homestead school, the skill that makes Aaron worth his fare out here. Though is an Amish skill, and the rarest one of all. He knows the right way to live and lives it. But he knows, too, that your truth of the universe is something different, and right for you. He's quite a man, our Aaron Stutzfuss. That's why we dropped him here. Better him than me, the engineer said. Precisely, the captain said. He turned to the exec. As soon as we've lifted, ask Colonel Harris to call on me in my cabin, Gene. Our Marines had better fresh up their swordsmanship and cavalry tactics if they're here to help our inert Tuaregs establish that foundry on Koresh. It seems sometimes you're more ship's anthropologist than captain, the engineer remarked. I'm an anthropologist, Jaime. Like Mr. Kipling, the captain said. There are 69 ways of constructing tribal lays, and every single one of them is right. Bells rang, and the ship surged. Aaron and Martha, God keep you, the captain said. Whoa, Aaron shouted. He peered back toward the ship, floating up into grayness, the cavitation of her wake stirring the snow into patterns like fine-veined marble. Gott segen euch, he said, a prayer for his departing friends. His wife shivered. It's cold enough to freeze the horns of a muley cow, she said. She glanced about at the snow-drifted little trees and clutched her black cloak tighter. I'm feared, Stodds. There's naught about us now but snow and black heathen. It's fear that is the heathen, Aaron said. By the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and the host of them by the breath of his mouth. He kissed her. I welcome you to our new homeland, wife, he said. Behind them, Vitskin, Piglet, grunted. Martha smiled back at the giant porker, perched amongst the cases and bags and household goods, like the victim of some bawdy chivalry. I've never heard a pig mutter so, she said. If he knew that his business here was to flatter the local lady pigs with farrow, Vitskin would hop out and run, Aaron said. Dummel dich, Stolz, Martha said. I've got to make your supper yet, and we don't have so much as a stove lit in our tent. Stutzfuss slapped the team back into motion. What we need for our journey home are a few of the Altai Lieder, he said, reaching back in the wagon for his scarred guitar. He strummed and hummed, then began singing in his clear baritone. In der gut alt Sommerzeit. In der gut alt Sommerzeit, Martha's voice joined him. As they jolted along the path through the pine trees, heading toward Datura village, near which their homestead stood, They sang the other homey songs to the music of the old guitar.
Draut mich drick zu alt Virginia, nostalgic for the black-garbed plain folk left at home.
Then Aaron's fingers danced a livelier tune on the strings. Van ne fashion au, he crowed, and Martha joined in. A new fashion I'll begin, they sang. The hay I'll cut in the winter, when the sun heat beats, I'll loaf in the shade, and feast on cherry pie. I'll get us a white smear-case cow, and a yard full of guinea hen geese, a red beet tree as high as the moon, and a patent leather fence. The chickens I'll keep in the kitchen, they sang. Whereupon Martha broke down laughing. It's a new world, and for now a cold world, but it's God's world, with home just up ahead, Aaron shouted. He pulled the wagon up next to the Arctic tent that was to be their temporary farmhouse, beside the wagon loads of provision he'd brought before. He jumped down and swung Martha to earth. Light the stove, woman. Make your little kitchen bright, while I make our beasts feel welcome. The Amish woman pushed aside the entrance flap of the tent. Enclosed was a circle some 12 feet wide. The floor was bare earth. Once warmed by the pump-up naphtha lantern and a gasoline hot plate, it would become a bog. Martha went out to the wagon to get a hatchet, and set out for the nearby spinney of pines to trim off some twigs. Old order manner forbid decorative floor coverings as improper worldly show, but a springy carpet of pine twigs could be considered as no more than a wooden floor, keeping 2 plain folk from sinking to their knees in mud. The pots were soon boiling atop the 2-burner stove, steaming the tent's air with onion-tangy Zitzweiler soup and the savory pork smell of schnitz und knepp, a cannibal odor that disturbed not a bit of a chicken snoring behind the cook stove. Chickens penned beneath the bed chuckled in their bedtime caucus. The cow stood cheek by jowl with Yanni, warming him with platonic graciousness as they shared the hay Aaron had spread before them. Martha stirred her soup.
When the bishop married me to you, she told Aaron, he said naught of my having to sleep with a pig.
Ah, but I thought you knew that to be the purpose of Christian marriage, woman, Aaron said, standing close.
It's votes, I mean, she said. Truly, I've mind not a bit living as in one of those automobile wagons since it was you, and only for a little while.
I'll hire a crew for our neighbours to help with the barn tomorrow, Aaron said. That done, you'll have but 1 pig to sleep with. After grace, they sat on cases of tobacco to eat their meal from a table of feed sacks covered with oilcloth.
The man in the ship's little kitchen let me make and freeze pies, Stultz, Martha said. He said we'd have a deep freeze big as all outdoors. It was out electric, so use it. Eat till it's all, man. There's more back.
Yanni bumped against Aaron's eating elbow. No man and his wife have eaten in such a zoo since Noah and his wife left the ark, Aaron said. He cut a slice of schnitz pie and palmed it against the bull's big snout to be snuffled up. He likes your cooking, he said.
So wash his face,
Martha told him. Outside the tent there was a clatter of horse iron on frozen ground. What the die hinker is that? Aaron demanded. He stood and picked up the naphtha lantern. Outside, Aaron saw a tall black stranger astride a horse as pale as the little Mernan moons had lighted him.
Lancashire Dada,
the visitor bellowed. May your life be a long one, Aaron Stultz repeated in Hausa. Observing that his caller was brandishing a clenched fist, the Amishman observed the same ambiguous courtesy. If you will enter, O welcome stranger, my house will be honored.
Mother bless thee, bearded one,
the Mernan said. He dismounted, tossing his reins to one of the 4 retainers who remained on horseback. He entered the tent after Aaron and stared about him at the animals, letting his dark eyes flick across Martha's unveiled face. At the Amishman's invitation, the visitor sat himself on a tobacco case, revealing as he crossed his legs elaborately embroidered trousers and boot tops worked with designs that would dazzle a Texan. Martha bustled about, hiding the remains of their meal. The Mernan's outer dress was a woolen riga, the necklace gown of his West African forefathers, with a blanket draped about his shoulders, exactly as those ancestors had worn one in the season of the cold wind called Harmattan. Aaron introduced himself as Haruna, the Hausa version of his name, and the guest made himself known as Saki, chief of the village of Datura. His name was Kazansumi. Mother bless thee, bearded one, the Mernan said. He dismounted, tossing his reins to one of the 4 retainers who remained on horseback. He entered the tent after Aaron and stared about him at the animals, letting his dark eyes flick across Martha's unveiled face. At the Amishman's invitation, the visitor sat himself on a tobacco case, revealing as he crossed his legs elaborately embroidered trousers and boot tops worked with designs that would dazzle a Texan. Martha bustled about, hiding the remains of their meal. The Mernan's outer dress was a woolen rieger, the necklace gown of his West African forefathers, with a blanket draped about his shoulders, exactly as those ancestors had worn one in the season of the cold wind called Harmattan. Aaron introduced himself as Haruna, the Hausa version of his name, and the guest made himself known as Saki, chief of the village of Datura. His given name was Kazunzumi. Vutskin snuffled in his sleep. Saki glanced at the huge pig and smiled. Aaron relaxed a bit. The Islamic interdict on swine had been shed by the Mernans when they had become apostates, just as colonial survey had guessed. Sturzfuss's Hausa, learned at the Homestead School at Georgetown University, proved adequate to his first challenge in the field, though he discovered, with every experimenter in a new language, that his most useful phrase was Magana Sanu Sanu. Please speak slowly. Aaron let the chief commence the desultory conversation that would precede talk of consequence. Martha, ignored by the men, sat on the edge of the bed, reading the big German-language Bible. Aaron and Cousin Zumi sang on in the heathen tongue about weather, beasts, and field crops. The Sarki leaned forward to examine Aaron's beard and shaven upper lip, once, and smiled. The Mernan does not wear such. He looked at Martha more casually now, seeing that the husband was not disgraced by his wife's naked face, and remarked on the whiteness of her skin. In the same tones he had mentioned Vutskin's remarkable girth. Aaron asked when the snows would cease, when the earth would thaw. The Saki told him, and said that the land here was as rich as manure. Gradually the talk worked round to problems involving carpenters, nails, lumber, hinges, and money. Aaron was pleased to discover that the natives thought nothing of digging a cellar and raising a barn in midwinter, and that workers could be easily hired. Suddenly Saki Kazunzumi stood and slapped his palms together. The tent flap was shoved open. Bowed servants, who'd shivered outside for over an hour, placed their master's presents on the sack table, on the twig floor, even beside Martha on the bed. There were iron knives, a roast kid, a basket of peanuts, a sack of roasted coffee beans, a string of dried fruit, and a tiny earthenware flask of perfume. There was even a woolen rieger for Aaron, black, suggesting that the survey had said a bit to the natives about Amish custom. And there were bolts of bright-patterned cloth too worldly for aught but quilts and infant dresses, brightening Martha's eyes. Aaron stood to accept the guest gifts with elaborate thanks. Saki Kazunzumi as elaborately bemeaned his offerings. Musa the carpenter will appear on tomorrow, he said. You will, the mother willing, visit me in the Torah tomorrow. We will together purchase lumber worthy of my friend neighbor's barn-making. May the mother give you strength to farm, Haruna. May the mother grant you the light of understanding. Sanu, Sturzfuss responded. He stood at the door of his tent, holding his lantern high to watch the Saki and his servants ride off into the darkness.
Is ein große Fisch nie?
Martha asked. The biggest fish in these parts, Aaron agreed. Did you understand our talk?
The heathen speech is hard for me to learn, Stodz,
Martha admitted, speaking in a dialect they'd both been reared to.
Well, you had only the alien speech to study. I spent my time learning to grow the buglets and tell the various sorts apart. Besides, unser gute deutsche Spruch, as unser leises Fest, is gut genug für mir.
The honest German tongue that our Saviour spoke is good enough for me. Aaron laughed. So, as fashioned a Mädel I married, he said. Woman, you must learn the Hausa too. We must be friends to these Sfotzers, as we were friends with the English speakers back in the United States. He pushed aside the bolt of Mernan cloth to sit beside his wife and leafed through the pages of their familial Bible, pages lovingly worn by his father's fingers and his grandfather's. Listen, he commanded. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains, and depths that spring out of valleys and hills,
a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of oil, olive, and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayst dig brass. When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he hath given thee.
Aaron closed the big book reverently.
Amen, he said. Amen, the woman echoed. Heaven with you beside me, I am not fretful. And with the Lord above us, I fear not in a strange land, Aaron said.
He bent to scrape a handful of earth from beneath Martha's pine-twig carpet.
Guter Grund, he said. This will grow tall corn, tobacco too. The folk here relish our leaf. There will be deep grasses for the beasts when the snow melts. We will prosper here, wife.
The next morning was cold, but the snowfall had ceased for a spell. The Stoltzfuses had risen well before the dawn, Martha to feed herself, her husband, and the chickens, Aaron to ready the horse and wagon for a trip into Datura. He counted out the hoard of golden cowries he'd been loaned as grubstake, did some arithmetic, and allowed his wife to pour him a second cup of coffee for the road.
You may expect the Sarki's wives to visit while I'm gone, he remarked.
I'll be scared half to death,
Master Stoltzfus said. A hand went to the back of her head behind the lace prayer covering.
My hair's all strooby. This place is untidy as an auction yard. Besides, how can I talk with those dark and heathen women? They're all decked out in golden bangles and silken clothes, most likely, like the bad lady of Babylon. Aaron Stoltz, I would admire a pretty to ride into town with you.
Haggling for a hired help is man's business, he said. When Cousin Zumi's women come, feed them pie and peaches from the can. You'll find a way to talk, or women are not sisters. I'll be back home in time for evening chores. Bumping along the trail into Datura, Aaron Stoltzfus studied the land. A world that could allow so much well-drained black soil to go unfarmed was fortunate indeed, he mused. He thought of his father's farm, which would be his elder brother's, squeezed between railroad tracks and a 3-lane highway, pressed from the west by an Armstrong cork plant, the very cornstalks humming in harmony with the electric lines strung across the fields. This land was what the old folks had sought in America so long ago, a wilderness ripe for the plow. The wagon rumbled along the hoof-packed frozen clay. Aaron analyzed the contours of the hills for watershed and signs of erosion. He studied the patterns of the barren winter fields, out and showing here and there the stubble of a crop he didn't recognize. When the clouds scudded for a moment off the sun, he grinned up and looked back blinded to the road. Good tilth and friendship were promised here, gifts to balance loneliness. 5 years from spring, other Amish folk would come to Homestead, what a barn raising they'd have. For now, though, he and Martha come from a society so close-knit that each had always known the yield per acre of their remoted cousin German, were in a land as strange as the New York City Aaron, stopping in for a phone call to the vet, had once glimpsed on the screen of a gay German neighbor's stereo set. Datura liked to Aaron like a city from the Bible, giving it a certain vicarious familiarity. The great wall was a block of sun-baked mud, 50 feet tall at the battlements, 40 feet thick at its base, with bright, meaningless flags spotted on either side of the entrance tower. The cowhide-shielded gate was open. Birds popped out of mud nests glued to the mud wall and chattered at Aaron. Small boys, wearing too little to be warm, appeared at the opening like flies at a hog slaughtering to add to the din, buzzing and hopping about and waving their arms as they called companions to view the black-bearded stranger. Aaron woed his horse and took a handful of anines, coppered 10-penny bits to rattle between his hands.
"Sonang," he shouted, "come here! Is there a boy amongst you brave enough to ride off with an off-worlder to the Sarki's house, pointing him the way?"
One of the boys laughed at Aaron's slow, careful hauser.
"Let Blackhat's whiskers point him the way," the boy yelled. "Uraka, Ubaka!"
Damning both parents of the rude one, another youngster trotted up to Aaron's wagon and raised a skinny brown fist in greeting.
"Sir Offworlder, I who am named Waziri, Musa the carpenter's son, will be honored to direct you to the house of Sarki Kazunzumi."
"The honor, young man, is mine," Stoltzfus assured the lad, raising his own fist gravely. "My name is Haruna, son of Levi," he said, reaching down to hoist the boy up beside him on the wagon seat. "Your friends have ill manners.
He gadapped the horse. "Buzzard heads!" Waziri shouted back at his whilom companions. "Peace, Waziri," Aaron protested. "You'll frighten my poor horse into conniptions. Do you work for your father, the carpenter?" "Too, Honourable Haruna," the boy said. "Yes." The empty wagon thumped over the wheel-cut streets like a wooden drum. "By the mother, sir, I have great knowledge of planning and joining of all the various sorts of wood, and the curing of them. All the tools my father uses are as familiar to me as my own left hand." "Carpentry is a skilful trade," Aaron said. "Myself, I am but a farmer." "By mother's light, so am I," Waziri said, dazzled by this coincidence. "I can cultivate a field tree of all its noxious weeds and touch never a food plant. I can steer a plough straight as a snapped chalk string, grade seed with a sure eye. I can spread manure." "I'm sure you can, Waziri," Aaron said. "I need a man of just those rare qualifications to work for me. Know you such a paragon?" "Mother's name? Myself, your honour." Aaron Stoltzfus shook the hand of his hired man, an alien convention that much impressed Waziri. The boy was to draw 300 anines a day, some 35 cents, well above the local minimum wage conventions, and he would get his bed and meals. Aaron's confidence that the boastful lad would make a farmer was bolstered by Waziri's loud calculations. 300 coppers a day make in 10 years' work a brown cowrie, then big bronzes make a silver cowrie, the price of an acre of land. Haruna, will you teach me your off-world farming? Would you allow me to buy land that neighbors yours?" "Sei still, Boo," Aaron said, laughing. "Before you reap your first crop, you must find me the Sarki." "We are here, Master Haruna." The Sarki's house was no larger than its neighbors, Moorish-styled and domed-roofed like the others, but it wore on its street-side walls designs cut into the stucco, scrolls and arabesques. Just above the doorway, which opened, sprang onto the Broadway of Datura. A grinning face peered down upon the visitors, its eyes ruby-colored glass. Waziri pounded the door for Aaron, and stepped aside to let his new employer do the speaking. They were admitted to the house by a thin old man wearing a pink turban. As they followed this butler down a hallway, Aaron and Waziri heard the shrieks and giggles of feminine consternation that told of women being herded into the zenana. The Amishman glimpsed one of the ladies, perhaps Sarki Kazunzumi's most junior wife, dashing toward the female sanctuary. Her eyes were lozenges of antimony. Her hands, dipped in henna, seemed clad in pale kid gloves. Aaron, recalling pointers on Mernan etiquette he'd received at Georgetown, elaborately did not see the lady. He removed his hat as the turbaned butler bowed him to a plush-covered sofa. Waziri was cuffed to a mat beside the door.
"Renkeshi Dade," the Saki said. "May the mother bring you the light of understanding."
"Light and long life, O Saki," Stoltzfus said, standing up.
"Will the guest who honors my roof cup taste coffee with his fortunate host?"
the Saki asked. "The lucky guest will be ever the Saki's servant if your honor allows him to share his pleasure with his fellow farmer and employee, Waziri, the son of Mirza," Aaron said.
"You'd better have hired mice to guard your stored grain, O Haruna, and blowflies to carry your cattle, than to have engaged the son of Musa as a farmer," Kazunzumi growled. "Waziri has little light of understanding. He will try to win from the soil what only honest sweat and mother's grace can cause to grow. This boy will grey your beard, Haruna."
"Perhaps the sun that warms the soil will light his brains to understanding," Aaron suggested.
"Better that your hand should leave the plough handle from time to time, to warm his lazy fundament," the Saki said.
"Just so, O Saki," the Amishman said. "If Waziri does not serve me well, I have an enormous boar who will, if kept long enough from wholesomer food, rid me of a lazy farmhand." Waziri grinned at all the attention he was getting from the two most important men in town, and sat expectantly as the turbaned elder brought in coffee. Stoltzfus watched the Sarki and aped his actions. Water was served with the coffee. This was to rinse the mouth, that the beverage could be tasted with fresh taste buds. The coffee was brown as floodwater silt, heavy with sugar and very hot, and the cups had no handles.
"You're the first European I have seen for many years, friend Haruna," the Saki said. "It is 5 years gone that the white off-worlders came, and with a black man as their voice purchased with silver the land you now farm."
"They bought well," Aaron said. "The seller sold justly. When the fist of winter loosens, the soil will prove as rich as butter."
When the first green breaks through, and you may break the soil without offence, you will do well, Cousin Zumi said. You are a man who loves the land.
My fathers have flourished with the soil for 20 generations, the Amishman said. I pray another 20 may live to inherit my good fortune.
Haruna, Sasaki said, I see that you are a man of the book, that volume of which Mother in her grace turns over a fresh page each spring. Though your skin is as pale as the flesh of my palm, though you have but one wife, though you speak throat deep and strangely, yet you and I are more alike than different. The Mother has given you light, Haruna, her greatest gift.
I thank the Saki for his words, Aaron said. Sir, my good and only wife, I am a poor man, and bound by another law than that of the fortunate Cousin Zumi. Adds her thanks to mine for the rich gifts the chief of Datura presented us, his servants. In simple thanks, I have some poor things to tender our benefactor. Waziri, perceiving the tenor of Aaron's talk, sprang to his feet and hastened out to the wagon for the bundles he had seen under the seat. He returned, staggering under a 70-pound bale of longleaf tobacco, product of Aaron's father's farm. He went back for a bolt of scarlet silk for the Saki's paramount wife, and strings of candy for the great man's children. He puffed in with one last brown-wrapped parcel, which he unpacked to display a leather saddle. This confection was embossed with 100 intricate designs, rich with silver, un-Amish as a Christmas tree. Judging from the Saki's dazzled thanks, the saddle was just the thing for a Mernan chief. As soon as Cousin Zumi had delivered his pyrotechnic speech of thanks, and had directed that Aaron's gifts be placed on a velvet-draped dais at the end of the room, a roast kid was brought in. Waziri, half drunk with the elegance of it all, fell to like any other adolescent boy, and was soon greased to the armpits. Aaron, more careful, referred his actions to the Sakis. The bread must be broken, not cut, and it was eaten with the right hand only, the left lying in the lap as though broken. Belching seemed to be de rigueur as a tribute to the cuisine, so Aaron belched his stomach flat. Business could now be discussed. Aaron, having no pencil, traced with a greasy finger on the tile floor the outlines of the barn and farmhouse he envisaged. The Saki, from time to time, demanded of young Waziri such facts as a carpenter's son might be expected to know, and added lumber prices in his head, as Aaron's bank barn and 2-story farmhouse took form in his imagination. Finally, he told the Amishman what the 2 buildings would cost. Better pleased by this figure than he'd expected to be, Aaron initiated the long-drawn ceremony required to discharge himself from Cousin Zumi's hospitality. As the Stoltzfus wagon jolted out the gate of Datura, bearing the cotton-clothed trunk of Waziri, together with the owner of those chattels, the boys who jeered before now stared with respect. The black-hatted Turawa had been to visit the Saki. This established him as no safe man to mock. Waziri gave his late playmates no notice, beyond sitting rather straighter on the wagon seat than was comfortable. There was light enough left when they got back to the farm for Aaron and Waziri to pace out the dimensions of the barn and house. The bank barn would go up first, of course. No Christian owner of beasts could consent to being well housed, while his animals steamed and shivered in a cloth-sided tent. Waziri pounded stakes into the frozen ground to mark the corners of the barn. Aaron pointed out the drainage line that would have to be ditched, and explained how the removed earth would be packed, with the clay dug for the cellar, into a ramp leading to the barn's 2nd story in the back. Come next fall, the hay ladder could be pulled right up that driveway to be unloaded above the stalls. Aaron took the boy to the frozen solid creek to show him where a wheel could be placed to lift water to a spillway for the upper fields. He introduced his new helper to Vutskin, and was pleased to hear Waziri speak wistfully of pork chops. Waziri didn't want to meet Martha yet, though. As a proper Mernan boy, he was not eager to be introduced to the boss's bare-faced wife, though she bribed him with a fat wedge of apple cake. When Waziri set out with the lantern to tend to the final outdoor chores, Aaron inquired of his wife's day. The Saki's paramount wife with 2 servants had indeed visited, bringing more gifts of food and clothing. Somehow the 4 of them had managed to breach the Hausa Pennsylvanisch Deutsch curtain. What in the world did you talk about? Aaron asked.
First, not knowing what to say, I showed the ladies a drop of vinegar under the microscope, Martha said. They screamed when they saw all the wriggly worms, and I was put to it to keep them from bundling back home. Then we talked about you, Studs, and about the farm, and when would I be giving you kinner to help with all the work.
she said. Martha fiddled with the cloak she was sewing for her husband.
It was largely the heathen speech we used, so I understood only what they pointed at. But they ate hearty of anything without vinegar in it, and I laughed with them like with friends at a quilting bee. My studs, those near women are lovely, all jewelled like queens, even the servant girls, even though they have no proper understanding of Christian behaviour.
Did they make you feel welcome, then? Aaron asked.
Ah, yeah. They pitied me, I thought, Martha said. They said you must be poor, to have but one wife to comfort you. But if they said that if the crops be good, you can earn a second woman by next winter. Shoot as pastor.
I hope you told the Sarkis woman we've been married only since haying time, Aaron said, and it's a bit previous for you to be giving me little farmhands.
I did that, Martha said. I told them, too, that by the time the oak leaves are the size of squirrels' ears, if this place has oaks, indeed, or squirrels, we'd have a youngling squalling in the house, loud as any of the Sarkis.
Waziri, crouched near the tent to pick up such talk as might pass inside concerning himself, was at first dismayed by Aaron's whoops of joy. Then Martha joined her husband in happy laughter. Since her tiny garments line had been delivered in Low Dutch, the young Mernon chose to believe that the enthusiastic sounds he heard within the tent reflected joy at his employment. It was cold the week the barn was raised, and the mattocks had heavy work gouging out frozen earth to be heaped into the bank leading up the back. The Mernon labourers seemed to think midwinter as appropriate as any other time for building. They said the mother slept and would not be disturbed. Martha served coffee and buttermilk pop at break time, and presided over noontime feasts, served in several sittings in the tent. Before the workers left in the evening, Aaron would give each a drink out back, shower for cider, feeling that if they'd steamed hard enough to earn a sip of something volatile. There are matters, he mused, in which common sense can blink at a bishop, as in secretly trimming one's beard a bit, for example, to keep it out of one's soup, or plucking a guitar to raise the spirits. When the fortnight's cold work was done, the Stoltzfus farm was like nothing seen before in Myrna. The bank barn was 40 feet high. On its lee side, Aaron had nailed thin horizontal strips of wood about a foot apart, hoping to encourage the mud-daubing birds he'd seen on the wall at Tatura to plaster their nests onto his barn and shop for insects in his fields. Lacking concrete, he constructed a roofless stone hut abutting the barn to serve as his manure shed. The farmhouse itself was a bit gay, having an inside toilet to cheat the Mernon winters, and a sun porch for Martha's bacteriological equipment. As the nearest Amish Volodina, congregational bishop, was 80 light years off, and as the circumstances were unusual, Aaron felt that he and Martha were safe from the shunning, Maidung, that was the old order's manner of punishing Amishes guilty of going gay by breaking the church rules against worldly show. A third outbuilding puzzled the Mernon carpenters even more than the 2-storied wooden house and the enormous barn. The shed had hinged sidings that could be propped out to let breezes sweep through the building. Aaron explained to Musa the function of this tobacco shed, where he would hang his laths of long-leafed tobacco to cure from August through November. The tobacco seedlings were already sprouting in mason jars on the sun porch windowsills. The bank barn's basement was also dedicated to tobacco. Here in midwinter, Aaron and Martha and Waziri would strip, size, and grade the dry leaves for sale in Tatura. Tobacco had always been a prime cash crop for Levi, Aaron's father. After testing the bitter native leaf, Aaron knew that his Pennsylvania Type 41 would sell better here than anything else he could grow. Martha Stoltzfus was as busy in her new farmhouse as Aaron and Waziri were in the barn. Her kitchen stove burned all day. Nothing ever seen in Lancaster County, the stove was built of fireclay and brick, but the food it heated was honest Dutch. There were pickled eggs and red beets, ginger tomatoes canned back home, spiced peaches, pickled pears, mustard pickles and chow-chow, pickled red cabbage, schnitzel knepp, shoe-fly pie, vanilla pie, rhubarb sauce, cheddar cheeses the size of Waziri's head, haystacks of sauerkraut, slices off the great slab of home-preserved chipped beef, milk by the gallon, stewed chicken, popcorn soup, rashers of bacon, rivers of coffee. In the evenings, protecting her fingers from the sin of idleness, Martha quilted and cross-stitched by lamplight. Already her parlour wall boasted a framed motto that reduced to half a dozen German words the Amish philosophy of life: what one likes doing is no work. For all the chill of the late winter winds, Aaron kept himself and his young helper in a sweat. Martha's cooking and the heavy work was slabbing muscle onto Waziri's lean brown frame. Aaron's farming methods, so much different to Myrnan routines, puzzled and intrigued the boy. Aaron was equally bemused by the local taboos. Why, for example, did all the politer Myrnans eat with the right hand only? Why did the women veil themselves in his presence? And what was this mother-goddess worship that seemed to require no more of its adherents than the inclusion of their deity's name in every curse, formal and profane? "Think what you please, but not too loud," Aaron cautioned himself, and carefully commenced to copy those Myrnan speech forms, gestures, and attitudes that did not conflict with his own deep convictions. But the soil was his employment, not socializing. Aaron wormed his swine, inspected his horse-powered plow and harrow, gazed at the sun, palpitated the soil, and prayed for an early spring to a god who understood German. Each day, to keep mold from strangling the moist morsels, he shook the jars of tobacco seed, whose hair-fine sprouts were just splitting the hulls. The rations packed in Pennsylvania were shrinking. The Stoltzfus steak of silver and gold cowries was wasting away. Each night, bruised with fatigue, Aaron brought his little household into the parlor while he read from the book that had bound his folk to the soil. Waziri bowed, honoring his master's God in his master's manner, but understood nothing of the hard High German. "For the Lord will help me, therefore shall I not be confounded. Therefore have I set my face like a flint, and know I shall not be ashamed. Amen." "Amen," said Martha. "Amen," said Waziri, fisting his hand in respect to his friend's bearded god. The Myrnan neighbors, to whom late winter was the slackest season in the farm year, visited often to observe and comment on the off-worlder's work. Aaron Stoltzfus privately regarded the endless conversations as too much of a good thing, but he realized that his answering the Myrnans' questions helped work off the obligation he owed the government for the 80 light-years transportation it had given him. The opportunity had been given to earn this 100 acres with 5 years' work, and the interest-free loans that had put up his barn and farmhouse. With Waziri hovering near, Aaron's proud lieutenant, the neighbors would stuff their pipes with native tobacco, a leaf that would have gagged one of Sir Walter Raleigh's Indian friends, while the Amishman lit a stogie in self-defense. Why, the neighbor farmers demanded, did Aaron propose to dust his bean seeds with a power that looked like soot? Martha's microscope, a wonder, introduced the Myrnans to bacteria, and Aaron tediously translated his knowledge of the nitrogen-fixing symbiotes into Hausa. But there were other questions. What was the purpose of the brush stacked on top of the smooth-raked beds where Aaron proposed to plant his tobacco seedlings? He explained that fire, second best to steaming, would kill the weed seeds in the soil and give the tobacco uncrowded beds to prosper in. Those needles with which he punctured the flanks of his swine and cattle, what devils did they exorcise? Back to the microscope for an explanation of the disease process, a sophistication the Myrnas had lost in the years since it left Kano. What were the bits of blue and pink paper Aaron pressed into mud balls, picked up in the various precincts of his property? Why did those slips oftentimes change color from blue to pink, or pink to blue? What was in those sacks of stuff? No dung of animals, but a sort of flour that he intended to work into his soil. Aaron answered each question as best he could, Waziri supplying, and often inventing, Hausa words for concepts like phosphorus, ascarid worms, and litmus. Aaron had as much to learn from his brown-skinned neighbors as he had to teach them. He was persuaded to lay in a supply of seed yams, guaranteeing a crop that would bring bronze cowries next fall and deter, the price of next year's oil and cloth and tools. The peanut, a legume Aaron had no experience of beyond purchasing an occasional toothful at the grocery store, 1.5 dozen acres from Korean Lespedise, the crop he had first selected as his soil improver there. He got acquainted with a plant no Amishman before him had ever sown, a crabgrass called fonio, a staple cereal and sauce of beer malt on Myrna, imported with the first Nigerian colonists. Aaron refused to plant any lala, the henna shrub from which all the Myrnans made the dye to stain their women's hands, feeling that it would be improper for him to contribute to such a vanity. Bulrush millet, another native crop, was ill-suited to Aaron's well-drained fields. He planned to grow corn, though the stuff his parents called Welschkorn, alien corn. Though American enough, Mays had been a foreigner to the first Amish farmers, and still carried history in its name. The crop was chiefly for Fuskin, whose bloodlines Aaron was confident would lead to a crop of pork of a quality these heretics from Islam had never tasted before. Work wasn't everything. One Sunday, after he and Martha had sung together from the Ausbund, and Aaron had read from the Schrift and the Martyr's Mirror, it was time to play. Sarky, Cousin Zumi, and several other gentlemen who enjoyed City Hall or Chamber of Commerce standing in Detur had come to visit the Stutzfuses after lunch, as had Musa the carpenter and his older son Dauda, Waziri's brother. Also on the premises were about a dozen other local farmers and craftsmen, inspecting the curious architecture the off-worlder had introduced to their planet. Aaron, observing that the two classes of his guests were maintaining a polite fiction, each that the other was not present, had an idea. He had seen Mernans in town at the midwinter festival, their status consciousness forgotten in mutual quaffs of fonio beer or barley brandy, betting together at horse races and wheels of fortune. "My friends," the Amishman addressed the Mernans gathered in his barn, inspected Viskin. "Let's play a game of ball." Cousin Zumi looked interested. As the local chief of state, the Sarki's approval guaranteed the enthusiasm of all the lesser ranks. Aaron explained the game he had in mind. It wasn't baseball, an English sport foreign to Amishmen, who can get through their teams without having heard of either Comiskey Park or the World Series. Their game, moshballa, fits a barnyard better. In lieu of the regulation softball used in the game of cornerball, Martha had stitched together a sort of large beanbag. The playing field Aaron set up with the help of his visitors was a square some 12 yards on a side, fence rails being popped up to mark its boundaries, and fresh straw forked onto it 6 inches deep as footing. Aaron's 8-man team was chosen from the working stiffs. The opposing 8 were the brass. To start the game, 4 of the proletarians stood at the corners of the square, and 2 men of Cousin Zumi's team waited warily within. Aaron commenced to explain the game. To say that the object of moshballa is for the member of the outer offensive team to strike an inner defensive man with the ball is inadequate. Such an explanation is as lacking as to explain baseball as the pitcher's effort to throw a ball so well that it's hittable, and so very well that it yet goes unhit. Both games have their finer points. Now, Aaron told his guests on the field, we 4 in the corners will toss the ball back and forth amongst ourselves, shouting ha, oh, te with each pitch. Whoever has the ball on te has to fling it out at one of the 2 men inside the square. If he misses, he's out, and one of the other men on our team takes his place. If he hits his target man, the target's out, and will be replaced by another man from the Sarki's team. The team with the last man left on the straw wins the first half. Das ist der Weg, wie mir's diene, okay? Afuwo, the Sarki yelled a woman's call, grinning, crouched to spring aside. Ha, Aaron shouted, and tossed the ball to Waziri's older brother, Dauda. Oh, Dauda yelled, and threw the ball to the shoemaker. Tay, the cobbler exulted, and slammed the ball at the lower ranking of the 2 men within the square, the village banker. The shoemaker missed and was retired. The deterrents were soon stripped down to trousers and boots, their black torsos steaming in the cold air. Aaron removed his shirt, but not his hat, and so far forgot his hauser in the excitement that he not only rooted for his teammates in pencil-fornish Deutsch, but even punctuated several clumsy plays with raw fardoms. Aaron's skill won the first half for his team. Blooded, the Chamber of Commerce 8 fought through to win the second half, a tie. The playoffs saw the Working Man's League pummeled to a standstill by the CFC, who took the laurels of the final slam that knocked Waziri into the straw, protesting that it was an accident. Sweating, laughing, social status for the moment forgotten, the teams and their mobs of fans surged into the farmhouse to demand of Martha wedges of raisin pie and big cups of strong coffee. As the guests put their regas and their whitecaps back on, and assumed therewith their game-discarded rank of class, they assured Aaron that the afternoon at the ball game had been a large success. The next day was crisp and cold. With nothing more to be done till the soil thawed, Aaron took Waziri down to the creek to investigate his project of irrigating the hilltop acres. The flow of water was so feeble that the little stream was iced to its channel. "Do you have hereabouts a digger of waterholes?" Aaron asked the boy. Waziri nodded and supplied the Hausa phrase for the skill. "Good. One's Gottes Wille es. I will find a spot for them to dig.
Smiling out the water as can my cousin, Blue Ball Benjamin Blank, Aaron said. Go get from the barn the pliers, the hand tool that pinches. Waziri trotted off and brought back the pliers.
What are you up to, Haruna boss?
He asked. Aaron was holding the bulldog pliers out before him, one handle in each hand, parallel to the ground. I am smelling for the well place, the Amishman said, pacing deliberately across the field. The boy scampered along beside him. We will need at least one well to be safe from August drought. Cousin Benjamin found the wet depths in this fashion. Perhaps it will work for me. Aaron walked, arms outstretched for half an hour before his face grew taut. He slowed his walking and began to work toward the center of a spiral. Waziri could see the sweat springing up on the young farmer's brow and fingers, despite the cold breeze that blew. The bulldog pliers trembled as though responding to the throbbing of an engine. Suddenly, as though about to be jerked from Aaron's hands, the pliers tugged downward so forcibly that he had to lift his elbows and flex his wrists to hold onto them. Put a pile of stones here, Waziri, he said. We'll have the diggers visit as soon as the ground thaws. Waziri shook his head.
Haruna, they will not touch soft earth until the first grass sprouts, he said.
Time enough, Aaron said. He looked up to satisfy himself that his prospective well site was high enough to avoid drainage from his pig yard, then left the Mernan boy to pile up a cairn for the diggers. It would be good to have a windmill within earshot of the house, he mused. Its squeaking would ease Martha with a homey sound. Alone for a few minutes, Aaron retired to the workshop in the cellar of the barn. He planed and sanded boards of a native lumber, very like to tulip wood. Into the headboard of the cradle he was making, he keyhole sawed the same sort of broad Dutch heart that had marked his own cradle, and the cradles of all his family back to the days in the Rhineland, before they'd been driven to America. Martha Stoltzfus was speaking Hausa better than she'd spoken English since grade school days, and she kept busy in the little bacteriological laboratory on her sun porch, keeping fresh the skills she'd learned at Georgetown, and might someday need in earnest, but she still grew homesick as her child-coming day drew nearer. It was wrong, she told Aaron, for an Amish woman to have heathen midwives at her lying in. For all their kindness, the Mernan women could never be as reassuring as the prayer-covered, black-aproned matrons who'd have attended Martha back home.
Stodds, she told her husband, if only a few others of Unser's sad light could have come here with us.
Don't worry, love, Aaron said. I've eased calves and colts enough into the world. Man children can't come so different.
You talk like a man, Martha accused him. I wish my mem was just down the road a piece, ready to come a-running when my time came, she said.
She put one hand on her apron.
Truder's past. The little rascal is wild as a colt indeed. Feel him, Stodds.
Aaron dutifully placed his hand to sense the child's quickening. He'll be of help on the farm, so strong as he is, he remarked. Then, tugging his hat down tight, Aaron went outdoors, bashful before this mystery. The little creek had thawed, and the light of the sun on a man's face almost gave back the heat the air extorted. Waziri had gone to town today for some sort of Mernan spring festival, eager to celebrate his hard-earned wealth on his first day off in months. The place seemed deserted, Aaron felt, without the boy, without the visitors he'd played ball and talked crops with, striding up in their scarlet-trimmed Uyghurs to gossip with their friend Haruna. Between the roadway and the house, Aaron knelt to rake up with his fingers a handful of the new-thawed soil. He squeezed it. The clod in his hand broke apart of its own weight. It was not too wet to work. Festival day, though, it was his Schwarzen neighbors, who he was eager to spare this virgin soil with his plough blade. Aaron strode back to the barn. He hitched Rosina, the dappled mare, named Raisin for her spots, to the plough and slapped her into motion. Sleek with her winter's idleness, Rosina was at first unenthusiastic about the plough, but the spring sun and honest exercise warmed her quickly. Within half an hour she was earning her keep. Though Aaron was ploughing shallow, the compact soil broke hard. Rosina leaned into the traces, leaving hoofprints 3 inches deep. No gasoline tractor, Aaron mused, could ever pull itself through soil so rich and damp. Giles Greft, horsepower, was best exerted by a horse, he thought. The brown earth smells were good. Aaron kicked apart the larger clods, fat with a planet life of weather and rich decay. This land would take a good deal of disking to get it into shape. His neighbors, who'd done their heavy ploughing just after last fall's first frost, were well ahead of him.
He stabled Rosina at sundown and went in to sneak a well-earned glass of hard cider past Martha's teetotaling eye. Musa the carpenter brought his son home well after dark. Waziri had had adventures, the old man said, dancing, gambling on a fool's wheel, sampling fonio beer, celebrating his own young life's springtime with the earths. Both the old man and the boy were barefoot, Aaron noticed, but said nothing. Perhaps shoelessness was part of their spring festival. Waziri, a bit geishvepst with the beer, tottered off to bed. "Thanks to you, friend Haruna, that boy became a man today," the carpenter said. He accepted a glass of Aaron's cider. Today Waziri's wallet jingled with bronze and copper earned by his own sweat. A manful sound to a lad of 15 summers. I ask pardon for having returned your labor and so damaged the condition, brother Haruna. But you may be consoled with the thought that the mother's festival comes but once in the 12th. No harm was done, brother Musa, Aaron said, offering his visitor tobacco. In my own youth I sometimes danced with bare light feet to the music of worldly guitars, and yet I reached a man's estate. Offered a refill for his pipe, Musa raised a hand in polite refusal. Tomorrow's sun will not wait in our conversation, and much must be done in the manner of races waiting a signal before the first blade breaks the soil, he said. Good night, brother Haruna, and may mother grant you light. Mother keep you, brother Musa. Aaron murmured the heathen phrase without embarrassment. I'll guide your feet to your wagon, if I may. Aaron, carrying the naphtha lantern, led the way across the strip of new-ploughed soil. Set by frost into plastic mounds and ridges, the earth bent beneath his shoes and the carpenter's bare feet. Aaron swung Musa's picket iron, the little anchor to which his horse was tethered, into the wagon, noticing that it had been curiously padded with layers of quilted cloth. May you journey home in good health, brother Musa, he said. Uwaka, Musa shouted, staring at the plough cuts. Aaron Stoltzfus dropped the lantern to his side, amazed that the dignified old man could be guilty of such an obscenity. Perhaps he'd misheard. Haruna, you have damned yourself, Musa bellowed. Cursed be this farm, cursed be thy farming. May thy seedlings rot, may thy corn sprout worms for tassels, may your cattle stink and make early bones. Brother Musa, Aaron said. I am no sib to you, O blessed one, Musa said. Nor will I help you carry the curse you have brought upon yourself by today's ill-doing. He darted back to the farmhouse, where he ordered half-wakened Waziri to pad barefoot after him to the wagon, rubbing his eyes. Come, son, Musa said. We must flee these ill-omened fields. Without another word to his host, the carpenter hoisted his boy into the wagon, mounted, and set off into the night. The hoofs of his horse padded softly against the dirt road, unshod. Martha met the bewildered Aaron at the door, wakened by Musa's shouting. Was gibt, Stolz? She asked. What for was all the carry-on? Aaron tugged at his beard. I don't know, woman, he admitted. Musa the carpenter took one look at the ploughing I did today, then cursed me as though he'd caught me spitting in his well. He got Waziri up from bed and took him home. He took his wife's hand. I'm sorry he woke you, Liebchen. It was not so much the angry carpenter who waked me as the little jackrabbit your father too, Martha said. As you say, a bun who can kick so hard, and barefoot too, will be a strong one once he's born. Aaron was staring out the window onto the dark road. Was hat Musa sel gehu? He asked himself. What for did Musa do such a thing? He knows that our ways are different to his. If I did aught wrong, Musa must know it was done not for want to harm. I will go to the village tomorrow. Musa must forgive me and explain. He will, Stolz, Martha said. Komm, schlaf. You will be getting up early. How can I sleep, not knowing how I've hurt my friend? Aaron asked. You must, Martha urged him. Let your cares rest for the night, Aaron. In the morning, Stoltzfus prepared for his trip into Tatura by donning his Sunday best. He clipped a black patent leather bow tie, a wedding gift, onto his white shirt, and fastened up his best broadfold trousers with his dress suspenders. Over this Aaron put his mutzi, the tailed frock coat that fashioned with hooks and eyes. When he'd exchanged his broad-brimmed black felt working hat for another just the same, but unsweated, Aaron was dressed as he'd been on his way to a house Amish Sunday meeting back home. I expect no trouble here, Martha, he said, tucking a box of stogies under his arm as a little guest gift for the old carpenter. Are we home, Studs?
I feel wonderful busy about the middle, Martha said.
There was a noise out on the road.
Listen, she said. Go look at the window out. Now, someone is coming the yard in.
Aaron hastened to lift the green roller blind over the parlour window. Ah, it is the gauzy fish, Saki cousin Zumi, with half the folk from town, he said. Stay here, woman. I will out and talk with them. The Saki sat astride his white pony, staring as Aaron approached him. Behind their chief, on lesser beasts, sat cousin Zumi's retainers, each with a bundle in his arms. Welcome, O Saki, Aaron said, raising his fist. Cousin Zumi did not return the Amishman's salute. I return your gifts, lightless one, he announced. They are tainted with your blasphemy. He nodded, and his servants dismounted to stack at the side of the road Aaron's guest gifts of months before. The bale of tobacco was set down, the bolt of scarlet silk, the chains of candy, the silver filigreed saddle. Now that I owe you naught, bearded one, we have no further business with one another. He reined his horse around. I go in sadness, Haruna, he said. What did I do, cousin Zumi? Aaron asked. What am I to make of your displeasure? You have failed us. Who was my friend? The Saki said. You will leave this place, taking your woman and your beasts and your sharp-shod horses. Sir, where am I to go? Whence came you, Haruna? The Saki asked. Return to your black-garbed folk, and injure the mother no longer with your lack of understanding. Saki, cousin Zumi, I know not how I erred, Stoltzfus said. As for returning to my own country, that I cannot. The off-world vessel that brought us here is far away, and it will not return until we are all 5 summers older. My mother is besides with child, and cannot safely travel. My land is ripe for seeding. How can I go now? There is wilderness to the south, where no son of the mother lives, the Saki said. Go there. I cannot for heathen who are out of my sight. Sir, show us mercy, Aaron said. Cousin Zumi danced his shoeless horse around to face Aaron. Haruna, who was my friend, whom I thought to stand with me in mother's light. I would be merciful, but I cannot be weak. It is not me whom you must beseech, but the mother who feeds us all. Make amends to her. Then, Saki, cousin Zumi, will give his ear to your pleas. Without amends, Haruna, you must go from here within the week. Cousin Zumi waved his arm and galloped off toward Datura. His servants followed quickly. On the roadside lay the gifts, dusted from the dirt raised by the horses. The Amishman turned toward the house. Martha's face was at the parlour window, quizzical under her prayer covering, impatient to hear what had happened. Aaron plodded back to the house with the evil news, stumbling over a clod of earth in the new-turned furrows near the road. Martha met him at the door. Was will er? She demanded. He says we must leave the farm. Why for? She asked. Somehow I've offended their fadomed mum-god, Aaron said. The Saki has granted us a week to make ready to go into the wilderness. He sat on a coffee-coloured kitchen chair, his head bowed and his big hands limp between his knees. Stutz, where can we go? Martha asked. We have no Freundschaft, no kin, in all this place. Aaron tightened his hands into fists. We will not go, he vowed. I will find a way for us to stay. He broke open the box of cigars that had been meant as a gift for Musa and clamped one of the black stogies between his teeth. What is the Heidish secret? He demanded. What does the mother want of me? Aaron Stutz, Martha said vigorously. I'll have no man of mine offering dignity to a heathen god. The Schrift orders us to cut down the groves of the alien gods, to smash their false images, not to bow before them. Will you make a golden calf here, as did your namesake Aaron of Egypt, for whose sins the children of Israel were plagued? Woman, I'll not have you preach to me like a servant of the book, Aaron said. It is not for you to cite scripture. He stared through the window. What does the mother want of me? As you shout, do not forget that I am a mother too, Martha said. She dabbed a finger at her eye. Vergeb mir, Liebling, Aaron said. He walked behind the chair where his wife sat. Tenderly he kneaded the muscles at the back of her neck. I am trying to get inside Musa's head and cousin Zumi's. I am trying to see their world through their eyes. It is not an easy thing to do, Martha. Though I lived for a spell among the English, my head is still Hausch Amish, a fat Dutch cheese. It is a good head, Martha said, relaxing under his massage. And if there be cheeseheads hereabouts, it's these Blackfolds that wear them, and not my man. If I knew what the Deehinka our neighbours mean by their mother talk, it might
be I could see myself through Mernan eyes, as I can hear a bit with Hauser ears, Aaron said. Is soll nix so, Martha. We should have stood at home and sought with our own good heads, she said. Let me think, Aaron said. If I were to strike you, wife, he mused, it could do you great hurt and harm our unborn child, nee? Aaron! Martha scooted out from under her husband's kneading hands. Druvel dich net, he said. I am only thinking. These black folk now, these neighbours who were before last night our friends, speak of light as our bishop at home speaks of grace. To have it is to have all, to be one with the congregation. If I can find this light, we and the Saki and his people can again be friends. Aaron sat down. I must learn what I have done wrong, he said. Other than drink a glass of cider now and then, and make a worldly music with a guitar, you've done no wrong, Martha said stubbornly. You're a good man. In the old order I'm a good man, so long as no Dina makes trouble over a bit of singing or cider, Aaron said. As a guest on Myrna, I have done some deed that has hurt this mother god whom our neighbours hold dear. Heathenist superstition, Martha love. I'm older than you, and a man, Aaron said. Give me room to think. If the goddess mother is heathen as Baal, it matters not. These folks who worship her hold our future in their hands. Besides, we owe them the courtesy not to dance in their churches, nor to laugh at their prayers. Even the English have more grace than that, Aaron pondered. Something in the springtime is the Mernan mother's gift, her greatest gift. What? Blaspheme not, Martha said. Remember him who causeth the grass to grow for the cattle, and herb for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth. Wife, is the true God less if these people call him mother? Aaron demanded. We are too far from home, the woman sighed. Such heavy talk is wearisome. It is for bishops to discourse so, not ordinary folk like us. If I can't find the light, Aaron said. This farm we live on and hoped to leave to our children isn't worth the water in a dish of soup. He slapped his hands together and stood to pace. Martha, hear me out, he said. If a woman be with child and a man takes her with lust and against her will, is not that man accursed? Aaron, she said, how God, such wicked talk you make. Seen with Mernan eyes, have I not done just such a cursed thing? Aaron demanded. The mother god of this world is mitkint, fat with the bounty of springtime. So tender is the swollen belly of the earth that the people here, simple folk, with no more subtle god, strip the iron from the hooves of their horses not to bruise her. They bare their feet in her honour, treat her with the tenderness I treat my beloved Martha. And to this goddess swollen earth I took the plough. Martha, we are fortunate indeed that our neighbours are gentle people, or I would be hanged now, or stoned to death like the wicked in the old days. Ich hot ihre Göttinnen angepocht. I raped their goddess. Martha burst into tears. When Aaron stepped forward to comfort her, she struck his chest with her balled fist. Stods! I wed you despite your beer drinking from cans at the singing. So you play a worldly guitar and sing the English songs. So people told me you drove your gay Uncle Amos's black-bumpered Ford before you membered to the district. Still house Amish, pure, old order, though my people are, I married you from love and youngness and girlish ignorance. But I do not care, even in that wilderness you brought us to in that big English ship, to hear such vileness spoke out boldly. Leave me alone. I'll not. It's best, she said. I'm so offended in the lad I'm wifed to. Love, ich bin sorry, Aaron said. The book, though, just what our neighbours told me. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. I have found the truth of our dark-skinned friends. I did not want to wound the ears of da Appel von mein Aug, apple of mine eye, sweet Martha, but I must speak out the truth. It is not good enough, Martha sobbed, to accept this brown-skinned, jewel-bedizened woman god, but you must make a love to her, and I, wed to you by the book, 9 months gone with kind, am to make no fuss. I loved the mother god with the plough, and accidentally, Aaron bellowed. How got, woman, have you no funny? I will burst our child in my lap from laughing, Martha said, weeping. Aaron, do what you will. I can hardly walk home to my mem to bear a son in my girlhood bedroom. We are like Audum, o Eif, like you say, but the serpent in his Eden pleases me not. When I spoke of coats and the borning of them, Aaron said, I forgot me that mares are more sensible than human women. Martha, liebe Martha, you wed a man when you married me. All your vapors are naught against my having seen the light. If to stay here on this land already watered with my hard sweat, I had to slaughter cattle and sacrifice to the mother, I'd pick up the knife gladly and feel it no blasphemy against our God.
Aaron Stutz, Martha said, I forbid you to lend honor to this God.
Allen sat. He unlaced his shoes and took them off. Woman, he asked softly, you forbid me? Martha, for all the love I bear you, there is one rule of our folk that's as holy as worship, and that's that the man is master in his house. He pulled off his black stockings and stood barefoot, with calluses won on the black earth of his father's farm, dressed otherwise meetly as a deacon. I will walk to the Torah on my naked feet to show our friends I know my wrongdoing, that I have hurt the belly of the pregnant earth. I will tell Sarki cousin Zumi that I have seen his light, that my horse will be unshod as I am, that the mother will not feel my plough again until the grasses spring, when her time will be accomplished. Martha crossed her hands about her middle.
Ah, Stutz, she said. Our Boo is ready for gay, I think. Today will be his birthday. Don't let your tenderness to the earth keep you from walking swiftly to the Torah, and when you return, come in a wagon with the Saki's ladies, who understand midwifery. I think they will find work here.
I will hurry, Mother, Aaron promised.
End of Story 6.
Story 7 of the Furthest Reaches
Of space.
Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Travelogue by Roger Dee. Adventure came late, at 32 if the detail matters, into the diffident life of Wesley Philbin, but with all the fictional improbability of the wistful little fantasies he wrote for his living. It called in a voice Wesley failed at first to recognize because he had long ago given up listening, just when he least expected it, when he was walking one late April afternoon along the rocky banks of Sampson's Creek, temporarily blind to the drowsy mountain charm of the place, while he mulled over an inconsistency that niggled at his current plotline. There was this utopian little planet, he mulled, that circled the major sun of a binary star named Aldefarah. No other star would do. The name Aldefarah was perfect, too laden with the romance of the starways to surrender, upon which his space-roving protagonist was to discover his true self, and the glory of the one love, inevitable to every such spacefaring gallant, by destroying his ship, and so make it impossible to betray her people's unspoiled paradise to his own grasping mechanical culture. The rub was, and Wesley was too honest to dismiss it unresolved, that any world circling one primary of a double star would very probably be something less than a paradise. Caught between two such stellar furnaces, it was more likely to be a slag-shelled inferno of heat and desolation. Still, if one sun should be very small or nearly spent, there might be no problem at all. It might even offer fresh background detail as a novel sort of moon, shedding living light upon an already exotic setting. He'd have to check further on Aldefarah, though he doubted that his scanty astronomical text would supply his want. The call, too strong for a bird's piping, yet too slight and musical for even a child's voice, drew him back from Aldefarah to the banks of Sampson's Creek. It was a child, after all, but an improbably tiny one. She floundered in a pool deep enough to drown even an adult, so massively helpless that Wesley plunged instantly to her rescue, without arguing his own inability to swim. He had a briefest glimpse of hair, floating like a small silver cloud about a frightened elfin face, with enormous lilac eyes. Then the icy pool received him, and he was splashing mightily to keep his own head above water. Momentum took him near enough for the child to grasp his sleeve. The rest, the immemorial emergency of learning to swim the hard way, was up to Wesley. He made it, not because he was capable of meeting such a challenge at a moment's notice, but because the bank and safety were after all only a few feet away. His frantic paddlings brought the two of them out to lie panting and dripping side by side in the welcome heat of sunlight. When he had recovered enough to sit up, Wesley examined his find with more amazement than satisfaction.
The child was smaller than any child could be, he thought, and turned out with a fragile perfection more doll-like than human. Her hair was drying rapidly to look more like spun platinum than like silver. Her dress, a muff-like wisp, changed colour with mother-of-pearl iridescence, seemed not to have been wet at all. There was a belt of slender metal links about her tiny waist, caught with a flattened oval buckle the size of a pocket watch. Her lilac eyes, more blue than purple now, with the shock gone out of them, looked up at him wonderingly. "Are you hurt?" Wesley asked. The child winced from the sound, and he lowered his voice, feeling like an ogre before such fragility. "Can you talk yet?" He reached out to help her, and she caught his thumb with both tiny hands and stood knee-deep in grass that barely covered his own ankles. Her voice was as high and clear as a sleigh bell. "Clelling, Arif," she said, as if that unintelligibility settled everything. Wesley considered her unhappily. It was not adventure yet. He saw only that he was saddled with a lost child who looked like a pixie and who talked like a bird, and that he would very probably lose the rest of his afternoon getting her off his hands. He tried again. "Where do you live?" It was so unlikely that her parents might have moved to Samson City, with its insular aloofness and its once-a-day train, that he dismissed the idea at once. Second thought heartened him briefly. "Are your parents staying at the inn?" The inn was a rambling, seedly genteel resort catering mainly to retired couples and trout fishermen. He owned a half-interest in it, and lived there with his Aunt Jessica, who owned the other half and controlled both, and Miriam Howell, who taught 6th grade at the Sampson County School, and nursed a determination to become Mrs. Wesley Philbin. If the child's parents were now guests of his Aunt Jessica's, his problem was solved already. It was not so simple. The child fingered the oval buckle of her belt, shaping a curious suggestion of pattern. "Mitsik Plellingharif," she said. She caught Wesley's thumb again, and as quickly as that they were no longer on the banks of Sampson Creek. They were in a place that Wesley, for all his experience at contriving the unlikely, could not have dreamed up in a month of trying. It was essentially a room, not large, yet seemed to extend indefinitely. It looked at first glance like a conservatory for exotic plants, and at second like a library stocked with tables and files and endless shelves of books. There was a sprinkling of what might have been furniture, with here and there an erect oval that could have been either mirror or crystal screen. The whole was scaled to a diminution that made Wesley feel like Gulliver and Lilliput, and through it breathed a barely perceptible scent somewhere between honeysuckle and crushed mint. The man and woman who came out of that improbable background seemed to Wesley's dizzied senses hardly taller than the child who held his thumb, but their resemblance to her was as unmistakable as the serene air of having the situation completely in hand. The girl's mother took her away, making admonishing bird-like sounds. The father, as if aware of Wesley's wavering control, gripped his thumb in turn and led him to an open expanse of soft, rugged floor large enough to hold them both. "Sit down," he said in unexpected sleigh-bell English. Wesley sat and realized finally that adventure had come. It had come to him, he discovered, because the child, Mitsik, had not visited a world with fish before. The fascination of a sunning trout in Sampson's Creek had proved too much for her small caution. Maneuvering for a closer look had tumbled her into the pool, and her transporter unit did not work underwater. His rescue had placed her parents, the father's name was Clelling, and the mother's Herif, explaining her cryptic pipings, under an obligation that seemed to demand fulfillment. It was something like letting a genie out of his bottle, and being granted a wish, except that Clelling and Herif were no sort of genie, and their capacity for granting wishes was strictly limited. "A traveller's work is more interesting than profitable," Clelling said, "but be assured that we shall offer as much as lies within our means." Embarrassed, Wesley made deprecating sounds. "I don't really want payment. I'm more interested in knowing how and why you're here." The information was readily given. Clelling, completely telepathic among his own kind, and nearly so with humanity, as witness his instant grasp of English, anticipated Wesley's questions with answers that left him dizzier than before. "The galaxy is a more populous place than you imagine," Clelling said, "and civilized to a degree beyond your comprehension. Transportation and trade among so many differing worlds is a complex business occupying the attention of millions. My wife and I deal in travel for pleasure. We are what you call tourist agents." A vision of seeing Aldefera at first hand electrified Wesley. "You're selling star trips here, on Earth?" Clelling denied it with regret.
"Your world has been under observation for years by a galactic ecological group in upstate Pennsylvania. But you are not ready yet. Economic and social stabilization and elimination of war must come before you can be admitted as a culture."
Wesley sighed, and Clelling made hasty correction.
"Under the circumstances, that ban need not apply to you. We can offer help, too, with the information on galactic conditions you need to lend authenticity to your writing."
He went to a file that nestled between two feathery flowering shrubs, and drew out a glassy folder that glowed in three-dimensional illustration, as if lighted from within.
"Aldefera,"
Clelling said. Wesley took it almost reverently. The binary suns of Aldefera did have planets, not one, as he had postulated, but 5, capable of supporting life. The minor sun was negligible and all but extinct, furnishing precisely the exotic moon he had been considering when he first heard Mitzik piping in her pool. "It's priceless," Wesley said. The text was undecipherable, but the photography so perfect that his eyes misted and refused to leave it. "It more than repays me." Anxiety dimmed his rapture. "You did mean that I could keep it, didn't you?" Clelling looked abashed.
"Of course. It's only a sort of tourist travelogue. I'll select a group of them dealing with worlds that might interest you, and see that our local outpost makes up English translations. They will be mailed to you as they are completed."
His wife appeared out of the shrub and file background, leading a chastened Mitzik, and stood beside him. Her fair hair was hardly even with the seated Wesley's shoulder.
"We must leave Sonny Muira out of the group,"
she said. Her lilac eyes laughed with an inner private amusement.
"He'll like Sonny Muira. Out of this group we can offer you one physical visit to the world of your choice,"
Clelling said.
"Each brochure will have round-trip tear-off coupons attached. Bring them here when you have decided where you will go."
"If I have the nerve," Wesley said. The prospect dazzled him until he remembered his Aunt Jessica. "You'll still be here?"
"This is a permanent relay point,"
Clelling told him.
"Our agency's galactic transporter has been here for centuries of your time."
There was more, but none of it was clear to Wesley later. It seemed only seconds before he was standing again on the banks of Sampson's Creek, perhaps 100 yards upstream from the pool from which he had fished Mitzik. But the sun hung lower over the mountains, and the birds were choosing perches for the night. He had been away, Wesley estimated, for something over an hour. It did not occur to him until he had walked back to the inn and discovered in the walking that he had left the Eldefarian booklet behind, that he might only have dozed during his stroll and dreamed it all. The dampness of his clothing reassured him, and disturbed his Aunt Jessica and Miriam, without eliminating that doubt. Still later came the grimmer thought that he might even be losing his sanity. He worried about that, too upset to finish the Aldefarian story he had begun for a week. Then the mail brought his first travelogue. Charlie Birdsall, the rural carrier, blew his horn at the gate and handed over the sealed manila packet, along with a letter from Wesley's literary agent. Charlie was a friend from high school days and perennial bachelor who found Wesley's future appalling. "Got a circular from some tourist bureau," Charlie said, "and a letter from that agent fellow in New York. Letter's got a check for $40 in it." He shook his head darkly at Wesley's worn look. "Fellow, you better get squared away before your lid slips. You can write that wild stuff of yours and stand off 2 women at the same time. When are you going to learn?" Wesley hefted his packet wistfully, wanting the privacy of his room, but reluctant to offend Charlie by rushing off. "I have to write," he said. And as for marrying, maybe Aunt Jessica is right. Maybe a man wasn't meant to live alone." Charlie snorted. "How wrong can you get? Look, a bunch of us are having a poker sit and beers tonight at Landon Service Station. Want to come down with me, Wes?" Wesley begged off. "Work to do, Charlie. I haven't turned in much material lately, and my agent is getting impatient." "When you wake up some morning on a leash," Charlie said. "Don't say I didn't warn you." He put his car into gear and departed. In his room, Wesley opened the letter first. There was a check for $40, as Charlie had said, and a terse note from his agent that said, "This one just made it. Let's see the CD stipend. Can you come up with something fresher in the way of alien settings? Henry." Wesley reserved answer until the packet was opened and his first brochure scanned. "I can now," he said. His eyes filled and his hands shook with the beauty and the wonder of it. The folder was like the one he had examined at Clelling Heriff's way station, but with a difference. Here colours and perspective had been rescaled to suit his familiar values, and the exposition was in beautifully lucid English. He fingered the round-trip coupons at the bottom of the last page. "To see a place like that," he said reverently. "If only I had the nerve." But he lacked the nerve, and knew it. However, to explain it all to his Aunt Jessica, and settle on the brochure as compensation in itself. It solved his difficulties with Aldefarian's story before he had finished the first 2 pages. The second planet of Aldefara's major twin was precisely what he had needed for his space rover's utopia, but with innovations wonderful to behold. Its dominant race owned a corner on pleasant privacy that put Swift's Lipudans with the magnetic flying island to shame. This world was dotted with airborne masses of tiny, gas-filled aerophytes, which multiplied after the fashion of coral polyps to build personal estates of any size, from a few acres to whole square miles. On these luxurious clouds, in sylvan groves and orchid gardens and dew-bright dells, lived a benevolent race of humanoids, further advanced in the gentle art of keeping the peace with one another than humanity was ever likely to be. Below lay an ocean world dotted with green and coral archipelagos, inhabited by a satisfactory, savage species of non-humanoids, whose evolutionary line had worked the flotation principle into its own makeup. These monsters prowled fiercely upon the waters, following after the cloud islands in the perennial hope of discovering one low enough to plunder. The contrast, for Wesley's purpose, was perfect. His hero could land on a floating preserve, forcing it down by overload. There was occasion for a first-class battle with the water walkers in which he could rescue his one love at least twice, and a crashing denouement in which the Argonaut atoned for his injury by blasting his ship away, tenantless, under robot control, so saving a day for all concerned and making it forever impossible to betray her people to his own. Above all, Wesley had at hand a wealth of detail, of colour and atmosphere unarguably convincing because it was true, that offered him the idea load writers dream of. Ordinarily the most cautious of workmen, Wesley flung himself into such an orgy of creation that the Aldefarian epic was reorganized, written, and rewritten within 3 days. For Wesley, the wordage was tremendous. It ran to novelette length, and it was all good. "Damned good," said Wesley, who was more given to mailing his manuscripts in fear and trembling than in confidence. That confidence waned during the succeeding week when Charlie Birdsall continued to drive past the inn, with nothing more encouraging than a wave of the hand. Miriam grew more intent in her attentions, as Wesley spent less time at his writing, his Aunt Jessica gauging his ebbing resistance, but the first of her matrimonial trumps on the table. She cornered Wesley one morning just after Miriam had driven away to school in her coupe. "It's high time you stopped mooning around with the stars, Wesley Filburn," his Aunt Jessica said, "and took stock of yourself. You're 32 years old, you've no income except the miserable dribble you get from your wild stories, and you've no more responsibility than a wild goat in the hills. It's time you settled down." Wesley might have protested his independence, but his lifelong conditioning had left him too little to discover. His Aunt Jessica had brought him up from childhood after the death of his parents, who had owned his half of the inn before him. He owed her a great deal for her care and affection, as he had been told often enough to remove any lingering doubt, and the least he could do now was heed her wiser counsel. "I'm too old and worn to keep the inn as it should be kept," his Aunt Jessica went on firmly. "I'm ready to retire and live with my widowed sister in California, but I can't go until you're safely settled with someone who will see that you take care of your own interests. You couldn't deny me the comfortable retirement I've earned, could you?" Wesley couldn't. It occurred to him that his Aunt Jessica was only 55, and that her retirement had been provided for out of the net proceeds of the inn. It had always taken his share to meet expenses, but he put the ungrateful thought away guiltily. Aunt Jessica had earned her retirement while he idled, too busy spinning dreams to attend to his trust. If he had had no Aunt Jessica to turn to. "It's simple enough," his Aunt Jessica said. "I'll move in with my sister as soon as you're married. Miriam is an excellent manager. The two of you should have a comfortable thing of it. The tourist trade holding up as it is." "I suppose you're right," Wesley said. "You usually are." Miriam was a competent manager. He could picture her without strain, with her rimless spectacles clamped firmly on her adequate nose, meager lips set while she totted up their assets. Miriam was an inch taller than himself and a year or two older, but such details, his Aunt Jessica was fond of saying, mattered a fig or less. It was the heart that counted. All that's needed, his Aunt Jessica finished, is telling Miriam. Will you, or shall I? Some spark of repressed independence made Wesley mutter, I'll tell her. It was not really necessary, he found, when he sat with Miriam on the veranda that evening and looked down over the slope of mountains toward the handful of lights that marked out Samson City. The weight of his decision weighed on him so heavily that Miriam, who was nothing if not decisive, took the initiative. Your Aunt Jessica is planning to retire and live with her sister in California, she said. Can you run the inn alone, Wesley? I doubt it, Wesley said. He knew he couldn't. There were too many prosaic but vital details, too many procurings and dispersings for his dreamer's nature to cope with. I was thinking that maybe you— Of course I will, Miriam said. She peered in the gloom, saw his tension, and contented herself with patting his hand. I'll resign as soon as the school is out in June. We'll be married, and I'll look after things when Miss Philbin goes to her sister's. Is that the way you want it, Wesley? Wesley wondered if it was. The spring darkness below and beyond the inn was warm and alive, vibrant with the tantalizing, nebulous promise that had led him on like a will-o'-the-wisp all his life, without once revealing itself. The romance of strange places never seen, and never to be seen, called powerfully, a toxin so familiar that his response was as much nostalgia as longing. His Aunt Jessica joined them on the veranda, saving any need of further talk unnecessary. He had an impression, instantly rejected as unworthy, that she had been listening behind the screen for the outcome of his proposal. It's all settled, Miss Philbin, Miriam said comfortably. Wesley and I are going to be married in June. The second brochure arrived next morning, again, coincidentally with a letter from Wesley's agent. Terse as ever, the note said, Great stuff. Background so convincing I damn nearly believed in it myself. Shoot me another, Henry. With it came a check that left Wesley faint with disbelief. The second travelogue advertised a world vastly different from Aldefara's utopia. The system was Alpha Geminorum, Castor, a visual binary subdivided into spectroscopic doubles, presenting a four-sun family revolving in pairs about itself, a cosmic madhouse that gave precarious shelter to only one inmate. That planet, called Turlac, was unique in the galaxy. Caught at a focal point between its various primaries, it suffered every extreme of heat and cold, of grinding glacier and roaring volcano. Approach or retreat of an ascendant sun could double a visitor's weight or levitate him. The air itself rushed from hemisphere to hemisphere in a continuous, demoniac hurricane. The possibilities were unlimited. Out of them Wesley contrived for an exploring party to crash under Turlac's freakish gravity, for a beautiful girl ecologist to be snatched from the ship by the perpetual hurricane, and for the expedition's handsome young hydroponicist to rescue her. Because there were no convenient inimical life forms on Turlac, Wesley threw in a couple of logical menaces in the way of red-hot lava serpents and bat-winged flying crocodiles, whose natural element was the rushing wind. The following week saw the thumbnail synopsis turned into another novelette, less idyllic but more hectic than the first. He handed it over, weighed and stamped and sealed with Scotch tape, to Charlie Birdsall on the morning of the first Monday in May. Charlie eyed the flat packet with respect. Looks like you're getting the range, he said. Whereas if you turn them out regular like this for the price that last one bought, you've got it made. He squinted appraisingly when Wesley made deprecating sounds. I'd keep it quiet if I was you, though. Miriam will want to renovate the inn after you're married. Maybe add a new wing. Wesley stiffened. How did you know? The announcement was in yesterday's paper, Charlie told him. Miriam had wasted no time, Wesley thought. Confound it, you'd almost think she was deliberately burning his bridges behind him by making the thing public before he could reconsider. Charlie startled him further. Maybe you know what you're doing at that, Charlie said cryptically. Maybe you're keen enough to know a good deal when you see one, after all. He put the car into gear and paused with a foot on the clutch. So busy talking, I nearly forgot I had another one of those tourist ads for you. What did you do, join a vacation club? In a way, Wesley said. I won't have a chance to use it, though. Tough, Charlie said, and drove away. To distract resentful thought, Wesley turned to his adventure again, forgetting in the fascination of his third brochure that, for him, doom rhymed with June. The locale this time was a planet called Porzinia, circling Alpha Brutus, Arcturus. No life existed upon the surface of Porzinia because of her primary's tremendous heat, but the subterranean world below was something else again. The planet was largely igneous, and so translucent, clear enough to let Arcturus light with fairy luminescence. The endless labyrinth of caverns and tunnels had made up a nether environment all their own. The maze was filled in its lower levels with a buried ocean that ran in crystal tides past coral shoals, where mermaid autochtons sunned themselves in a filtered glow and sang siren songs to enchant visitors. Those sections passable to air breathers were carefully designated. Wesley, fingering the round-trip coupons at the end of the brochure, was startled to find himself eaten with a desire to see the place at first hand. He rejected the impulse, partly because he knew the outcry his Aunt Jessica and Miriam would set up, and partly because he understood it for what it was, an instinctive groping for an escape from the catastrophe of June. It was better in any case to wait, he decided, recalling the near impish look of Harif, when she had promised that he would like the Sunamurian Travelogue. What, he wondered, was Sunamuria like? Before the Porzinian story was finished, he had another note from his agent. The Turlock job went like a collector's item. They're screaming for more. Can do, Henry. Enclosed was another check that would have made Wesley drunk with triumph, but for the knowledge that June was only 3 weeks away. The Porzinian story was mailed. Another brochure arrived, and another. Life became a predictable routine, half labor, half escape. Wesley wrote and dreamed and talked briefly over the gate with Charlie Birdsall. Now and then, too tired to sit longer at his typewriter, he sat on the veranda at night with his Aunt Jessica and Miriam. They did not press him now, because their victory was won and their laurels assured. May dwindled away, quiet as a candle. Wesley's account fattened in the Sampson City Bank. His agent promoted an anthology of his later stories and suggested a novel. Wesley, in his room, laughed hollowly. Success, now that it had come, had an ashy taste. The Sunamurian booklet arrived on the 25th of May. A newly envious Charlie Birdsall passed it to him over the gate, and a bombshell of disillusion with it. "Have to admit I figured you wrong all these years," Charlie said. "You do know a good deal when you see it. Glad to see you making the most of it, Wes." Wesley hefted his packet. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean," Charlie said. "When Miss Jessica retires, you'll really have it made, with Miriam looking after the inn while you put in big money writing." He stretched his underlip with thumb and forefinger and let it snap back. "You could be as good for a man with a job like mine if you had half interest in a place like this to begin with. I'd jump at it just like you did." Wesley was amazed and chilled. "You'd marry for convenience." "Sure," Charlie said. "There's no percentage in this romance stuff." He went on in sudden confessional candor. "Most women figure it the same way. I know Miriam does. She tried to hook me when I first got my job with the post office, but the odds were all hers and I wasn't having any. That was before you came to room with your aunt, and why do you think she picked the inn here anyway? Miriam's not getting any younger, and she's looking out for herself. I'm glad to see you've got brains enough to do the same." "Well," Wesley said. There was nothing to add to it. "Well, I better go," Charlie said, and did. In his room, Wesley sat with his unopened packet in his hand and thought grey thoughts. It was one thing to plod dutifully to doom because of loyalty to his Aunt Jessica, and an unwillingness to hurt Miriam, but another matter entirely to be maneuvered into a selfish solution of their problems. Miriam wanted security, however obtained. His Aunt Jessica wanted retirement with the income that would continue to roll in as long as the inn remained under Miriam's capable hand. The two of them had arranged it all between them as calmly as they might have made up a grocery list. Soccer, Wesley noted. If there were a way out. Because there was none, he let it drop and opened his latest brochure. The planet of Sunamuria circled a star listed as Beta Aquilae, Alshane. Details of distance and placement meant nothing to the electrified Wesley. What did register was that Harif, in venturing that he would like Sunamuria, had made a galactic understatement. One look sent Wesley headlong to town in his Aunt Jessica's car. Returning an hour later, he ripped his small armful of travelogues to pieces and, except for one page that fell behind his desk,
burned them in the backyard incinerator. Then he disappeared in the direction of Sampson's Creek. It was not until the middle of July, when the estate was settled and Miss Jessica Filburn was securely domiciled with his sister in California, and Charlie Birdsall and Miriam had married and moved into the inn, that any light was shed upon Wesley's going. Then Charlie, in moving out Wesley's desk to furnish a new guest room, found the final page of the Sunny Miriam booklet and set up a cry that brought Miriam, dust-capped and aproned, on the run. "This is where Wes went," Charlie said. Miriam pored without comprehension of the lone page. "How do you know?" "He got these photos all along with some vacation club," Charlie explained. "Must have paid his passage in advance, because this one had tear-off tickets at the bottom. Where else would he go?" Miriam sniffed critically at a picture showing a smiling bevy of girls disporting themselves against a lush, semi-tropical background. Charlie took back the page. "Can't tell where the place is, but it says here that the climate is about like Samoa's, that there's no trade or industry, and that the population, get this, is 94 6/10 female. Even Wes should do all right for himself there." "He'll be back," Miriam said. "He can't stay long in a place as expensive as that." Charlie snorted in disgust. "Will he come back after having Judge Talbot draw up a paper leaving his bank account to Miss Jessica and his half of the inn to me, and then disappearing with nothing but a bathing suit and a pair of sunglasses?" "He could still come back," Miriam said stubbornly. An irregularity at the bottom of the page caught Charlie's eye and settled the issue. "He can't either," Charlie said. "He didn't tear out his return ticket."
End of Story 7. Story 8. Of the Furthest Reaches. Of Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi. Volume 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Good Seed by Mark Mallory. They said, as they have said of so many frontiersmen just like him, that there must have been a woman in his past to make him what he was. And indeed there had, but she was no flesh-and-blood female. The name of his lady was Victoria, whom the Greeks called Nike, and early confounded with the Pallas Athena, that sterile maiden. At the age of 34, she had Calvin Malloy most firmly in her grasp, for he had neither wife nor child, nor any close friend worth mentioning. Only his hungry dream for some great accomplishment. It had harried him to the stars, that dream of his. It had driven him to the position of top survey engineer on the new raw planet of Mersey, still largely unexplored and unmapped. And it had pushed him, too, into foolishness, like this latest one, building a sailplane out of scrap odds and ends around the Mersey Advance Base. A sailplane which had just this moment been caught in a storm and cranked up on an island the size of a city backyard, between the banks of one of the mouths of the Adzer River. The sailplane was gone the moment it hit. Actually, it had come down just short of the island and floated quickly off, what was left of it, while Calvin was thrashing for the island with that inept stroke of his. He pulled himself up, gasping, onto the rocks, and with the coolness of a logical man who has faced crises before, set himself immediately to taking stock of his situation. He was wet and winded, but since he was undrowned and on solid land in the semi-tropics, he dismissed that part of it from his mind. It had been full noon when he had been caught in the storm, and it could not be much more than minutes past that now, so swiftly had everything happened. But the black, low clouds racing across the sky, and the gusts of intermittent rain cut visibility down around him. He stood up on his small island and leaned against the wind that blew in and up the river from the open gulf. On three sides he saw nothing but the fast-riding waves. On the fourth, though, shading his eyes against the occasional bursts of rain, he discerned a long, low, curving blackness that would be one of the river shoals. There lay safety. He estimated its distance from him at less than 150 yards. It was merely, he told himself, a matter of reaching it. Under ordinary conditions, he would have settled down where he was and waited for rescue. It was not more than 15 or 20 miles from the advance base, and in this storm they would waste no time waiting for him to come in before starting out to search for him. No sailplane could survive in such a blow. Standing now with the wind pushing at him and the rain stinging against his face and hands, He found time for a moment's wry humour at his own bad luck. On any civilized world, such a storm would have been charted and predicted, if not controlled entirely. Well, the more fool he for venturing this far from base. It was in his favour that this world of Mersey happened to be so Earth-like, that the differences between the two planets were mostly unimportant. Unfortunately, it was the one unimportant difference that made his present position on the island a death trap. The gulf into which his river emptied was merely a 20th the area of the Gulf of Mexico. But in this section it was extremely shallow, having an overall average depth of around 75 feet. When one of these flash storms formed suddenly out over its waters, the wind could either drain huge tidal areas around the mouths of the Adza, or else raise the river level within hours, a matter of 30 feet. With the onshore wind whistling about his ears right now, it was only too obvious to Calvin that the river was rising. This rocky little bit, sticking some 12 or 15 feet above the waves, could expect to be overwhelmed in the next few hours. He looked about him. The island was bare, except for a few straggly bushes. He reached out for a shoot from the bush beside him. It came up easily from the thin layer of soil that overlaid the rocks, and the wind snatched it out of his hand. He saw it go skipping over the tops of the waves in the direction of the shore, until a wave slope caught it and carried it into the next trough and out of sight. It, at least, he thought, would reach the safety of the riverbank, but it would take 1,000 such slender stems, plaited into a raft, to do him any good, and there were not that many stems, and not that much time. Calvin turned and climbed in toward the center high point of the island. It was only a few steps over the damp soil and rocks, but when he stood upright on a little crown of rock and looked about him, it seemed that the island was smaller than ever, and might be drowned at any second by the wind-lashed waves. Moreover, there was nothing to be seen which offered him any more help or hope of escape. Even then, he was not moved to despair. He saw no way out, but this simply reinforced his conviction that the way out was hiding about him somewhere, and he must look that much harder. He was going to step down out of the full force of the wind, when he happened to notice a rounded object, nestling in a little hollow of the rock below him, about a dozen or so feet away. He went and stood over it, seeing that his first guess as to its nature had been correct. It was one of the intelligent traveling plants that wandered around the oceans of this world. It should have been at home in this situation. Evidently, however, it had made the mistake of coming ashore here to seed. It was now rooted in the soil of the island, facing death as surely as he, if the wind or the waves tore it from its helplessly anchored roots. "Can you understand me?" he asked it. There was an odd sort of croaking from it, which seemed to shape itself into words, though the how of it remained baffling to the ear. It was a sort of supplemental telepathy at work, over and above the rough attempts to imitate human speech. Some of these intelligent plants they had got to know in this area could communicate with them in this fashion, though most could not. "I know you, man," said the plant. "I have seen your gathering." It was referring to the advanced space, which had attracted a steady stream of the plant visitors at first. "Know any way to get ashore?" Calvin asked. "There is none," said the plant. "I can't see any either." "There is none." "Everyone to his own opinion," said Calvin. Almost he sneered a little. He turned his gaze once more about the island. "In my book, them that won't be beat can be beat. That's maybe where we're different, plant." He left the plant and went for a walk about the island. It had been in his mind that possibly a drifting log or some such could have been caught by the island, and he could use this to get ashore. He found nothing. For a few minutes, at one end of the island, he stood fascinated, watching a long sloping black rock with a crack in it, reaching down into the water. There was a small tuft of moss growing in the crack about 5 inches above where the waves were slapping. As he watched, the waves slapped higher and higher, until he turned away abruptly, shivering, before he could see the water actually reach and cover the little clump of green. For the first time, a realization that he might not get off the island touched him. It was not yet fear, this realization, but it reached deep into him, and he felt it, suddenly, like a pressure against his heart. As the moss was being covered, so could he be covered by the far-reaching, inexorable advance of the water. And then this was wiped away by an abrupt outburst of anger and self-ridicule that he, who had been through so many dangers, should find himself pinned by so commonplace a threat. A man, he told himself, could die of drowning anywhere. There was no need to go light years from his place of birth to find such a death. It made all dying and all living seem small and futile and insignificant, and he did not like that feeling. Calvin went back to the plant in its little hollow, tight hugging to the ground and half sheltered from the wind, and looked down on its dusky, basketball-sized shape, the tough hide swollen and ready to burst with seeds.
"So you think there's no way out?" he said roughly.
"There is none," said the plant.
"Why don't you just let yourself go if you think like that?" Calvin said. "Why try to keep down out of the wind if the waves will get you anyway later?"
The plant did not answer for a while.
"I do not want to die," it said then. "As long as I am alive, there is a possibility of some great improbable chance saving me."
"Oh," said Calvin, and he himself was silent in turn. "I thought you'd given up."
"I cannot give up," said the plant. "I am still alive, but I know there is no way to safety."
"You make a lot of sense."
Calvin straightened up to squint through the rain at the dark and distant line of the shore.
"How much more time would you say we had before the water covers this rock?"
"The eighth part of a daylight period. Perhaps more, perhaps less. The water can rise either faster or more slowly."
"Any chance of it cresting and going down?"
"That would be a great improbable chance, such as that of which I spoke," said the plant.
Calvin rotated slowly, surveying the water around them. Bits and pieces of flotsam were streaming by them on their way before the wind, now angling toward the near bank. But none were close enough or large enough to do Calvin any good.
"Look," said Calvin abruptly. "There's a fisheries survey station upriver here, not too far. Now I could dig up the soil holding your roots. If I did that, would you get to the survey station as fast as you could and tell them I'm stranded here?"
"I would be glad to," said the plant. "But you cannot dig me up. My roots have penetrated into the rock. If you tried to dig me up, they would break off, and I would die that much sooner."
"You would you?" grunted Calvin.
But the question was rhetorical. Already his mind was busy searching for some other way out. For the first time in his life, he felt a touch of cold about his heart. Could this be fair, he wondered? He had never been afraid of death. Crouching down again to be out of the wind and rain, he told himself that knowledge still remained a tool he could use. The plant must know something that was perhaps useless to it, but could be twisted to a human's advantage.
"What made you come to a place like this to seed?" he asked.
20 nights and days ago, when I first took root here," said the plant. "This land was safe. The signs were good for fair weather, and this place was easy of access from the water. I am not built to travel far on land."
"How would you manage in a storm like this, if you were not rooted down?"
"I would go with the wind until I found shelter," said the plant. "The wind and waves would not harm me then. They hunt only whatever stands firm and opposes them."
"You can't communicate with others of your people from here, can you?" asked Calvin.
"There are none close," said the plant. "Anyway, what could they do?"
"They could get a message to the fisheries station to get help out here for us."
"What help could help me?" said the plant. "And in any case, they could not go against the wind. They would have to be up under the station even to help you."
"We could try it."
"We could try it," agreed the plant. "But first one of my kind must come into speaking range. We still hunt our great improbable chance."
There was a moment's silence between them in the wind and rain. The river was noisy, working against the rock of the island.
"There must be something that would give us a better chance than just sitting here," said Calvin.
The plant did not answer.
"What are you thinking about?" demanded Calvin.
"I am thinking of the irony of our situation," said the plant. "You are free to wander the water, but cannot. I can wander the water, but I am not free to do so. This is death, and it is a strange thing."
"I don't get you."
"I only mean it makes no difference. That I am what I am, or that you are what you are. We could be anythings that would die when the waves finally cover the island."
"Right enough," said Calvin impatiently. "What about it?"
"Nothing about it, man," said the plant. "I was only thinking."
"Don't waste your time on philosophy," said Calvin harshly. "Use some of the brain power in a way to get loose and get off."
"Perhaps that and philosophy are one and the same."
"You're not going to convince me of that," said Calvin, getting up. "I'm going to take another look around the island."
The island, as he walked around its short margin, showed itself to be definitely smaller. He paused again by the black rock. The moss was lost now under the water, and the crack was all but under as well. He stood shielding his eyes against the wind-driven rain, peering across at the still visible shore. The waves, he noted, were not extreme, some 4 or 5 feet in height, which meant that the storm proper was probably paralleling the land some distance out in the Gulf. He clenched his fists in sudden frustration. If only he had hung on to the sailplane, or any decent-sized chunk of it. At least going into the water then would have been a gamble with some faint chance of success. He had nowhere else to go after rounding the island. He went back to the plant.
"Man," said the plant, "one of my people has been blown to shelter a little downstream."
Calvin straightened up eagerly, turning to stare into the wind.
"You cannot see him," said the plant. "He is caught below the river bend and cannot break loose against the force of the wind. But he is close enough to talk, and he sends you good news."
"Me?" Calvin hunkered down beside the plant. "Good news?"
"There is a large tree torn loose from the bank and floating this way. It should strike the little bit of land where we are here."
"Strike it? Are you positive?"
"There are the wind and the water and the tree. It can move only to one destination, this island. Go quickly to the windward point of the island. The tree will be coming shortly."
Calvin jerked erect and turned, wild triumph bursting into him.
"Goodbye, man," said the plant.
But he was already plunging toward the downstream end of the island. He reached it and, shielding his eyes with a hand, peered desperately out of the water. The waves hammered upon his boots as he stood there, and then he saw it, a mass of branches upon which the wind was blowing as on a sail, green against black, coming toward him. He crouched, wrung with impatience, as the tree drifted swiftly through the water toward him, too ponderous to rise and fall more than a little with the waves, and presenting a galleon-like appearance of mass and invincibility. As it came closer, a fear that it would, in spite of the plant's assurances, miss the island crept into his heart and chilled it. It seemed to Calvin that it was veering, that it would pass to windward of the island, between him and the dimly seen shore. The thought of losing it was more than he could bear to consider, and with a sudden burst of panic, he threw himself into the waves, beating clumsily and frantically for it. The river took him into its massive fury. He had forgotten the strength of it. His first dive took him under an incoming wave, and he emerged, gasping into the trough behind, with water exploding in his face. He kicked and threw his arms about, but the slow and futile-seeming beatings of his limbs appeared helpless as the fluttering of a butterfly in a collector's net. He choked for air, and, rising on the crest of one wave, found himself turned backward to face the island, and being swept past it. Fear came home to him then. He lashed out, fighting only for the solid ground of the island and his life. His world became a place of foam and fury. He strained for air. He dug for the island, and then suddenly he felt himself flung upon hard rock, and gasping, crawling, he emerged onto safety. He hung there on hands and knees, battered and panting. Then the remembrance of the tree cut like a knife to the core of his fear-soaked being. He staggered up and, looking about, saw that he was almost to the far end of the island. He turned. Above him, at the windward point, the tree itself was just now grounding, branches first, and swinging about as the long trunk, caught by the waves, pulled it around and onward. With an inarticulate cry, he ran toward it, but the mass of water against the heavy tree trunk was already pulling the branches from their tanglings with the rock. It floated free. Taking the wind once more in its sail of leaves, it moved slowly, and then more swiftly on, past the far side of the island. He scrambled up his side of the island's crest, but when he reached its top and could see the tree again, it was already moving past and out from the island, too swiftly for him to catch it, even if he had been the swimmer he had just proved himself not to be. He dropped on his knees, there on the island's rocky spine, and watched it fade in the greyness of the rain, until the green of its branches was lost in a greyish blob, and this in the general welter of storm and waves. And suddenly a dark horror of death closed over him, blotting out all the scene. A voice roused him.
"That is too bad," said the plant.
He turned his head numbly. He was kneeling less than 6 feet from the little hollow where the plant still sheltered. He looked at it now, dazed, as if he could not remember what it was, nor how it came to talk to him. Then his eyes cleared a little of their shock, and he crept over to it on hands and knees and crouched in the shelter of the hollow.
The water is rising more swiftly, said the plant. It will be not long now.
No, said Calvin. The word was lost in the sound of the waves and wind, as though it had never been. Nor, the minute it was spoken, could he remember what he had meant to deny by it. It had been only a response, without thought, and instinctive negation.
You make me wonder, said the plant, after a little, why it hurts you so, the thought of dying. Since you first became alive, you had faced ultimate death. You have not faced it alone. All things die. The storm must die. This rock on which we lie will not exist forever. Even worlds and suns come at last to their ends, and galaxies, perhaps even the universe.
Calvin shook his head. He did not answer.
You are a fighting people, said the plant,
almost as if to itself.
Well and good. Perhaps a life like mine, yielding, giving to the forces of nature, travelling before the wind, sees less than you see, of a reason for clawing hold on existence. Still, it seems to me that even a fighter would be glad at last to quit the struggle when there is no other choice.
Not here, said Calvin thickly. Not now.
Why not here? Why not now? Said the plant. Well, it has to be somewhere and sometime.
Calvin did not answer.
I feel sorry for you, said the plant. I do not like to see things suffer.
Raising his head a little and looking around him, Calvin could see the water whizzing high around them, so that waves were splashing on all sides, less than the length of his own body away. It wouldn't make sense to you, said Calvin then, raising his rain-wet face toward the plant. You're old by your standards. I'm young. I've got things to do. You don't understand.
No, the plant agreed. I do not understand.
Calvin crawled a little closer to the plant, into the hollow, until he could see the vibrating air sac that produced the voice of the plant. Don't you see? I've got to do something. I've got to feel I've accomplished something before I quit.
What something?
Asked the plant. I don't know, cried Calvin. I just know I haven't. I feel thrown away.
What is living? It is feeling and thinking. It is seeding and trying to understand. It is companionship of your own people. What more is there?
You have to do something.
Do what?
Something important. Something to feel satisfied about. A wave, higher than the rest, slapped the rock a bare couple of feet below them and sent spray stinging in against them. You have to say, look, maybe it wasn't much, but I did this.
What kind of this?
How do I know? Shouted Calvin. Something. Maybe something nobody else did. Maybe something that hasn't been done before.
For yourself,
said the plant. A higher wave slapped at the very rim of their hollow, and a little water ran over and down to pool around them. Calvin felt it cold around his knees and wrists.
Or for the doing?
For the doing, for the doing.
If it is for the doing, can you take no comfort from the fact there are others of your own kind to do it?
Another wave came in on them. Calvin moved spasmodically right up against the plant and put his arms around it, holding on.
I have seeded 10 times, and done much thinking, said the plant,
rather muffledly, for Calvin's body was pressing against its air sac.
I have not thought of anything really new or startling or great, but I am satisfied.
It paused a moment, as a new wave drenched them and receded. They were half awash in the hollow now, and the waves came regularly.
I do not see how this is so different from what you have done, but I am content.
Another and stronger wave rocked them. The plant made a sound that might have been of pain at its roots tearing.
Have you seeded?
No, said Calvin, and all at once, like light breaking at last into the dark cave of his being, in this 12th hour it came to him, all of what he had robbed himself in search for victory. Choking on a wave, he clung to the plant with frenzied strength. Nothing! The word came torn from him, as if by some ruthless hand. I've got nothing.
Then I understand at last, said the plant. For of all things the most terrible is to die unfruitful. It is no good to say we will not be beaten, because there is always waiting, somewhere, that which can beat us, and then a life that is seedless goes down to defeat finally and forever. But when one is seeded, there is no ending of the battle. Life mounts on life until the light is reached by those far generations in which we have had our own small but necessary part. Then our personal defeat has been nothing, for though we died, we are still living, and though we fell, we conquered. But Calvin, clinging to the plant with both arms, saw only the water closing over him.
Too late, he choked. Too late! Too late!
No, bubbled the plant. Not too late yet. This changes things, for I've seen it 10 times and passed on my life. But you I did not understand. I did not realize your need.
The flood, cresting, ran clear and strong, the waves breaking heavily on the drowned shore by the river mouth. The rescue spinner, 2 hours out of base and descending once again through the fleeting murk, checked at the sight of a begrimed human figure, standing along the slick margin of the shore, carrying something large and limp under one arm, and with the other arm poking at the ground with a stick. The spinner came down almost on top of him, and the 2 men in it reached to catch Calvin. He could hardly stand, let alone stumble forward, but stumble he did. "Cal," said the pilot. "Hold up, it's us."
Let go,
said Calvin thickly. He pulled loose, dug with his stick, dropped something from the limp thing into the hole he had made, and moved on.
"What have you heard, Cal?"
cried the co-pilot.
"Come on, we've got to get you back to the hospital."
"No," said Calvin, pulling away again. "What are you doing?" demanded the pilot. "What have you got there?"
Think plant dead, said Calvin, continuing his work. Let go.
He fought weakly, but so fiercely that they did turn him loose again.
You don't understand. Saved my life.
Saved your life? The plant followed him. How?
I was on an island in the river. Flood coming up.
Calvin dug a fresh hole in the ground.
She could have lived a little longer. It let me pull it ahead of time, so I'd have something to float to shore on.
He turned exhaustion-bleared eyes on them.
Saved my life.
The pilot and the co-pilot looked at each other as 2 men looked at each other over the head of a child, or a madman. "All right, Cal," said the pilot. "So it saved your life. But how come you got to do this? And what are you doing, anyhow?"
What am I doing?
Calvin paused entirely and turned to face them. "What am I doing?" he repeated on a rising note of wonder. "Why, you damn fools, I'm doing the first real thing I ever did in my life. I'm saving the lives of these seeds." End of story 8. Story 9. Of the Furthest Reaches.
Of space!
Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pen Pal by Milton Lesser. The best could be said for Matilda Penshaw's was that she was something of a paradox. She was 33 years old, certainly not aged when you consider the fact that the female life expectancy is now up in the 60s, but the lines were beginning to etch their permanent paths across her face, and she now needed certain remedial undergarments at which she would have scoffed 10 or even 5 years ago. Matilda was also looking for a husband. This in itself was not unusual, but Matilda was so completely wrapped up in the romantic fallacy of her day that she sought a Prince Charming, a faithful Don Juan, a man who had been everywhere and tasted of every worldly pleasure, and who now wanted to sit on a porch and talk about it all to Matilda. The fact that in all probability such a man did not exist disturbed Matilda not in the least. She had been known to say that there were over 1 billion men in the world, a goodly percentage of whom were eligible bachelors, and that the right one would come along simply because she had been waiting for him. Matilda, you see, had patience. She also had a fetish. Matilda had received her A.B. from exclusive Ursula Johns College in Radcliffe, had yielded her master's degree, yet Matilda was an avid follower of the Pen Pal columns. She would read them carefully, and then read them again, looking for the masculine names which, through a system known only to Matilda, had an affinity to her own. To the gentleman upon whom these names were fixed, Matilda would write, and she often told her mother, the widow Penshaws, that it was in this way she would find her husband. The widow Penshaws impatiently told her to go out and get dates. That particular night, Matilda pulled her battered old sedan into the garage and walked up the walk to the porch. The widow Penshaws was walking on the glider, and Matilda said hello. The first thing the widow Penshaws did was to take Matilda's left hand in her own and examine the next to the last finger. "I thought so," she said. "I knew this was coming when I saw that look in your eye at dinner. Where's Herman's engagement ring?" Matilda smiled. "It wouldn't have worked out, Ma. He was too darn stuffy. I gave him his ring and said thanks anyway, and he smiled politely and said he wished I'd told him sooner,
because his 15th college reunion was this weekend. He had already turned down the invitation.
The widow Penshaws nodded regretfully. It was thoughtful of Herman to hide his feelings.
Hogwash, said her daughter. He has no true feelings. He's sorry they had to miss his college reunion. That's all he has to hide. A stuffy Victorian prude, and even less of a man than the others.
But Matilda, that's your 5th broken engagement in 3 years. It ain't that you ain't popular, but you just don't want to cooperate. You don't fall in love, Matilda. No one does. Love osmoses into you slowly, without you even knowing, and it keeps growing all the time. Matilda admired her mother's use of the word osmosis, but she found nothing which was not objectionable about being unaware of the impact of love. She said good night and went upstairs, climbed out of her light summer dress, and took a cold shower. She began to hum to herself. She had not yet seen the pen pal section of the current literary review, and because the subject matter of that magazine was somewhat highbrow and cosmopolitan, she could expect a gratifying selection of pen pals. She shut off the shower, brushed her teeth, gargled, patted herself dry with a towel, and jumped into bed, careful to lock the door of her bedroom. She dared not let the widow Penshaws know that she slept in the nude. The widow Penshaws would object to a girl sleeping in the nude, even if the nearest neighbor was 300 yards away. Matilda switched her bed lamp on and dabbed some citronello on each earlobe and a little droplet on her chin. How she hated insects. Then she propped up her pillows. 2 pillows partially stopped her postnatal drip, and took the latest issue of the literary review off the night table. She flipped through the pages and came to personals. Someone in Nebraska wanted to trade in matchbooks. Someone in New York needed a Midwestern pen pal. But it was a woman. An elderly man interested in ornithology wanted a young chick correspondent interested in the same subject. A young personable man wanted an editorial position because he thought he had something to offer the editorial world, and Matilda read the next one twice. Then she held it close to the light and read it again. The Literary Review was one of the few magazines which printed the name of the advertiser rather than the box number, and Matilda even liked the sound of the name. But mostly, she had to admit to herself, it was the flavor. And Matilda even liked the sound of the name. But mostly she had to admit to herself it was the flavor of the wording. This very well could be it, or that is, him. Intelligent, somewhat egotistical male who's really been around, whose universal experience can make the average cosmopolite look like a provincial hick, is in need of several female correspondents, must be intelligent, have gumption, be capable of listening to a male who has a lot to say and wants to say it. All others need not apply. Wonderful opportunity, cultural experience. Haran Gorka, Cedar Falls, ill. The man was egotistical, all right. Matilda could see that. But she had never minded an egotistical man, at least not when he had something about which he had a genuine reason to be egotistical. The man sounded as though he would have reason indeed. He only wanted the best because he was the best. Like calls to like. The name, Haran Gorka, its oddness was somehow beautiful to Matilda. Haran Gorka. The nationality could be anything, and that was it. He had no nationality for all intents and purposes. He was an international man, a figure among figures, a paragon. Matilda sighed happily as she put out the light. The moon shone in through the window brightly, and at such times Matilda generally would get up, go to the cupboard, pull out a towel, take 2 hairpins from her powder drawer, pin the towel to the screen of her window, and hence keep the disturbing moonlight from her eyes. But this time it did not disturb her, and she would let it shine. Cedar Falls was a small town not 50 miles from her home, and she'd get there a hop, skip, and jump ahead of her competitors, simply by arriving in person instead of writing a letter. Matilda was not yet that far gone in years or appearance. Dressed properly, she could hope to make a favorable impression in person, and she felt it was important to beat the influx of mail to Cedar Falls. Matilda got out of bed at 7, tiptoed into the bathroom, showered with the merest wary trickle of water, tiptoed back into her bedroom, dressed in her very best cotton, over the finest of uplifting and figure-molding underthings, made sure her stocking seams were perfectly straight, brushed her suede shoes, admired herself in the mirror, read the ad again, wished for a moment she were a bit younger, and tiptoed downstairs. The widow Penshaws met her at the bottom of the stairwell.
"Mother!"
gasped Matilda. Matilda always gasped when she saw something unexpected.
"What on earth are you doing up?"
The widow Penshaws smiled somewhat toothlessly, having neglected to put in both her uppers and lowers this early in the morning. "I'm fixing breakfast, of course." Then the widow Penshaws told Matilda that she could never hope to sneak about the house without her mother knowing about it, and that even if she were going out in response to one of those foolish ads in the magazines, she would still need a good breakfast to start with, like only mother could cook. Matilda moodily thanked the widow Penshaws. Driving the 50 miles to Cedar Falls in a little less than an hour, Matilda hummed Mendelssohn's Wedding March all the way. It was her favorite piece of music. Once, she told herself, "Matilda Penshaws, you are being premature about the whole thing." But she laughed and thought that if she was, she was, and meanwhile, she could only get to Cedar Falls and find out. And so she got there. The man in the wire cage at the Cedar Falls post office was a stereotype. Matilda always liked to think in terms of stereotypes. This man was small, roundish, florid of face, with a pair of eyeglasses which hung too far down on his nose. Matilda knew he would peer over his glasses and answer questions grudgingly.
"Hello,"
said Matilda. The stereotype grunted and peered at her over his glasses. Matilda asked him where she could find Harun Gorka.
"What?"
"I said, where can I find Harun Gorka?"
"Is that in the United States?"
"It's not a that, it's a he. Where can I find him? Where does he live? What's the quickest way to get there?"
The stereotype pushed up his glasses and looked at her squarely.
"Now, take it easy, Mom. First place, I don't know any Harun Gorka."
Matilda kept the alarm from creeping into her voice. She muttered an "oh" under her breath and took out the ad. This she showed to the stereotype, and he scratched his bald head. Then he told Matilda almost happily that he was sorry he couldn't help her. He grudgingly suggested that, if it were really important, she might check with the police. Matilda did, only they didn't know any Harun Gorka either. It turned out that no one did. Matilda tried the general store, the fire department, the city hall, the high school, all 3 Cedar Falls gas stations, the livery stable, and half a dozen private dwellings at random. As far as the gentry of Cedar Falls was concerned, Harun Gorka did not exist. Matilda felt bad, for she had no intention of returning home this early. If she could not find Harun Gorka, that was one thing, but she knew that she'd rather not return home and face the widow Penshaws, at least not for a while yet. The widow Penshaws meant well, but she liked to analyze other people's mistakes, especially Matilda's. Accordingly, Matilda trudged wearily towards Cedar Falls' small and unimposing library. She could release some of her pent-up aggression by browsing through the dusty slacks. This she did, but it was unrewarding. Cedar Falls had what might be called a microscopic library, and Matilda thought that if this small building were filled with microfilm rather than books, the library still would be lacking. Hence, she retraced her steps and nodded to the old librarian as she passed. Then Matilda frowned. 20 years from now, this could be Matilda Penshaws, complete with plain grey dress, rimless spectacles, grey hair, suspicious eyes, and a broomstick figure. On the other hand, why not? Why couldn't the librarian help her? Why hadn't she thought of it before? Certainly a man as well educated as Harun Gorka would be an avid reader, and unless he had a permanent residence here in Cedar Falls, one couldn't expect that he'd have his own library with him. This being the case, a third-rate collection of books was far better than no collection at all, and perhaps the librarian would know Mr. Harun Gorka. Matilda cleared her throat. "Pardon me," she began. "I'm looking for Harun Gorka." The librarian nodded. "How on earth did you know?" "It's easy. You're the 6th young woman who came here inquiring about that man today. 6 of you, 5 others in the morning, and now you in the afternoon. I never did trust this Mr. Gorka." Matilda jumped as if she had been struck strategically from the rear. "You know him? You know Harun Gorka?" "Certainly. Of course I know him. He's our steadiest reader here at the library. Not a week goes by that he doesn't take out 3 or 4 books. Scholarly gentleman, but not without charm. If I were 20 years younger." Matilda thought a little flattery might be effective. "Only 10, she assured the librarian. 10 years would be more than sufficient, I'm sure." "Oh, well. The librarian did something with the back of her hair, but it looked the same as before. Maybe you're right at that." Then she sighed. "But I guess a mile is as good as a mile." "What do you mean?"
I mean, anyone would like to correspond with Aaron Gorka, or to know him well, to be considered his friend. Aaron Gorka, the librarian seemed about to soar off into the air someplace, and if 5 women had been here first, Matilda was now definitely in a hurry.
Where can I find Mr. Gorka?
I'm not supposed to do this, you know. We're not permitted to give the addresses of any of our people. Against regulations, my dear.
What about the other 5 women?
They convinced me that I ought to give them his address. Matilda reached into her pocket and withdrew a $5 bill.
Was this the way?
She demanded. Matilda was not very good at this sort of thing. The librarian shook her head. Matilda nodded shrewdly and added a twin brother to the bill in her hand.
Then is this better?
That's worse. I wouldn't take your money.
Sorry, what then?
If I can't enjoy an association with Aaron Gorka directly, I still could get the vicarious pleasure of your contact with him. Report to me faithfully and you'll get his address. That's what the other 5 will do, and with half a dozen of you I'll get an overall picture. Each one of you will tell me about Aaron Gorka, sparing no details. You each have a distinct personality, of course, and it will colour each picture considerably. But with 6 of you reporting, I should receive my share of vicarious enjoyment. Is it, a deal? Matilda assured her that it was, and breathlessly she wrote down the address. She thanked the librarian, and then she went out to her car, whistling to herself. Aaron Gorka lived in what could have been an agrarian estate, except that the land no longer was being tilled. The house itself had fallen to ruin. This surprised Matilda, but she did not let it keep her spirits in check. Aaron Gorka, the man, was what counted, and the librarian's account of him certainly had been glowing enough. Perhaps he was too busy with his cultural pursuits to pay any real attention to his dwelling. That was it, of course. The conspicuous show of wealth or personal industry meant nothing at all to Aaron Gorka. Matilda liked him all the more for it. There were 5 cars parked in the long driveway, and now Matilda's made the 6th. In spite of herself, she smiled. She had not been the only one with the idea to visit Aaron Gorka in person. With half a dozen of them there, the laggards who resorted to posting letters would be left far behind. Matilda congratulated herself for what she thought had been her ingenuity, and which now turned out to be something which she had in common with 5 other women. You live and learn, thought Matilda, and then quite annoyedly she berated herself for not having been the first. Perhaps the other 5 all were satisfactory. Perhaps she wouldn't be needed. Perhaps she was too late. As it turned out, she wasn't. Not only that, she was welcomed with open arms. Not by Aaron Gorka. That she really might have liked. Instead, someone she could only regard as a menial met her, and when he asked had she come in response to the advertisement, she nodded eagerly. He told her that was fine, and ushered her straight into a room which evidently was to be her living quarters. It contained a small, undersized bed, a table and a chair, and near a little slot in the wall there was a button.
"You want any food or drink?" the servant told her. "And you just press that button. The results will surprise you."
What about Mr. Gorka?
"When he wants you, he'll send for you. Meanwhile, make yourself to home, lady, and I will tell him you're here."
A little doubtful now, Matilda thanked him and watched him leave. He closed the door softly behind his retreating feet, but Matilda's ears hadn't missed the ominous click. She ran to the door and tried to open it, but it would not budge. It was locked from the outside. It must be said to Matilda's favour that she sobbed only once. After that she realized that what is done, and here, past 30, she wasn't going to be girlishly timid about it. Besides, it was not her fault if, in his unconcern, Aaron Gorka had unwittingly hired a neurotic servant. For a time Matilda paced back and forth in her room, and of what was going on outside she could hear nothing. In that case, she would pretend that there was nothing outside the little room, and presently she lay down on the bed to take a nap. This didn't last long, however. She had a nightmare in which Aaron Gorka appeared as a giant with 2 heads, but upon awaking with a start she immediately ascribed that to her overwrought nerves. At that point she remembered what the servant had said about food, and she thought at once of the supreme justice she could do to a juicy beefsteak. Or maybe they didn't have a beefsteak. In that case she would take what they had, and accordingly she walked to the little slot in the wall and pressed the button. She heard the whir of machinery. A moment later there was a soft sliding sound. Through the slot first came a delicious aroma, followed almost instantly by a tray. On the tray were a bowl of turtle soup, mashed potatoes, green peas, bread, a strange cocktail, root beer, a parfait, and a thick tenderloin sizzling in hot butter sauce. Matilda gasped once and felt about to gasp again, but by then her salivary glands were working overtime and she ate her meal. The fact that it was precisely what she would have wanted could of course be attributed to coincidence. The further fact that everything was extremely palatable made her forget all about Harren neurotic servant. When she finished her meal, a pleasant lethargy possessed her, and in a little while Matilda was asleep again. This time she did not dream at all. It was a deep sleep, and a restful one, and when she awoke it was with a wonderful feeling that everything was all right. The feeling did not last long. Standing over her was Harren servant, and he said,
Mr. Gawker will see you now. Now? Now. That's what you're here for, isn't it?
He had a point there, but Matilda hardly even had time to fix her hair. She told the servant so.
Miss,
he replied,
I assure you it will not matter in the least to Harren Gawker. You are here, and he's ready to see you, and that is all that matters.
You sure? Matilda wanted to take no chances.
Yes, come.
She followed him out of the little room and across what should have been a spacious dining area, except that everything seemed covered with dust. Of the other women, Matilda could see nothing, and she suddenly realized that each of them probably had a cubicle of a room like her own, and that each in her turn had already had her first visit with Harren Gawker. Well, then, she must see to it that she impressed him better than did all the rest, and later, when she returned to tell the old librarian of her adventures, she could perhaps draw her out and compare notes. She would not admit even to herself that she was disappointed with Harren Gawker. It was not that he was homely and unimpressive. It was just that he was so ordinary-looking. She almost would have preferred the monster of her dreams. He wore a white linen suit, and he had mousy hair, drab eyes, an almost Roman nose, a petulant mouth with a slight arch of the egotist at each corner. He said, "Greetings! You have come!" in response to your ad. "How do you do, Mr. Gawker?" She hoped she wasn't being too formal, but then there was no sense in assuming that he would like informality. She could only wait and see and adjust her own actions to suit him. Meanwhile, it would be best to keep on the middle of the road. "I'm fine. Are you ready?" "Ready?" "Certainly. You came in response to my ad. You want to hear me talk, do you not?" "I do." Matilda had had visions of her Prince Charming sitting back and relaxing with her, telling her of the many things he had done and seen. But first, she certainly would have liked to get to know the man. Well, Harren Gawker obviously had more experience along these lines than she did. He waited, however, as if wondering what to say, and Matilda, accustomed to social chatter, gave him a gambit. "I must admit I was surprised when I got exactly what I wanted for dinner," she told him brightly. "Eh? What say? Oh, yes, naturally. A combination of telepathy and teleportation. The synthetic cookery is attuned to your mind when you press the buzzer, and the strength of your psychic impulses determines how closely the meal will adjust to your desires. The fact that the adjustment here was near perfect is commendable. It means either that you have a high psi quotient or that you were very hungry." "Yes," said Matilda vaguely. Perhaps it might be better after all if Harren Gawker were to talk to her as he saw fit. "Ready?" Ready?" Well, what, Mr. Gawker?" "What would you like to talk to me about?" "Oh, anything." "Please, as the ad read, my universal experience is universal. Literally. You'll have to be more specific." "Well, why don't you tell me about some of your far travels? Unfortunately, while I've done a lot of reading, I haven't been to all the places I would have liked." "Good enough. You know, of course, how frigid Deneb 7 is," Matilda said. "Beg pardon?" "Well, that was the time our crew, before I had retired, of course, made a crash landing there. We could survive in the vacuums, of course, but the flow moths were after us almost at once. They go mad over plastic. They will eat absolutely any sort of plastic. Our vac suits were made of plastic?" Matilda suggested. She did not understand a thing he was talking about, but she felt she had better act bright. No, must you interrupt? The air hose and the water feed, these were plastic, not the rest of the suit. The point is that half of us were destroyed before the rescue ship could come, and the remainder were near death. I owe my life to the mimicry of a flock from Capella 3. It assumed the properties of plastic and led the flow moths a merry chase across the frozen surface of D7. You travel in the Deneb system now, and the Interstellar Ordinance makes it mandatory to carry flocks with you. Excellent idea. Really excellent." Almost at once, Matilda's educational background should have told her that Harren Gawker was mouthing gibberish. But on the other hand, she wanted to believe in him, and the result was that it took until now for her to realize it. "Stop making fun of me," she said. "So naturally you'll see flocks all over that system." "Stop. What's that, making fun of you?" Harren Gawker's voice had been so eager as he spoke, high-pitched, almost like a child's, and now he seemed disappointed. He smiled, but it was a sad smile, a smile of resignation, and he said, "Very well, I'm wrong again. You are the sixth, and you're known better than the other five. Perhaps you're even more outspoken. When you see my wife, tell her to come back. Again, she is right, and I am wrong." Harren Gawker turned his back. Matilda could do nothing but leave the room, walk back to the house, go outside, and get into her car. She noticed, not without surprise, that the other 5 cars were now gone. She was the last of Harren Gawker's guests to depart. As she shifted into reverse and pulled out of the driveway, she saw the servant leaving too. Far down the road he was walking slowly. Then Harren Gawker had severed that relationship too, and now he was all alone. As she drove back to town, the disappointment melted slowly away. There were, of course, 2 alternatives. Either Harren Gawker was an eccentric who enjoyed this sort of outlandish tomfoolery, or else he was plainly insane. She could still picture him ranting on aimlessly to no one in particular, about places which had no existence outside of his mind, his voice high-pitched and eager. It was not until she had passed the small library building that she remembered what she had promised the librarian. In her own way, the aging woman would be as disappointed as Matilda, but a promise was a promise, and Matilda turned the car on a wide U-turn and parked it outside the library. The woman sat at her desk as Matilda had remembered her grey broomstick figure, rigid, but now when she saw Matilda, she perked up visibly. "Hello, my dear," she said. "Hi. You're back a bit sooner than I expected, but then the other 5 have returned too, and I imagine your story will be similar." "I don't know what they told you," Matilda said, "but this is what happened to me." She quickly then related everything which had happened, completely and in detail. She did this first because it was a promise, and second because she knew it would make her feel better. "So," she finished, "Harren Gawker is either extremely eccentric or insane. I'm sorry." "He's neither," the librarian contradicted. "Perhaps he's slightly eccentric by your standards, but really, my dear, he is neither." "What do you mean?" "Did he leave a message for his wife?" "Why, yes, he did. But how did you know?" "Oh, I suppose he told the 5. "No, he didn't, but you were the last, and I thought he would give you a message for his wife." Matilda didn't understand. She didn't understand at all, but she told the little librarian what the message was. "He wanted her to return," she said. The librarian nodded, a happy smile on her lips. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you something." "What's that?" "I am Mrs. Gawker." The librarian stood up and came around the desk. She opened a drawer and took out her hat and perched it jauntily atop her grey hair. "You see, my dear, Harren expects too much. He expects entirely too much." Matilda did not say a word. 1 madman a day would be quite enough for anybody, but here she found herself confronted with 2. "We've been tripping for centuries, visiting every habitable star system from our home near Canopus, but Harren is too demanding. He says I'm a finicky traveller, that he could do much better alone. The accommodations have to be just right to me, and so forth. When he loses his temper, he tries to convince me that a number of females of the particular planet would be more than thrilled if they were given the opportunity just to listen to him. But he's wrong. It's a hard life for a woman. Some day, 5,000, 10,000 years from now, I will convince him, and then we will settle down on Canopus 14 and cultivate togas. That will be so nice." "I'm sure." "Well, if Harren wants me back, then I have to go. Have a care, my dear. If you marry, choose a homebody. I've had the experience, and you've seen my Harren for yourself." And then the woman was gone. Numbly, Matilda walked to the doorway and watched her angular figure disappear down the road. Of all the crazy things, Deneb and Capella and Canopus, these were stars. Add a number and you might have a planet revolving about each star. Of all the insane, they were mad all right, and now Matilda wondered if actually they were husband and wife. It could readily be. Maybe the madness was catching. Maybe if you thought too much about such things, such travels, you could get that way. Of course, Herman represented the other extreme, and Herman was even worse in his own way. But hereafter Matilda would seek the happy medium. And above all else, she had had enough of her pen pal columns. They were, she realized, for kids. She ate dinner in Cedar Falls, and then she went out to her car again, preparing for the journey back home. The sun had set, and it was a clear night. And overhead, the great broad sweep of the Milky Way was a pale rainbow bridge in the sky. Matilda paused. Off in the distance there was a glow on the horizon, and that was the direction of Harren Gawker's place. The glow increased. Soon it was a bright red pulse pounding on the horizon. It flickered again, and finally it was gone. The stars were white and brilliant in the clear country air. That was why Matilda liked the country better than the city, particularly on a clear summer night when you could see the span of the Milky Way. But abruptly the stars and the Milky Way were paled by the brightest shooting star Matilda had ever seen. It flashed suddenly and remained in view for a full second, searing a bright orange path across the night sky. Matilda gasped and ran into her car. She started the gears and pressed the accelerator to the floor, keeping it there all the way home. It was the first time she'd ever seen a shooting star going up. End of story 9. Story 10. Of the Furthest Reaches.
Of space!
Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Course of Logic by Lester del Rey. The male sylph plodded forward wearily at 60 miles an hour, pausing only long enough to uproot and wolf down one of the rare scrub trees directly in its path. Its 300 tons of massive body shook the ground as the great hind legs thumped along, and every cell of it ached with hunger. It was warm-blooded, despite its vaguely reptilian appearance. Only meat could satisfy its need for energy, but the great herds lay 1,000 miles to the north of this barren land. Inside the self, the 2-pound network of converted nerve cells that was Arnek brooded darkly in self-pity and resentment against the inflexible female logic of his mate. Petara had won her point, as she always did. Now she might at least have shown some consideration for him and his self. "Arnek?" The call came sharply on one of the guard frequencies of the mental spectrum. "Arnek? Stop lagging and get up here." He could feel his nerve body tense from horn-tip to tail root, but he stifled his response and quickened his pace. Ahead, the trail left by Petara's legs led through a gully and up a rise to the lip of a small stony basin. The 400 tons of Petara's female sylph squatted below the edge, and the great head was half hidden as it peered downward around a boulder. "Quiet!" Petara ordered sharply. Then as Arnek switched from a thudding run to a smooth, creeping approach, the mental impulse took on a note of triumph. "Look down there and then tell me I don't know a ship trail from a meteor." The bowl was bright in the glare of the orange sunlight, but at first Arnek saw nothing. Then as his gaze swept back toward the nearest section, he blinked his great eyes, only half believing what they registered. It was a small thing, hardly taller than Arnek's self, maybe not even as tall, but it was too regular and obviously artificial, a pointed cylinder, to be a meteorite. Between two of the base fins there seemed to be an opening, with a miniature ramp leading down to the ground. It looked like a delicately precise model of a spaceship from the dawn of time. It was obviously too small to be more than a message carrier, yet as he looked more closely he could see motion. 2 tiny creatures, not more than 6 feet in height, were scurrying around near the base. Bright patches of fur or decoration covered them, and they seemed to move on 2 of their 4 limbs. Arnek shivered down the length of his nerves with an ancient distaste for crawling things. "Let's go back," he suggested uneasily. "There's nothing here for us, and I'm hungry." "Don't be silly," Petara answered, and the old female superiority was strong in thought. "Of course it's too small for us. I knew that when I saw the landing trail yesterday evening. It must be an instrument probe, with test animals. It has telemetering equipment, though." Arnek tested the 3 spectra uneasily. At this distance, even a tight beam should be detectable, but he could feel nothing. There was only the steady wash of inertia gravitic wavules, the electromagnetic noise from the sun, and the growing contemptuous mental leakage from Petara. Then he squirmed in embarrassment as his eyes detected the cracked base of the little ship. Obviously it had landed hard, probably hard enough to ruin instruments and release the 2 creatures. He should have noticed that at once. There was no time to admit his error, however. Petara's sylph lunged upright, and the great rear legs began pulping ground and rocks in a full charge. Arnek leaped to follow, out of old hunting habit. On a downgrade, his lighter sylph soon caught up with the other. Below, the two humans swung around at the earth-shaking thunder of the charge and started a frantic scrambling. They were making shrill sounds now, and the extreme low band of the mental spectrum held faint impulses. Patara's thoughts lashed against his nerves.
Cut them off. Don't let them back to the probe. They may have destruct conditioning.
In the hunt, Anik had long since become only an extension of his dominant mate. Now he folded his forelegs and dropped his head and neck into a javelin aimed between humans and ships. The smaller of the two was almost at the ramp. At the last moment, moved by a sudden impulse, Anik dropped his head lower and retracted his neck to soften the blow. He felt the human midge strike against his snout and go caroming off to land 50 feet away. Dim pain impulses stirred in the low mental background. Anger, or something like it, came from the other creature. Anik braked and pivoted sharply. The larger human had run forward toward the bloodied smaller figure, but as the Sylph's head faced the creature, one of the human's arms darted to something strapped about its middle. There was a surprising blast of sound. A stream of tiny exploding pellets struck against Anik's snout. He bellowed in annoyance and took a step forward, lifting a foreleg to swat at the midge. It jerked back, then it darted forward, bending to lift its companion in its forelimbs. Either the gravity here was less than on its home world, or the thing was stronger than it looked. The first leap sent the burdened human backwards more than 20 feet. Then it was bounding off in frantic efforts to reach the further side of the depression, where a jumble of rocks might give it cover. There was amusement in Patara's thoughts.
If your hunger is so great, why didn't you eat them? They aren't much, of course, but the blood smells sweet enough.
Anik sighed along his nerves, unable to answer. Let Patara put it down to another male whim if she liked, but he hadn't thought of eating them before. There had been something cute and pathetic about them. They reminded him of the little gula he had owned in his youth, in a long-lost, ruined universe.
It had a weapon,
he commented, changing the subject. Patara rumbled in assent.
I noticed. Interesting conditioning. The probe builders must have superb nerve development to do that to the lower orders. They'll make good sylphs. Now let's see what we can find in the probe.
She slipped a claw into the base opening and began working it upwards as delicately as the clumsy foreleg would permit. Anik moved forward to help, but she waved him back impatiently, and he waited meekly until she finished. She was right, of course. As a male, he had no training with mechanisms. He would only have ruined whatever lay inside. It was a marvelously delicate set of machinery, though the theory behind the engineering seemed rather elementary. Anik studied what he could of it, growing more puzzled.
Maybe the creatures operated it, he suggested.
What makes you think so?
I don't know, it just seems somehow...
Intuition,
Patara snorted, as she seemed less certain.
Yet I can't blame you this time. It does almost look that way, but it's logically impossible. Besides, there are automatic controls for guiding the probe. The builders probably just amused themselves, the way we once put slurry pods in the gula pens. This looks sound enough.
She pulled a tiny box out of the wreckage that had been spread out flat on the ground. With infinite care, she managed to hook one claw of a miniature control. Almost immediately, radio waves began forming a recurrent pattern along their nerves, coming in long and short pulses. Half an hour later, there was another faint quiver of radio waves from space, this time completely modulated. Even Anik could realize that it was on the same frequency, but Doppler to indicate something approaching their world. He stopped browsing for the few stunted trees and came back to join his mate. Night was just falling. Patara led them back toward the rock ledge from which they had first spied the probe. There was a large fissure in the rocks into which they could just squeeze, and which would hide them from the sight of any landing craft. The moon came up, and they could see the depression clearly in its light. Now Anik saw the larger human slipping across the ground, toward the wreck of the probe. It darted about frantically, but with an appearance of purpose. A moment later, it was retreating, carrying a load of packages with it.
It seems almost intelligent,
he said softly. He strained to follow the faint wash of impressions on the lower band. There was something there that struck a familiar chord in his thoughts, but he could not decode it.
Just instinct, Patara dismissed it with cool logic. A female seeking food for its injured mate.
Anik sighed uncomfortably.
It doesn't seem female, he objected.
Another hunch? Don't be silly, Anik. It has to be female. The larger, stronger, and more intelligent form is always female. How else would it care for the young? It needs ability for a whole family, while the male needs only enough for himself. The laws of evolution are logical, or we wouldn't have evolved at all.
There was no answer to such logic, other than the vague discontent Arnek felt, and he knew that was only because of his envy of the greater ability of the other sex. He settled back, ruminating hungrily and listening to the signal from space. The little book from the wreck was silent now, but the other signals were stronger. Patara nodded.
They're coming. Another 400 years we have a chance. New sylphs to breed. A chance to reproduce ourselves and multiply. A new universe for our own.
There was immense satisfaction with self in her thoughts.
Well, I earned it.
Arnek could not deny it. It had been more than 400 years in this galaxy. 8,000 of them had set out, leaving behind a small ancient universe being wrecked by the horror of an exploding supernova. They had been driven out from the planetary conquests of 1 billion years, and had sought refuge across intergalactic space to this universe. 100 of the marvelously adapted sylphs of their universe had survived the eons of suspended animation to preserve their occupants, and then had come the hunt for new sylph forms, since the trip had aged the others beyond the power of reproduction, in spite of all their precautions. Finding a sylph form was never easy. There had been only 3 animals that had served in their entire old galaxy. Only a creature with several pounds of nerve tissues could hold the nuclear proteins of the sentient Anas, and that required huge creatures, since nerve tissue was always so thinly scattered in normal flesh. They had toured a quadrant of the new galaxy, studying planet after planet, before they found this world. Here the great beasts were barely sufficiently endowed with nerve fibre. 8 Anas had survived this far. 6 failed to stand the shock of entry and regrowth in the new sylph forms. Now there was only the one pair, Arnek and Patara. Left to himself, Arnek would have perished long ago. Their hope of retraining the clumsy forelegs of the sylph forms had proved futile, and the nerve capacity was too low for them to exercise their full faculties. The converted nuclei of the cells was never quite efficient either, and there seemed no hope of ever reproducing their own. Certainly no newly budded Ana could survive the metamorphosis into these awkward bodies. That had been almost impossible for mature powers. Nor could a young Ana survive long without a sylph. 400 years. And now, he thought, he was tired. It no longer mattered. His home lay in ruins, eons away. Let Patara worry about it. He twisted his neck back to put his snout under his tail and tried to sleep, while hunger rumbled noisily in his stomach. The sun was glaring down again when he awoke to the nudging of Patara's snout, and there was a roaring in the air above. Something rushed downwards, bellowing out thrust against gravity. It was another ship, landing over the wreckage of the first. But it was no monster such as might have carried new and better sylph forms. It was hardly larger than the first, though it somehow seemed to be better made. It landed smoothly and squatted on the ground, sending out signals. "Another probe," Patara said. There was disappointment in her thoughts, quickly masked by cold logic. "Naturally, they'd wait to check with something like this. There will probably be several probes before they decide they have to investigate personally. All right, we'll give them something to worry about." She was lunging to her feet, just as an opening appeared in the ship. This time something ran out, down the ramp, a tiny gadget of churning tracks and metal carapace, chuffing out shrill little motor sounds. It circled briefly and then headed across the bowl. "Stop it," Patara ordered. "It may have a camera, so don't waste time. The less the builders learn about us, the better." Arnek took off. His hunger had so far failed to weaken him, and he was covering the ground at 200 miles an hour before the little vehicle had picked up a tenth of that speed. At the last moment it seemed to be aware of him. There was a wash of mental shock and confusion. Then his snout hit the car in a sideswipe that tossed it 50 feet to land on its back. He lumbered forward to squash it, then hesitated. An opening had appeared, and 2 of the tiny humans were staggering out. One was supporting the other. At sight of him, both stopped in shock. For a second they stood rooted to the ground. Then the larger one began a clumsy effort at running, half carrying the other. Blood left a trail behind them. Arnek could have squashed them with a single thrust of his leg, but he stood irresolutely, observing the garments and headgear they wore, remembering his youth and a gula draped with ribbon and bells. They were heading for the rocks nearest them, a long way from where the first two had found refuge. For a second he felt impelled to turn them and drive them toward the others. Then a wave of amusement from Petara checked him.
"They had never reached that far," she called. "They can't survive the crash of their vehicle. Let them go."
Arnek felt the faint, murky mental signals so low on the band, and he knew Petara was right. They were staggering now, and the smaller one seemed to be only partly conscious. He sighed and scooped up the ground car, carrying it back to Petara. This time his mate was making no effort to rip the ship apart. She was staring through one of the tiny ports, trying to fit her great eye against it. She seemed uncertain. Finally she took the ground car and began dismantling it, looking for automatic or remote controls. There were none.
"Maybe the creatures operated it, and the ship,"
Arnek said. He expected the same reaction the remark had drawn before. This time Petara showed no amusement. Her great head shook in puzzlement.
"About 1 time in 10,000, a crazy male hunch comes true," she muttered. "Intuition. It's against all logic. But there are only manual controls here. Where are those silly creatures?"
The two that had arrived last were pitifully exposed, just within an opening in the rocks. It was a shallow space, hopeless to defend. The smaller one lay supine, but the larger human faced the two sylphs, holding his pitiful weapon, and waited grimly until they were almost within reach. This time the explosive pellets were aimed for their eyes. Petara dropped her eyelids, swearing as the missiles stung. She reached in with a short foreleg. There was a single shrill cry, and the sound of the weapon striking against a rock. The low band was suddenly quiet. Arnek heard a soft gulp. When he looked, the larger human was gone. A sudden shock ran through Petara's thoughts. Her great eyes blinked, and a huge tongue ran over her lips.
"Nerve fiber!"
Her shout covered the entire spectrum.
"Arnek, there are pounds of nerve fiber in the creature. High grade. Better than that in these sylph forms. As good as that in any sylph. Here, give me the other."
She didn't wait for Arnek's help, however. She dragged the corpse out and began working as delicately as a sylph body would permit. Her mental signals were a blur. When she stopped, staring down at what she held.
"There, a cavity in the head, filled with nerve fibers. There must be 3 pounds there alone. What freak of evolution would put them all together in such a vulnerable spot? And yet there's a certain efficiency about it. It isn't logical, and yet it is."
Abruptly, the evidence was gone.
"Come on," she ordered.
Arnek sighed, and his stomach rumbled a protest, but he ignored it.
"What good is it? We surely can make a sylph out of a tiny thing like that."
"Why not?"
Contempt for male thought was mixed with smug satisfaction for her own.
"We don't use the other cells anyhow. Oh, there will be difficulties. They may be short-lived, but with such high-grade fiber, we can risk infiltrating a new one as often as we need. There should be enough of them. They probably have half a dozen to a litter twice a year, like most small farms. Possibly billions of them can live on a single planet, and since they're colonizing other worlds like this one."
Even Arnek could see the logic behind Petara's assumption in that. Colonizing would explain the sending out of a male and female in each ship. With ships spread out days apart, it wasn't the most efficient method, but it usually ensured against any major accident. His people had used the same method at times. It all seemed quite logical, but Arnek felt a tension of intuition along his entire nerve network. No Anna had ever used a sylph capable of independent intelligence. There must be something wrong with it. Once they infiltrated the new sylph, of course, they could soon convert enough nerves to blank out all control from their carriers. But
"The weapons," he cried. "Petara, in those bodies, will be vulnerable to their weapons, and during the 10 days we have to hibernate to grow into their nerves, they'd kill us."
Petara grunted.
"Sometimes," she admitted, "you almost think like a female. They would kill us, of course, if we stupidly stayed here where later arrivals could find us. Now come on. We've got to chase the creatures around today until they're tired enough to sleep soundly. And don't let them get near that ship either."
It was a bitter day for Arnek. His stomach protested, and by the end of the chase his legs were beginning to weaken. But ahead of them, the two humans were staggering in the light of the setting sun. The smaller was leaning on the larger as they finally found and entered the little cave near the ship that Patara had chosen for them long before. Night had fallen before Patara was satisfied. The two sylphs moved forward as softly as they could, but the loud breathing noises went on, and there was no stir of alarm anywhere in the mental band.
"Do you remember everything?" Patara asked. "You've got to regain consciousness after the first stage. You can do that if you set your mind to it."
"I remember," Anik agreed wearily. He'd had the whole routine drilled into him repeatedly until he was sick of it. It was like the horror of having her force him to adapt to this present self. While he had been ready to accept assimilation, she had fought with him and with her own transformation, refusing to admit even his intuition that their race was ended. Only her cold logic had saved them. He could not deny it now.
"Be sure you take the smaller male body," she warned again.
"Unless that's the female. You found evolution different in these creatures once," he reminded her. For a moment she was silent. Then there was a mental shrug, and almost amusement as she answered,
"Matching sex isn't logically necessary. It might even be an interesting amusement. But I must have the larger body."
She began shifting at once. The sylph gasped and tried to thresh about in death as Patara released control. Arnak sighed to himself and began to follow. It was worse than he remembered. After the centuries, the cells hated to give up their fixed form. The agony of the sylph fed back to him until his withdrawal stopped its heart. But slowly the nuclear matter flowed from the cells and up the pathways to their egress, taking the minimum of nutrient fluid with them. It took nearly an hour, and he could see the thin film of Patara already lying over the sleeping human. He began hurrying now, remembering her warning that the humans would not stay here once they wakened, to find the two abandoned sylphs dead. He forced himself over the hateful dryness of the floor, up to the open mouth. Beyond lay the lungs, the circulatory system, and then the strange nerve bundle in the skull. Some of it was ugly, and some was hard, but the last stage was almost pleasant. He had forgotten how unsatisfactory the nerves of the last sylph had been. These were like coming home to a friendly world, in a universe that had died too long ago and far away. For a time he was almost glad that he had not died with it. Then the first allergic reactions began, and he had to relapse into instinct, to let his being fight to save both himself and his host cells from the reaction. He set the first stage up, however. This time he managed with no help from Patara. Then he relapsed into unconsciousness, making no effort to control his new self yet. He'd have to revise when the self awoke, he told himself. But it was only a dream order, half completed. It was a sudden, painful pressure of acceleration that finally brought him out of his torpor. He felt half sick, and he could vaguely sense that the new self was fevered and uncomfortable. But amazingly, it was sitting up. Around it was a room bigger than the whole ship, it seemed, and controls under its hands, and fantastic equipment. It's about time, Patara's thoughts reached him. They were weak now, since it was hard to transmit in a partial stage, but they were cold and sure. "I've been awake for hours while the sylphs reached the ship and took off. We've been off planet for at least an hour, long enough to study their body controls and to learn how the ship operates." Arnak sighed to himself while the pressure of tension refused to leave. "You're sure?" "Of course I'm sure. These are primitive machines, and I learned most of it from dismantling the first. They're primitive, but they're logical enough for understanding. I can even control the sylph when she isn't aware." The larger human suddenly moved to the controls and jerked its hand back, staring at it. Words came to the ears of the sylph in which Arnak rode. "I'm sick, Luke. I've got the twitches." The words brought stirring strongly on the low band, almost, but not quite, understandably. They almost brought a vocal reply from the other human. "Be glad you can twitch. Some bug we picked up, but it's better than being eaten. When a clover kid. Maybe we still got more cop ships tailing us, but let 'em look. When they find the dinosaurs and what's left of our ship, they'll stop looking. The heat's going to be off. We can get back to Earth in a year or so and really live." Patara's thoughts cut through Arnak's efforts to understand. "Reproduction failings," she reported in satisfaction. "They must have higher fertility than I hoped, if they think of it while sick." Then her thoughts sharpened. "Take over yourself." The human at the board slumped abruptly. Arnak lashed out from the converted cells, felt a brief protest, and then was alone in the brain of the sylph. He could not yet control it, but it had no independent will.
There's food and water near if we have to rouse from hibernation while we grow into these sylphs, Batoa reported. Now help me if you can.
Arnek let his weak thoughts blend into hers, trying to give strength as she had often done to him. She was straining her utmost will. Slowly and in jerks, the arm moved across the control board and clumsy fingers managed to move controls. And at last, from Batoa's mind, Arnek began to see the plan. There was fuel enough to bring them at maximum speed across an eddy of the galaxy toward the lone sun they had found long before. There a single planet swung in orbit, a planet with food, but no dangerous animal life. And there they could wait and grow strong, and multiply as their sylphs multiplied. They could reach it almost as soon as they came out of hibernation, finally, and it would be a safe haven in its isolation. There would be no fuel for further travel, but that could wait while their numbers grew, and they could restore their lost technology and weapons with the clever hands of the human sylphs. Then they could take over the galaxy, as they had taken the one so long away. The hands fumbled under the limited control, but they moved across the board. The automatic pilot was finally set and sealed. Logic, Arnek thought softly. And there was a wonder at a mind like Batoa's that could achieve such understanding of even alien mechanisms. Yet under it there was still a cold knot of fear along his nerves. Batoa's thoughts had begun to fade from the strain and the long interruption to her hibernation. But now she caught momentary control again. There was appreciation in him for his praise. And then there was amusement. Logic, she agreed, but perhaps intuition isn't too bad for a male. You've been right twice. Twice? Arnek asked. It'd been somehow right that the sylphs controlled their own ships, of course, but twice, Batoa said. I've just realized my sylph is a male, as you suggested it might be. Amusing reversing the sexes, isn't it? She tried to say something else, but the strain was too much, and full hibernation swept her mind away from that of Arnek. Arnek sat frozen for a time in his sylph, knowing that it was also male. Then he turned it somehow to face the lost galaxy, where his race had known its day, and now entered its eternal night. End of story 10. Story 11. Of the Furthest Reaches.
Of space!
Ed Reed showed Sci-fi, Volume 8.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Journey for the Brave by Alan E. Nourse. The base diner was hot and stuffy that night as Scotty Johnson sat with Mitch and Jack and the other boys, sipping his last cup of coffee before 0 hour rolled around. Mitch and Jack had succeeded in sneaking him out of town before the reporters had guessed what was happening. Now they sat in silence, sipping their coffee, glancing at him from time to time, as though to make sure he was still there. It annoyed Scotty. This was the time to laugh and joke and bull away as if nothing was going to happen at all. The waitress trotted over with a coffee pot, and Scotty gave her his widest leer. "You know, I can't think of anything I'd rather have right now than a cup of coffee from you," he said. "How about a date in about 10 days? The girl looked startled and glanced away nervously. Mitch gave a tight little laugh. "Better watch out, Scotty. She's liable to be waiting on the landing field when you get back." They all laughed at that, and then silence fell again. They were nervous. Scotty could sense it, even though they tried to cover it up. All through these weeks of preparation in the hot New Mexico sun, the tension had been growing. But he should be the one to be nervous, not these lads. After all, who was the star of this show? Scotty nuzzled his coffee and twisted his wiry 5'2" frame around so that he could see the door. "Better drink up," he said. "The Jeep should be here any minute." Mitch nodded and emptied his cup as the Jeep's tires screeched on the pavement outside. The door of the coffee shop burst open, and a head with an MP's crash helmet popped in.
"All set, Scotty. Let's go."
Scotty nodded. His blue eyes were bright as he buttoned up his jacket and winked at the waitress. Then he led the group to the door. "Love that gal," he said. The driver raced the motor as they piled in, and the Jeep took off down the concrete strip with a roar. The driver turned an admiring glance toward Scotty. "All set for the big trip, man?" Scotty grinned. "Been sleeping in a coffin all week, just for practice." "Man, you may need that practice. You'll be good and stiff before you get out." He broke off, horrified at the pun. Scotty roared with glee. "You think you're kidding? That's all right. The way I see it, I'm getting 10 days vacation on the government and plenty of pay besides. And once I get up there, I won't need much muscle to make my way around, they tell me. He lit a cigarette, peering down the strip ahead of them. Far ahead, he could see the batteries of searchlights picking out the tall, shiny spire of the ship. It stood tall, its scaffolding pointing like a needle toward the black starlit sky. Already the ground below it was swarming with tiny figures, moving about on the final checkdown. My ship, thought Scotty. I helped to build it, and here's one job where they need a cocky, loudmouth little shrimp more than anything else in the world. Another jeep swerved in beside them on the strip. Scotty caught a glimpse of the general and a couple of official-looking civilians. "Everybody's going to see you off," said Mitch from the back seat. "Yeah, the whole damned crowd. My big day. You sure you got everything down cold?" Scotty gave him a scornful glance. "You're kidding. How can I miss?" His freckled face broke into a grin from ear to ear, and his eyes were bright with excitement. "Why, I've got nothing to do but crawl in and zip things up after me. Don't even have to throw the fatal switch. They take care of everything from outside. I'm telling you it's a cinch. 3 days to tell myself sea stories, and then I'll crawl out and tell you boys what Lady Moon really looks like." A crowd of reporters and photographers were waiting as the jeep sped up to the huge barbed wire enclosure surrounding the ship. Scotty stuck his head out of the jeep and gave them a big grin. The flashbulbs popped. Then the jeep roared on toward the field shack. Scotty stepped out, staring up at the tall, sleek ship. A little bottom-heavy now, perhaps, but with the first and second stages disengaged. A beauty of a ship. He stepped into the field shack and grinned up at the general. "Final check go all right?" The general nodded and smiled. "This is the Secretary of Defense, Scotty." "Well, guess I'm rating big visitors tonight." He gave the man's hand a jaunty shake.
"You're taking a big trip," said the secretary. "Tell me, Mr. Johnson, how does it feel to be the first man to go to the moon?"
"Can't say. I haven't been there yet."
"You'd better get aboard," said the general. "Everything's being checked down. You'll have half an hour to make your own checks from inside. How's your weight?"
"Down to 128.
"Fine. That's better than we'd hoped. But don't be afraid to holler if something doesn't look right."
He extended his hand, gripped Scotty's tightly.
"Good luck, lad. We're with you all the way."
A soldier rode up the gantry with him, high up past the brake lines of the first and second stages, to the small open port in the final stage of the rocket. Scotty could feel the eyes on him from below as he climbed into the port, one lone man to jockey the first manned ship to the moon. A big job, a job that really took guts. He grinned and slid through into the passenger chamber. Carefully he reached back and slammed the port shut behind him with a farewell wave to the soldier and gave the lock wheel a spin until he heard the seal click. Then he slipped down into the half-sitting, half-reclining couch which nearly filled the tiny chamber. His heart was pounding in his throat as he snapped on the radio phone. "Okay, I'm in," he said. "Got her locked up?" Mitch's voice grated in his earphones. "Aye, aye. Gave her a careful check inside there, then stand by." Scotty nodded and checked the banks of instruments on the tiny panel before him. He was the payload on this trip. The ship was little more than an upholstered tube, with him jammed tight in one end, and enough fuel to land him on the moon and shoot him off again in behind him. The other sections, far huger than this little pellet with him in the middle, would drive him out, break the frightful hold that Earth held on her subjects. But there was nothing superfluous here, nothing he did not actually need, and he checked quickly. Then he leaned back and flipped on the forward televiewer. The vast black expanse of space, peppered with 1,000 bright pinpoints of light, suddenly appeared on the screen, inches from his face. It took him by surprise. His hand jerked down on the switch again, and he wiped a line of droplets from his upper lip and closed his eyes, his heart pounding against his ribs. The radio blipped in his ear. 30 minutes to 0, it said. It struck Scotty then how very much alone he was. He felt a chill go down his spine, and he turned his eyes about the tiny chamber. Forward, within arm's length, was the dull glint of metal paneling and coiled wires and tight atmosphere ceiling. His small, wiry body sank against the deep couch, and he drew the safety webbing across his chest and thighs, the chill in his mind deepening. Above him was another pad of soft material to protect his head. His feet were lodged against a solid bar at the foot of the couch. Inevitably he thought of a cocoon, a tight, soft, warm cocoon, and he was alone inside it. He tried to think when, in all his 34 years, he had been so completely and utterly alone. He sat very still, listening. All about him was silence, a muted, deathly silence. His headset pressed tight against his ears, and he shook his head, wondering if he had actually heard the words coming to his ears a few seconds before. 0 minus 30 minutes. 30 minutes to wait, alone. Suddenly he knew that he was very much afraid. His lips formed a sneer, and he tried to fight the idea out of his mind. He was no longer afraid of anything. Those days were gone, far away. Nothing could scare Scotty Johnson, not even being completely alone. He reached out his hand, ran a finger over the control board, oxygen, chamber pressure, emergency anesthetic, blast control. His hand trembled, and the thought seeped back into his mind again. A voice was whispering, deep in his ear. "You're afraid, little man. Afraid." He could feel the droplets of moisture forming on his forehead, and even the sound of his breath was muted in the silent chamber. The seconds ticked by. Still the voice whispered. He was alone. Alone and afraid. No one could help him now. No one in the world. This was his own world. Here in this tight little cabin. And he could die here. And nobody would ever know. He shook his head savagely. Alone? Ridiculous. At the foot of the ship were 100 people, all watching, all thinking about him. They had built this ship. They were for him all the way. They would get him safely off the ground, and then it would just be like a subway ride. But after the blast-off, what then? The 100 men were staying behind. There were no men where he was going. There was nothing there. Nothing but death. His breath was coming faster, and he felt the first chill of panic stir in his mind. He tried to fight it down angrily. What was there to get excited about? Nobody had forced him into this seat. He had begged for it. For 5 long years it had been an obsession, his wildest dream, to be sitting in this seat, waiting for the 0 count to come through the headphones. Years of hoping, of pulling strings, of talking to people and dropping chance remarks, of studying and working and practicing. And finally the note in his box, the trip down to the General's field office that day. Inside the office the General had sat down, regarding him for a long moment with those cool grey eyes of his. Then he said, "You're sure you want to do this, Scotty? Dead sure?" Scotty had nodded, hardly able to find his voice. "I'd give anything. You've got to let me go." The General nodded slowly. "You might have to give your life. Does it mean that much to you? Millions of dollars have gone into the ship, but there's no way to be sure of it. It's a fearful gamble." "I'll take any odds, General. The sheep and the chickens came back. I'll come back." The General looked out the window, his face carved with weary lines. "I hate to send a man alone, but what we need to know, 1 man can find out. 2 would be a waste, tragic waste. The sheep and chickens didn't land, they just circled. But 1 man must go up to land a ship and take off again, for the first time." His eyes caught Scotty's gravely. "I want you to know why it's got to be you alone. We can't gamble on 2 men's lives when 1 will do. You're the guinea pig." Scotty had stood up then, laughing. "You trying to frighten me? Look, General, I've been working on this ship since it first started. I know it inside and out and backwards. I'm not afraid of this trip. I've got to be the one to go." The General had shifted some papers on his desk. "All right. They weighed you in at 140 pounds. Our calculations call for 135. Every ounce of that cuts a hard percentage out of your fuel. You'll have to suck down." "I can do that." "All right, but don't starve yourself. And don't dehydrate any more than you absolutely must. You'll have enough water for 10 days, no more. 3 up, 3 back, 4 there. Now then, the psych boys will go to work on your coordination for the next few days. That's critical. The first and second stages will disengage automatically, but you'll have to maneuver your own landing." Scotty nodded. "I've been maneuvering dummies until I'm blue in the face. You'll need it pounded in." "It's pounded, don't worry." The General gave a satisfied nod. "All right, Scotty, see you at the blast-off. And remember, if you want to pull out, nobody will blame you. Right down to the last minute before 0, you can pull out." "I don't think so," said Scotty. "I don't think I'm going to pull out. Not on this one." 0 minus 20 minutes. The harsh metallic voice dragged Scotty back to the present with a jolt. For a moment he had almost regained the old familiar burn of self-assured bravado he had felt as he had finished talking to the General that day, and sauntered out toward the ship standing in the launching scaffold. He had even been smiling as he recalled the interview. But now his eye caught the dull gleam of the control board before him, and his smile faded. The voice was whispering softly, deep inside his head. "Come off it, Scotty.
Who are you trying to kid?
His hand trembled and he leaned back, forcing his tense leg muscles to relax. What do you mean, who am I trying to kid? He thought angrily. You're crazy. Would I be kidding myself? I quit kidding myself years ago. I know what I'm up to. This is a journey for heroes, and I'm going to be the hero this time, for sure. This time there won't be any doubt. They won't have any doubt, and I won't have any doubt.
You're alone, Scotty. Remember, you can quit acting now.
He shuddered and glanced uneasily around the tiny closed chamber. Alone? What a laugh. A man can never be alone. There are always a million memories, wheeling and spinning and roaring around inside your head. Memories of people, of hopes and dreams and fears. You can build a heavy wall in your mind to keep them back, but when you're alone and scared and helpless, the wall starts to crumble down.
There's nobody to fool anymore, Scotty. The act is over. Admit it, you're scared. You can hardly hold still, you're so scared.
He clapped his hands to his ears, trying to shut out the whisper. He kept shaking his head, but it came through like a heavy surf. He sat tense, trembling, with salty droplets pouring down his face, shaking his head helplessly.
You're caught now, the voice whispered. This is a one-way ride, and you know it, and you're scared.
I'm not, the earphones clicked. You say something, Scotty? Scotty took a deep breath, unclenching his hands. No, nothing. What's the zero count, Mitch? 0 minus 16 minutes. Everything's set. All set. I wish we could get going. Scotty twisted on the couch, feeling the silence close down around him like a stifling blanket. He was almost shouting to himself. All right, I'm scared. Wouldn't anybody be scared? Sitting here, waiting, thinking about 200,000 miles of nothing, with a rocky world of death at the other end to land on. Why shouldn't I be scared? They can stay back here and track me with their scopes and radar. It's fine for them. It's fine for the Secretary of Defense, too. No skin off his back if something happens. And the beat boys in Hollywood can sit back at their desks and rub their fat hands together and hope their cameras work all right. Hope the pictures came out good so they can make their pile if I get back. Big gamble for them first moon pictures released. See man's greatest adventure in glorious Technicolor. Authentic films from the first moon rocket. Prices only slightly advanced. Big gamble. Those films will help pay for a lot of fuel, a lot of metal and man-hours spent on this ship. But can they pay for a life? Bitterness swept through Scotty's mind sharply. It was his life they were bartering. He was to be the star of those films, dead or alive. He could be killed in the blast-off, and the films would keep rolling, keep churning out the yardage, and 30 years later they could pick up the film and still make their nice, safe pile. 30 years of cold death for him. But why are you whining now, little man? Why all the tears all of a sudden? You asked for it. You made your bed right from scratch. You wanted to be the hero. Nothing else would do. Well, here you are, hero. Tough. You asked for it. But why? And then something was tugging at his mind, seeping through the heavy wall of memory. A terrible, loathsome thought. He shook his head desperately, trying to fight it back, but the wall began to crumble. Long dead pictures began drifting through, long hidden memories. A bare whisper of thought, cold, relentless, devastating. Admit it, Scotty, you had it to come. You had to be sitting in this seat. You couldn't do anything else, could you? You couldn't let them know about you. You couldn't bear to let the boys down on the field suspect the truth, could you, Scotty? You looked into their eyes, and you were afraid they suspected, like Matty had suspected, like Dad had suspected so many years ago. You had to come here. You couldn't help yourself, could you? The whisper broke into a coarse, derisive laugh, and Scotty cowered back, shaking his head in denial, his whole body trembling. Take a look, Scotty, take a good look. Are you trying to hide the truth from yourself? But you can't get away with it. You can't hide it from yourself any longer. And then the wall of memory buckled and split wide open. You can fool the whole world, Scotty, but you can't fool yourself, the voice screamed in his ear. You can run and hide and twist and lie, but you can't ever really fool yourself. You know it's true. You always have known. You're a coward, Scotty, a dirty yellow coward. You always have been and you always will be, 0 minus 10 minutes. It wasn't true. He shook his head helplessly as his fingers found the safety belts, tightened them down fiercely on his chest and legs. Wasn't he sitting here now, waiting for the last count, waiting to start on the greatest adventure man had ever attempted? Would he be here if he were a coward? He snarled and clenched his fists tight on their armrests. It was a lie. It couldn't be true. No man can stare himself in the face and call himself a coward when there was a spark of life left in him at all. He can call himself a cheat, a liar, or a fake. Those were things that could be changed, things that could be made up for. But a coward had something wrong deep inside, something that was built in, that could never be changed as long as a man lived. No man could call himself that. Scotty shook his head, half laughing, half crying. He was scared, sure, anybody would be scared, but he wasn't a coward. He was in the ship because he wanted fame, because he craved excitement and adventure. Nothing had made him volunteer. He'd done it because he was that kind of guy. But he knew that was a lie. Its very falsehood writhed in his brain as he thought it. You're here because your cheap, cowardly little soul couldn't bear to face itself. You're here because you couldn't bear the looks of the men around you, with their barbed wisecracks and their guarded half-smiles. They thought you couldn't see them, but the whispers were there, and you couldn't stand for them to guess. But why did he care what they thought? What were they to him? He knew he was better than they were, quicker, smarter, braver. He didn't have to prove anything to them. And Matty? Does Matty know how brave you are, hero? Can you prove to Matty that you're not a coward? Matty knows about you, remember? Scotty shook his head fearfully. That was so long ago. But things like that are never long ago, Scotty. They stay with you as long as you live. Sure, the army said you were a hero. They gave you a silver star. But what would Matty say? If he could ever say anything again, would he say you were a hero? Suddenly Matty's torn and twisted face seemed to be peering out at him from the control panel. His mind went whirling back through the years, completely out of control. In an instant he had slipped back 15 long years, back to the hot, stinking, sweaty deadliness of that little jungle island. They had been deep in the jungle that night, holed in, scared to move, afraid even to breathe. For a week they had been waiting for the snipers to move in and spot them. He could remember the cold, desperate fear that had gnawed at him that night as he and Bill Matthews had clutched their rifles, waiting, creeping forward along the jungle trail through the blackness and the night sounds. His clothes stuck to his body with sweat as they crept, the sweat of mortal fear. The mosquitoes whined in clouds around his head. His body stung with 1,000 insect bites. Up ahead, somewhere in the sticky blackness, was a machine gun blocking them from the supplies, blocking them from the plasma and penicillin powder the patrol needed more than any food or water. They had been waiting for many days, and they were weak with hunger and thirst. But there was a gun, and sharp, cruel eyes watching. They had been moving in pairs, and Scotty had felt the fear clutching his chest, fear beyond any words. He and Matty were working their way down a swampy river bottom, sliding on their bellies in the muck when they had spotted the nest. And then the fear and panic building up inside him had broken through. He had jumped up, screaming, and burst forward, a gun chattering in his hand. Blind rage and fear drove him forward, as the startled gunners swiveled their gun, piercing the night with their sharp cries. Matty had shouted at him to get down, but he ran forward in the darkness wildly. A burst of fire screamed out at him through the jungle. He slid into the mud, panting, still firing into the face of the blazing machine gun, until he saw the last man twist and fall, and the gun fell silent. A hero, they said. But later he had found Matty lying twisted with his head split open, a line of open holes cutting down through his neck and across his shoulders. Another few seconds, another instant of control would have given them time to get the machine gun in crossfire. But something had exploded in Scotty's brain that night. A fear greater than any fear of being shot, a fear of being exposed for what he was, what he knew he was. He had dragged Matty back, through the long miles of sniper-ridden jungle, and had called him a hero, and he had never told them who had broken first and drawn the deadly fire. His forehead stood out with sweat now, and he tried to hide his eyes. He had spent many years forgetting that horrible night, trying to cleanse himself of the depths of guilt that had eaten away at him. And now it was back, harsh and undeniable, intensified by years of self-deceit and self-justification and rationalization. But the chips were down now. In a few moments a great fire would explode deep in the bowels of the ship, and he would be driven forward, far out into space, along trails never blazed by man. 0 minus 5 minutes. Give her a final check, Scotty.
He jerked in his seat as though he'd been struck. 5 minutes? His mind whirled with memories, and the cold fear cut through him like a knife. In a moment of panic, his mind was screaming, "Get out now, before it's too late. The General said you could pull out right down to the last minute. Well, pull out now, before the engines start." But a peal of derisive laughter roared through his mind. There had been reporters, news stories. He had said things that had been splashed across 1 million newspapers. Back out now, tell the world what a coward he was. Then everybody would know. The boys down below, Matty, Dad. Dad never actually said it, but it had always been there, as long as Scotty could remember. He had tried and tried to make up for his small size, for his skinny legs and bony chest. It hadn't been his fault that Dad was such a big man, such a rugged, powerful man.
those long hunting trips up through Canada. A man had to share the load. There was no place for weakness and weariness there. And Dad had taken him along, once, until he had tired and turned his ankle on a short portage. They had carried him out, and he knew that he had lost his dad that day. Dad hadn't admitted it, but it was true. There was always the half-hidden disgust and sadness and disappointment in his cool grey eyes. -2, Scotty, final check. His hand flicked out automatically as fear and dismay welled up in his mind. Everything he'd ever done he had flubbed somehow. He searched frantically through his mind for one small, pure act of absolute bravery, unadorned by words, unaltered by empty rationalizations and built-up courage, and his mind yielded nothing but hoarse, heavy laughter. Somewhere there was a key. It had started somewhere, if only he could remember. Somewhere beneath the years of futile failure there was a core. 60 seconds, Scotty. Good luck, bye. He froze, his hands clutching the safety belt in a grip of iron as the words pounded in his ear. 40, 35, 30, 25. And then, like a great door opening his mind, he remembered. A day so long ago, so deeply buried that it had not come to mind in years. A day when he had been walking down a village street, on the way to the store for his mother, a small boy, hardly 10. A group of boys appearing suddenly from the old garage he was passing. A thin-faced lad, tall and sharp-boned, with cold eyes and a sneer on his thin lips. Other boys, too, mostly bigger than he. His eyes widened and he started to back away, when Thin-Face grabbed his collar, pulled him up sharp. "Where do you think you're going, bud?" "Just down the street." "Who said you could walk on this street?" "It's not your street. I can walk where I want." A gleam of cruelty in Thin-Face's eyes. "Sissy thinks he's smart." A sharp-knuckled hand struck him across the nose. "You want to fight?" Scotty shook his head, eyes wide. "No, I just want to—" His eye caught one of the others, sidling around behind him. "Stand still!" He had been paralyzed. The rabbit punch struck him a hammer blow, and tears streamed down his face. Thin-Face hit him again, and blood spurted from his nose. "Put up your hands and fight." "I can't. You better fight, sissy, I'll kill you." "I don't want to fight." The fear, the mortification, the blind, paralyzing fear. Another blow struck him, and he tumbled backwards over the boy who had crouched behind him and struck his head on the sidewalk. They had roared with laughter, and one of them kicked him. And then he was on his feet, darting between them, running for his life, running with blind fear, snarling at his heels, down an alley into a backyard, across into another alley. He had seen the open cellarway then, and crawled down in, heart pounding in his throat, waiting as the boys came through the yard, looking, laughing at the sport, walking on. He waited for hours before he dared come out, and every minute of those hours he trembled, desperately sick and ashamed, wondering what Dad would ever think of him if he'd find out. Something struck him in the chest then, a firm, gentle pressure that grew and grew, as the cabin vibrated with a powerful roar. The pressure grew larger, choking the breath from him. In a last terrible panic of fear, Scotty tried to fight his safety belt open, tried to cry out, "Stop, stop, stop," but it was too late. He pressed back, deeper and deeper into the couch as the age-long seconds ticked by, and in the viewer the earth fell away, farther and farther, dwindling, dimming. He heard the explosion as the first stage disengaged, and his mind froze as the pressure shot harder at his chest. Then suddenly there was a jerk, a bone-crushing jar that nearly broke his neck, and the ship started spinning crazily. "Scotty! Scotty! Can you hear me?" It was Mitch's voice in the earphones, heavy with frantic urgency. "Can you hear me, Scotty?" Scotty groaned. "I can hear you," he croaked. "Scotty, the second stage didn't disengage properly. You've got it on your tail yet." Scotty gasped for breath, trying to focus his mind on the present, trying to drive out the paralyzing phantoms of the past. "Second stage?" "Wait a minute, you're way off course. There it goes. You've lost it." There was a scraping sound in the earphones, and then the General's voice snapped out, sharp and clear. "Scotty, listen, boy. You're off course. You aren't out far enough. You'll have to orbit back." "Orbit?" The word was wrenched from his throat, and he stared at the viewer in horror. "Listen, Scotty, get this straight. Can you hear me, lad?" Yeah, I can hear." "Then listen. Orbit your ship. Slam down the cataphon."
"I can correct," Scotty cried. "I can get back on beam and make it."
"Scotty, you'd used too much fuel. You didn't get out far enough. You dragged dead weight."
"I can correct."
"You'll never be able to land up there. If you do, you'll never be able to take off again."
"I've got to get out there."
The General's voice was frantic. "This is an order, man. Orbit your ship. We'll find some way to get you down, but you'll have to come back." Something exploded in Scotty's mind then. Rage bubbled over in his mind, and he was screaming in a speaker. I'm going on out. I'm going to land up there. I can't flub it now. I can't.
Scotty, orbit while you can. There'll be another
I can't hear you. I said I'm going out. Get somebody up there to get me if you want to, but I'm going. He ripped off the headphones, the bitterness and rage and frustration of long years welling into his mind. He was seething, almost crying out in his rage. Everything he'd ever done he had flubbed, but he wouldn't flub this one. Fiercely he went to work on the controls, tears rolling down his cheeks as he worked. He was going to go on if it killed him. He felt the ship respond to its new course slightly, and then gradually the weight began to lift from his chest. He sank back, panting. Up in the screen was a pale yellow ball, and he was racing toward it as fast as a man could race. There would be plenty of time for the sensitive calculations, for careful course plotting later, but he was not going back. He might get a shake-up to get him in time, and again they might not. He had food and water for 10 days at full rations. He could live for 30 days on it, maybe more. And when the rations were gone, how long would he live then? How long did we live in the jungle without food or water? He sat back then and laughed. It would be better to die up there than to spend the rest of his life dying down on Earth, dying every day 1,000 deaths. They might be able to rescue him with fast work, with a fearful margin of incredible luck, but it didn't really matter to him now, whether they did or didn't. He knew that now. He had already died, back there on the ground, waiting for the zero count to come. He was reborn now, a new man with a great courageous job to do. This time he would do the job right. Fear was behind him now, for he could never be afraid again like he'd been afraid a few short minutes before. The gauntlet was run. He would land on the moon, and no man, no memory would stop him from doing it. No fear, no cowardice, because a coward would have turned back. He settled back in the couch and drifted into sleep, with a peaceful smile on his lips. End of Story 11. End of The Furthest Reaches.
of space.
Ed Reed, Short Sci-Fi, Volume 8.